Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 101-150. Ellipsis. Chapter 101. On the opposite side, Sharona didn't give any orders either. She just waved her hand, and her Shinado flashed over at a very fast speed. Just when it was about to rush to the half of the arena, its figure swayed, turning 1 into 2, and 2 into 4. Finally, Shinado's figure appeared densely on the arena. This was a shadow clone, and countless Shinado seemed to be thousands of troops. The speed was extremely fast, and he rushed towards the black dress Shinado. In the end, he surrounded the black dress Shinado. Sharona's pair of beautiful eyes stared at the arena, very serious. Energy ball. Her words came over. Suddenly, the scene changed, and I saw countless green energy bursts from Shinado's body, forming a green energy light ball in his hand. These light balls smashed towards the black dress Shinado from all directions. The scene was huge and sealed. It's all fallbacks. 84-7 looked at the countless energy balls. Luokan did not panic, his eyes narrowed, and the writing wheel eye appeared. He carefully observed all the energy balls on the field. XXX. He raised his brows and said to Shinado in his heart, Xanaduo, use the wall of light on the right side. Sa tilde. Shinado understood, and put his hands on the right. The black light on his body fluctuated, and poured into the air along his hands. In an instant, a black wall of light that was transparent like a mirror appeared in front of him. Boom! A big explosion came from the wall of light, and black smoke surged. And the rest of the energy light balls turned into phantoms and disappeared in the air. Sharona's mouth was slightly open, and she looked at Luo Chen with a surprised look, and the real energy ball was actually found. Luokan ignored her shock and ordered again, use teleportation to the fifth one on your right, Shinado at 9 o'clock. Huh. The figure of the black dress Shinado disappeared in a flash, and came behind the Shinado that Luo Chen said. Energy ball. The black dress Shinado instantly condensed a black energy ball in his hand, and without any hesitation, pressed it towards Shinado's back. Not good. Shinado uses teleportation to avoid it. Late. Luokan immediately responded, use hypnosis to disturb it. The dark light in the black skirt Shinado's eyes flickered, causing the opponent to be in a trance. Although it could only make him panic for about 0.1 seconds, it was enough for the ever-changing battlefield. A loud bang. The energy ball smashed directly on Shinado's back, knocking it out. In midair, Shinado turned around, adjusted her body, and landed beside Sharona. She stumbled a little, and suffered a head-on impact from the energy ball at close range, but it still suffered a lot of injuries. Xanadu, use healing wave. Looking at Xanadu, Sharona said directly. The green light floated on Shinado's body, like a life force, and soon the damage to it would be good. Xanadu, be careful, the other party is not easy. Looking at Luokan, Sharona's eyes were filled with unprecedented solemnity. This young man. Very strong. She has placed the other party on the same level as herself. Destroy the light of death. Sharona said in a deep voice, and a huge white light beam rushed from Shinado's hand towards the black dress Shinado. Teleport. The black dress Shinado used teleportation to dodge, and the destructive death light slammed on the ground, blasting a huge pit. Shadow ball. Luokan gave another order. The black dress Shinado condensed a shadow ball and smashed it towards the opponent. Teleportation. Sharona also said. The opponent's Shinado also used teleportation to dodge past. Boom. Another pit appeared on the ground. Strong mind. Teleport. Ellipsis. Predict future. Teleport. Ellipsis. The two of them attacked and defended equally well. After fighting for a long time, countless big pits were blasted out on the field. Luokan half squinted his eyes, and this skill of teleportation is really a panacea. We have to find a way to seal this trick. There was a twinkle in his eyes. Shinado uses the seal skill. Shinado uses the sealing skill to seal the opponent. Of teleportation. The two voices sounded almost at the same time. On the arena, mysterious energy surged on the two Shinados, and then they found that their teleportation was useless. Sharona smiled when she saw this, looked at Luo Chen and said, "Did you think of being together?" The corners of Luoken's mouth rose, and he laughed. It seems that the heroes see the same thing. I also think the teleportation skill is very annoying. Come to the front. Luo Chen's eyes were burning. It's exactly what I want. Sharona also burst into battle. This kind of evenly matched, and still the same kind of elf battle is rare. Energy Ball. Shadow Ball. The two of them gave orders almost at the same time. Dong dong. A loud noise came. The green and black energy balls exploded again in the half-court, and the white mist filled the air. Destroy the death light. Frozen light. Two beams of light roared out of the smoke, blowing the smoke away in an instant, but in the end, with a big explosion, a larger smoke swirled around the arena. Ellipsis. Bang bang bang. Deafening voices kept crashing. On the arena, one green and one black slender figure was constantly fighting, and the battle was very anxious. The entire arena has been beaten to such an extent that the ground has been scraped off several layers, and the countless big pits make one's scalp numb, which is absolutely terrifying. At this time, 2 hours had passed since the battle started, and the time had come to evening and noon. The two sides still did not decide the winner, and it seemed that there was no winner for a while. At the other end of the arena, Sharona looked up at the sun in the sky and took a deep breath. This battle was not only tired for the elves, but even the trainers were very tired. Mind is not ordinary tired. She said to Luoken, "This time we'll be a tie, I'm so hungry." Okay. Luo Chen also let out a sigh of relief. The champion deserves to be the champion. The endless series of tricks and strategies made Luo Chen feel very difficult. If he hadn't had a wheel eye, this battle would have really ended. Then she threw something at Luoken. "I'll give you this thing first." Luo Chen took it. It was the black crystal that Shinado needed. He smiled. "Shinao champion, do you want to go to dinner together? You should have just come to Nibi City. I know Nibi City has a very good one. Dessert shop to eat." As soon as she heard the dessert, Sharona's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to say, "Go, take me there." Ellipsis. Chapter 102. Soon the group left the park, came to a busy neighborhood in Nibi City, and walked into a popular dessert shop. There is a dazzling array of desserts in it, sweet and delicious, full of color, fragrance, and various styles of desserts. As soon as I walked in, a strong aroma of milk and other accessories hit my nostrils. Wow, that's a lot. Lily has been dazzled by the countless varieties of desserts. On the other hand, Sharona was already staring blankly, watching the many sweet eyelid eyes shining, but she was very entangled and didn't know which one to choose. In the end, Sharona, who had difficulty choosing, hesitated for a long time in front of the paving before choosing a dessert. Ellipsis. At the dining table, a group of people are eating. Sharona spooned a dessert into her mouth, holding her face in her hands, enjoying her face, and Lily did the same. Luoken shook his head. Dessert, the most irresistible temptation for women. By the way, Sharona, why did you come from Shinao to Kanto? Luoken asked. He was really puzzled. Shinao is quite far from Kanto. As a regional champion, it is impossible to run to other places for no reason. Area to go. Sharona was addicted to the dessert in front of her, and said without raising her head, "Well, you don't have a champion in the Kanto region. Just when I had time, the league sent me over to investigate something." "What's the matter?" "This is a secret, I can't let you know." She raised her head and flashed an apology in her eyes. After all, the matter was too shocking, and once it was announced, it would easily cause panic among the people. Thinking of the matter that the Alliance sent her to investigate, she was very shocked. A big family in the Kanto region was directly exterminated in half a day. When she heard the news from the Alliance, she was shocked. Not. As a champion of the Alliance, she naturally knows the energy of those big families, but such a family with amazing energy was actually exterminated without knowing it. And the most strange thing is that the entire Kanto Alliance and other families have been searching for a long time, but they have not found out who did it. The Kanto Alliance had no choice but to ask the Alliance headquarters for help, and the Alliance headquarters sent Sharona, who had nothing to do, over here. It's just that Sharona, who was shocked, didn't know that the person who wiped out the entire family was sitting opposite her, chatting and laughing with her. Ellipsis. Suppressing the shock in her heart, Sharona took a deep breath and looked at Luo Chen and changed the topic. Why is your Shineido's mega evolution different from mine? I remember that only fire-breathing dragons have 2 different megas. Evolution form. Does Shineido also have 2 different mega evolution forms? Luokan touched his nose. I don't have a mega stone. Sharona was stunned, and then she couldn't help but raise her decibel level. Clam. You don't have a mega stone? No, really not. She had to ask again. He coughed dryly. It's really not. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Do we have mega evolution stones and mega key stones on us? Sharona looked at them carefully, and after looking at them for a long time, she was sure that they did not have mega stones. She stared at Luo Chen and the black-dressed Shineido who was sitting next to him with a ghostly expression. It was unbelievable that she could evolve a mega without a mega stone. She couldn't help but become interested in them. Without a mega stone, she could achieve mega evolution. She was eager to try to solve this mystery. Sharona's thoughts kept spinning in her mind. She said to Luokan, "Are you traveling to participate in the Kanto League competition?" "Yes." "Then can I travel with you?" She also thought clearly. Anyway, she came to the Kanto area to investigate who killed the Aoki family. Anyway, she had to investigate everywhere, run around in every city, and follow this just like a teenager traveling together. They need to run around in every city, so they can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. While investigating the annihilation of the Aoki family, they also study why this teenager and Shineido can carry out mega evolution without the mega stone. This question made Luokan stunned for a moment, and after recovering, he rejected the other party with his eyes. Sharona frowned, not knowing why she rejected her. Luokan didn't speak, and glanced at Lily involuntarily. In an instant, Sharona understood that this boy and this girl were in a relationship, and he was afraid that he would make the other party jealous if he promised him suddenly. For a while, she couldn't help but glance at Luo Chengao. Knowing the problem, Sharona was not in a hurry, but looked at Lily with a smile. Diaresis Lily, I heard that Nibi City is the largest clothing city in Kanto. I'm not very familiar with it. Can you accompany me there? Are you going for a walk? Lily nodded, accepted it with a smile, and said with a smile, okay, I'm very happy. Then, after the group finished eating, they walked towards the clothing base, and Luo Chen was also dragged to work as a coolie. Ellipsis. This visit, the 2 girls stopped when night fell, and left the clothing base with arms in hand, talking and laughing. XXX. Luokan, on the other hand, was carrying a large bag and a small bag in his hand, and Qianli's looked like life was worse than death. He felt that his feet were no longer his own. The 3 of them came to the hotel in Nibi City together. Ellipsis. The next morning, Luokan was about to leave Nibi City. Outside the hotel, Lily and Sharona walked out. They had a very close relationship. Sure enough, as long as the girls went shopping together, their relationship could grow by leaps and bounds. Lily walked over to Luokan and relaxed. Luokan, Sister Sharona is alone in the Kanto region and has nowhere to go, so let her travel with us. Luokan was stunned for a moment, but finally nodded. Lily was not jealous, she was a coward. So, their team has another partner, Sharona. Ellipsis. Chapter 103. Okay, let's go, there is still the badge of Wallen City to get. Luokan threw a pokeball, and the fire-breathing dragon appeared. He took Lily to the back of the fire-breathing dragon. Come up, Sharona. No, it's a little crowded when I go up. She also threw a pokeball, and an upright pixie like a shark appeared. This little elf, Xiao Mao, also has one, which is the strong bite land shark. but the difference with Xiao Mao is that the body of the strong-bite land shark is almost twice larger than that of Xiao Mao, and the momentum on his body is very amazing. System: the Eye of Probing. Name: Strong-biting Lu Shark. Level: Level 80 Champion Peak. Attribute: Dragon plus Ground. Qualification: Champion. Evaluation: Sharona's first elf, with very rich combat experience, has a tendency to evolve into a goddess. Ellipsis. Luokan nodded secretly. This fierce-biting land shark should be Xyrna's ace in the original book, The Fierce-Biting Land Shark. In the original book, she used this fierce-biting land shark to defeat an unknown number of challengers, making her champion one of the best. No one can shake it. Sharona jumped on the back of Li-bite Lu Shark, turned her head to Luokan and said, "Okay, let's go." He patted the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon understood, flapped his wings violently, and rushed into the sky. And Li-bite Lu Shark flapped his wings violently, followed, and crossed the sky over Nibi City one after the other. Ellipsis. Above the sky, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the back of a fire-breathing dragon. "Shinado, this is for you." He handed over the black crystal stone he got from Sharona. Shinado shook his head and didn't take it. "Don't you want this stone?" Sha tilde, it called out directly, and the spiritual power poured out. The spiritual power of the two people was connected again, and their hearts were connected. "Luokan, help me keep it. I feel it will be of great use in the future." Its voice sounded directly in Luo Chen's heart. Luo Chen was stunned. What's the use? Hearing this, Shinado also shook his head, with some confusion in his eyes. "I don't know either, but I just feel that it will be of great use in the future, so please put it away for me first." Luo Chen looked at the obsidian-like crystal stone in his hand. Under the sunlight, the crystal radiated colorful rays of light, as if there was fluid flowing in it, which was really beautiful. He stared at this stone in a daze. Yesterday he also asked Hyrna that this stone was accidentally obtained by Hyrna while traveling before she became a champion. "Then I'll put it away for you first." He put away the black crystal stone. Shinado nodded and withdrew his mental power. The spiritual connection between the two was disconnected, and the feeling that Luo Chen had a connection with each other disappeared. When the spiritual powers are connected together, the minds can be connected. Luokan thought silently in his heart. When the Mega evolved yesterday, his and Shinado's mental powers were also connected, and their minds were connected. In his mind, the appearance of Shinado's Mega evolution yesterday appeared. You can evolve Mega without using a Mega stone. He half squinted his eyes, and just now, he remembered another example of Mega evolution without Mega stone. Xiaoji's Koga Ninja Frog can undergo Mega evolution without Mega stone, and evolve into Xiaoji Jahi Ninja Frog. There is another name for Mega evolution that does not require Mega stones. It is called fetter evolution. Bond evolution is a kind of evolution that can only be produced by having a very strong trust and bond relationship between trainers and elves. It is very rare and rarely seen for hundreds of years. Generally, the elf that undergoes fetter evolution will have the characteristics of a trainer on its body. Just like Ash Koga Ninja Frog, it will have the characteristics of Ash on its body, and there will be a hat-like decoration on its head. But this Shinado didn't have his own characteristics when he evolved in Mega, and the most important thing is that he has only been in contact with Shinado for a few days. How could he have such a big bond and evolve the bond? Let him not understand at all. Luokan is not sure whether Shinado and himself are bound to evolve, and he plans to watch Shinado's Mega evolution a few more times before making a conclusion. Because in the original work, the first bond evolution of the Koga Ninja Frog did not have the characteristics of Xiaoji. After that, as time passed, the bond between the two became deeper and deeper, and the strength of the evolution of the Koga Ninja bond became stronger. Getting stronger, and also beginning to have Ash's characteristics. Ellipsis. The Wallen City is here. Just when Luo Chen was stunned, Lily's voice came. He regained his senses, looked down, and found that he had come to Wallen City. Luokan kept the unresolved pressure in his heart. Anyway, with the passage of time, all the truth will come to the surface. Okay, fire-breathing dragon, let's go down. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, followed closely by the fierce bite land shark, and the two elves landed in Wallen City. Do you want to go to the gym first? Hyrna asked. Well, I haven't got the water badge of Wallen Taoist Hall yet. Then I won't go with you, I'll investigate something. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. We'll find you after the gym. Sharona nodded, then she put away the bite land shark and turned to leave. Then, Luo Chen and Lily turned around and walked towards the gym in Wallen City. Ellipsis. After a while, they came to a blue building that looked very much like a swimming pool. This was the Wallen Taoist Hall in Wallen City. At this time, there was a lot of people in front of the Wallen gym. Many people were lining up with tickets in their hands. There were still people checking tickets in front of the gym. Is this a gym? Lilia was a little confused. How could she think it was an ocean park? This is indeed a gymnasium. Luo Chen smiled, bought 2 VIP tickets from the ticket office on the side, and the two walked into the Wallen Gymnasium. There is a huge swimming pool in Wallen Road Hall, in which 3 girls in swimsuits are performing with their little elves. 0. Whenever they performed a difficult move, there would be waves of cheers at the scene. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lily was really confused. She really thought she had entered a performance pool in an ocean park. This is really a gym. Where's the gym owner? Those 3 are the masters of the gymnasium. Luo Chen pointed to the 3 sisters who were performing in the pool. Lily's mouth widened. She felt that her worldview had been refreshed. But now they are no longer worthy of being called gym owners. They are at most successful businessmen. It is because of the 3 of them that Wallen Gym is called the weakest gym. Luokan looked disdainful. If it wasn't for the quartz tournament that requires 8 badges, I wouldn't be too lazy to play in this gym. Wait for me, I'll end the fight right away. He took a few steps forward. Fire-breathing dragon, it's too noisy here, let them be quiet. The fire-breathing dragon appeared in the air, roared, the sound turned into sound waves, and the water in the pool was knocked up. Well, it's much quieter. Who are you? The 3 sisters rode the elf and swam over, glaring at Luo Chen. They were just here to smash the game. Gym challenger, I'm in a hurry, let's start the competition quickly. Luo Chen looked at them and said lightly. Ellipsis. Actually, when it comes to the fact that the bite land shark can fly, I am also the faces confused. I am curious about how it flies, but the official setting is that it can indeed fly, and it can fly at the speed of sound. Sichuan. Chapter 104. The 3 Wallen sisters were taken aback. Are you a challenger? Because Wallen Taoist Gym is the weakest in all of the Kanto region, most trainers often choose the Wallen Taoist Gym first to challenge, so most of the trainers have already finished the challenge. Wallen Taoist Hall has not welcomed a challenger for nearly a month. Although the interruption of the performance makes them very uncomfortable, they really want to refuse the challenge of Luokan, but the alliance has alliance rules, and there are so many audiences, they dare not refuse the challenge of falling dust. Wait a moment, the eldest of the 3 sisters said coldly. They walked to the performance stage of the swimming pool, and then bowed to all the audience. Everyone, I'm sorry, there are trainers challenging the gym today, and today's performance is over. After the audience exited one by one, they pressed a button. Directly in a rumbling sound, a pair of platforms floated up from the huge swimming pool. They each threw a pokeball. The horned goldfish. Swimming frogs fast. Gem starfish. 22. 3 water elves appeared on the floating platform. The gym judge on the side came up. The battle rules in Wallen City are 3v3 melee. If the 3 elves of the gym owner lose consciousness, the gym challenger wins, otherwise the gym owner wins. Come on, release your 3 little elves. They urged. Luokan shook his head. No need, 1 is enough. Arrogant. Arrogant. It doesn't take us seriously. Luokan's words angered them. Although they are the weakest gyms in the entire Kanto, they are still the masters of gymnasiums, and now they are so looked down upon. Don't take you guys seriously. You don't take yourselves seriously. Luo Chen chuckled. Has this Wallen gym still look like a gym since it was taken over by you? Are you sure it's not the same one? Ocean Performance Hall. Luokan didn't say anything more. Fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, then spread its wings and landed on the floating platform. Although your fire-breathing dragon is well-bred, you don't know how high the sky is, and you dare to use the fire element to challenge it in the water-type gymnasium. XXX. The fire element will crush you all. The gym's referee violently waved the flag in his hand. The game begins. The horned goldfish, the fast-swimming frog, and the jewel starfish use the water gun. The 3 water pistols gathered together in midair, and then formed a huge stream of water that rushed towards the fire-breathing dragon fiercely. Spray flames. The fire-breathing dragon spewed out a huge flame and collided with the water gun. Boom. Fire and water stalemate together, arousing the water vapor in the sky, steaming hot. But soon, under the ferocious jet flame of the fire-breathing dragon, the water gun was quickly evaporated, and it was evaporated in an instant. The power of the jet of flames remained unabated, and it struck straight at the 3 water elves. No, jump into the water. The 3 sisters hurriedly issued an order, and the 3 little elves jumped into the water with a thud. The jet of flame landed on the floating platform, and with a loud bang, the floating platform was broken in half. The 3 sisters' scalps are numb. In the Wallen Taoist gym with very few fire elements, it can still exert such a powerful jet of flame. Is this young man really just a fledgling trainer? This fire-breathing dragon is too strong. But what reassured them a little was that there was water everywhere, and the gem starfish jumped into the water, and the fire-type trick of the fire-breathing dragon couldn't do anything with them. The jewel starfish uses the water cannon. 1. Mosquito coils and tadpoles, the fluctuation of water. The horned goldfish uses bubbles. The 3 elves swam nimbly in the water, popping their heads from time to time to attack the fire-breathing dragon with their skills. They are extremely fast in the water, and the fire-breathing dragon's tricks can't hit them at all. It's a bit annoying. Do you want to take advantage of the terrain to drag down the fire-breathing dragon? Luokan showed contempt in his eyes, and his eyes flashed. Fire-breathing dragon, fly up. The fire-breathing dragon spread its wings and flew over the pool. Do you want to use the flying sky to avoid skills? Then I want to see how long you can dodge. The gem starfish uses the freezing beam. The fire-breathing dragon twisted his waist to avoid the skill. Who said that the fire-breathing dragon flying in the sky is to avoid skills? Have you heard of boiled seafood? Luo Chen said lightly. Fire-breathing dragon, hot wind. The fire-breathing dragon violently flapped its wings and fanned the air current, exuding an incomparably hot air from its body, and this heat directly acted on the swimming pool along with the air current. In an instant, the sizzling sound kept coming, and the steam rose up, filling the gymnasium, as if you were in a bathhouse. Using jet flame with maximum power. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon threw a sound, and the tail flames skyrocketed fiercely. The jet flame almost condensed into substance in its mouth, and an incomparably huge flame beam shot towards the swimming pool. All of a sudden, a larger steam surged up, the visibility was very low, and a hot air began to float up from the pool. A steady stream of jet flames spewed out of its mouth as if it were endless. Gurgle tilde. After a while, bubbles appeared in the pool, and the water in the entire pool began to roll and boil. The whole swimming pool became boiling water. The scene was very terrifying. The 3 sisters were so frightened that their eyes widened, and they were so horrified that they quickly shouted, "I admit defeat, we admit defeat." Stop. The fire-breathing dragon stopped spewing flames. A grunt sounded. 3 figures floated up from the bottom of the water. It was the gem starfish, the fast-swimming frog, and the horned goldfish. At this time, their eyes were full of circles, and they had lost consciousness. The three elves, the master of the gym, lost their ability to fight, and the challenger wins. The three sisters put away the elf. Their faces were very ugly. They really lost, although their gym is the weakest gym in Kanto, but this time they lost too badly. Department of Elf, to the end of the abuse. They reluctantly threw the badge to Luokan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. After getting the badge, Luo Chen took Lily out of the gym, and after finding Sharona, the group finished their lunch, released the Lu Shark and fire-breathing dragon, and set out on the road again. Chapter 105. That night. Countless stars are dotted on the night, forming a galaxy composed of stars, spanning the entire sky, shining softly, and pouring a piece of pure white toward the earth. In an unknown forest, a camp was stationed with a bonfire burning. It was Luokan and his group. Two small nebulae were playing around with Lily. The nebula on her body shrank one by one, corresponding to the stars in the sky, and they were absorbing starlight on their own. Sharona looked at the two little nebulae, her beautiful eyes showing a very curious light. Even she had never seen such an elf before. What kind of elf is this? You can call it Little Nebula. Lily was teasing Little Nebula. Little Nebula. Looking at the twinkling stars on them, Hyrna nodded. The name Little Nebula was indeed very appropriate. Sister Sharona, would you like to hug it? It's very comfortable. Lily handed her a small nebula. Is it okay? Sure. Sharona took it and found that it was very comfortable to hold, like holding a ball of cotton. The three chatted around the bonfire for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, they each said good night, got into their tent, and fell asleep after a while. However, shortly after they fell asleep, the night was getting deeper and deeper, and the dark clouds drifted, covering the starry sky and blocking the night light, making the forest dark. Suddenly, the flames outside the tent fluctuated constantly without wind, and quickly turned from light orange to black, which was very strange. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came, which was particularly loud in the silent night, and the eardrums of the shocking people bulged. In the deep sleep, Luokan suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up immediately, and got out of the tent. Lily and Sharona on the side were no exception, and hurried out of the tent to see what happened. Dong dong dong. The sound of trembling footsteps sounded, and the sky at this time was still illuminated red, white as day, dispelling the darkness. Not far from Luokan and the others, a huge elf with a very ferocious size was walking towards them, and its size was even larger than that of the super ancient fast dragons. It was shaped like a dinosaur, with red and black stripes all over its body. Lava was constantly dripping from its body into the forest. After a while, a huge fire burned in the forest, blazing hot. Looking at this little elf, the three Luo Chen were extremely shocked and their eyes widened. Gulatin. Appearing in front of them is the legendary elf, Gulatin. The aura on Gulatin's body was not concealed at all. The demonic flames were soaring to the sky, and the sky was dyed blood red by the magma on his body, as if the sky was set on fire, very terrifying. Gulatin's inverted triangle eyes stared at Luokan and the others, and roared violently. The magma on his body erupted, like a flood bursting a bank, and it seemed like Wangyang's sea, a steady stream. The magma covered the sky and swept toward the falling dust like a wave. Wherever the magma passed, all the trees turned to ashes. Looking at the 100-meter-long lava that was overwhelming the sky, his scalp was numb, and when his life and death were at stake, he threw a pokeball, pulled the hands of Hyrna and Lily, and quickly climbed up its back. Run! The fire-breathing dragon didn't know the seriousness of the matter, so he fluttered his wings and flew into the sky, reaching the sky. On the ground, the magma fluttered on the ground, and in an instant, where you saw it, everything turned to ashes and disappeared into the rolling blazing rocks. Damn, why is Gulatin in the Fangyuan area here? Feeling the earth-shattering arrogance on Gulatin's body, Luo Chen cursed inwardly. It was a ghost, and he decided not to stay for long. This kind of terrifying existence should be left to the Alliance to trouble them. But fortunately, Bulletin can't fly. Fire-breathing dragon, let's go quickly. Just as the fire-breathing dragon was about to leave, the sky above Luo Chen's head suddenly dimmed. Hold head high. A more violent roaring sound roared in Kyushu, resounding through the heavens and the earth, and another powerful and despairing breath appeared. Luo Chen and the others hurried to the top of their heads, their eyes shrank suddenly, and above their heads, a pair of incomparably huge vertical pupils were staring at them coldly. The elf's body is blue, like a blue dragon traversing the sky, and the body exudes a strong killing intent, which makes people feel like they are in an ice cellar. Looking at this little elf that looks like a blue dragon, Luo Chen's eyes instantly shrank to a point, and their voices trembled. Crack the empty seat. Hold head high. Without the slightest emotion in his eyes, Kizukuzu slammed his tail violently, drawing a white on in the sky, as if a tail had divided the sky into two halves. The sound of the sonic boom sounded, the heavens and the earth shook, the air whined, and the tail burst towards the fire-breathing dragon. Run! Fallen Chen roared. The fire-breathing dragon was fleeing with the strength of sucking milk. Although it finally escaped the attack of the tail, the air current carried by Kazuku's tail still slammed into the fire-breathing dragon fiercely. The fire-breathing dragon howled, as if it had broken its wings. It was driven by the airflow and smashed towards the ground. Boom! The fire-breathing dragon smashed to the ground, and under the action of inertia, it bounced back violently, and immediately lost consciousness. The three Luo Chen were also thrown into the air, flew out to the side, and hit the ground. In mid-air, Luo Chen gritted his teeth, adjusted his body abruptly, and held Lily and Sharona in his arms. When he was about to fall to the ground, Luokan twisted his body violently, so that his back was facing down, so as not to hurt the two women in his arms. Bang 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 bang. Luokan's back ruthlessly touched the ground, sliding a deep ditch on the ground, hitting a boulder with the reddest thud. Luokan only felt that his entire body had fallen apart, he couldn't move his whole body, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. Are you all right? He looked at the two girls lying in his arms with difficulty. Luokan, how are you, Luokan? Lily looked at Luokan and her eyes immediately turned red. Sharona also stared blankly at Luokan. In order to protect herself, he actually did this. You guys are fine. Luo Chen touched Lily's head and sat up with difficulty. Looking at the two giant beasts not far away, he exclaimed, Grass, why are they here? But now I can't escape. It seems that I can only fight. I don't know what level they are. System, Eye of Probing. Luo Chen said with a sound, but the system didn't respond at all. System, Eye of Probing. Still no response. XXX. Ellipsis. Luo Chen's eyes became a little suspicious, and he called out, Xanadu. But Shinado didn't show up either. For a while, a lot of thoughts flashed in his mind. Thinking back to everything before, it seems that Shinado was not there from the beginning. It makes sense that Shinado was in the same tent with him, but from the beginning, he didn't see him. Past Shinado. Luokan half squinted his eyes and looked at Gulatin and Korakuza in the distance. This is definitely a problem. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the writing wheel spun wildly in his eyes, like the leaves of a fan with the largest gear on, and his mental power poured out as if he didn't need money. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in this world, like a broken mirror. Lily and Sharona also stared blankly at the split world. As the spiritual power continued to pour out, the cracks became more and more, and finally, bang! The whole world collapsed. Ellipsis. In the tent, Luokan, Lily and Sharona suddenly opened their eyes, sweat soaked their whole bodies. Luokan jumped up from the quilt and woke up Shinado, who was sleeping soundly in the other corner of the tent. Shinado, did you also enter that world just now? Luokan said to Shinado. Shinado flashed doubts in his eyes, then shook his head. There is indeed a problem. Luokan half squinted his eyes and rushed out of the tent. At the same time, Lily and Sharona also came out, looking at Luo Chen and said, "What the hell is going on here? What about Gulatin and Void's seat just now?" He smiled, his eyes fixed on the top of the tent, and his hand pointed, "Everything just now is fake, it's all about it." The two women looked over and saw a black shadow floating above the tent, their heads wrapped in black mist, rolling constantly, their whole bodies swaying in the wind like smoke, very strange. Ellipsis. The book, The Return of the Great Emperor of Shamu, and The Descendants of the Gods and Demons of Marvel. Chapter 106. What is this? Looking at the black fog in the middle of the tent, Sharona and Lily said dumbfounded. Nightmare God, Darkrai. Luokan looked at the black fog, and his eyes flashed solemnly. Nightmare God, the legendary elf. The two women stared blankly at Darkrai, shocked. Just when they were shocked, a pair of sapphire-like eyes emerged from the thick turbulent black mist, and red light flashed in their eyes. Seeing this, Luo Chen hurriedly said, "Shinado teleports." Shinado instantly appeared behind Darkrai. Shadow Ball. A black energy ball condensed in Shinado's hand and smashed towards the Nightmare God. The black mist on the Nightmare God rolled for 1,853 times, then turned into countless black shadows and dispersed. The energy ball was emptied, and smashed out on the ground. A pit. Afterwards, the scattered black mist condensed into the appearance of a Nightmare God again. Seeing this, Luo Chen half squinted his eyes. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Darkrai. Level 81, Level 3 Divine Beast. Attribute, Evil. Qualification, Level 2 Divine Beast. Evaluation, this Darkrai has just evolved into a Divine Beast not long ago. Ellipsis. This Nightmare God should not be the Nightmare God in the original book that can be with Diaruka, the god of time, and Palkia, the space god. There is not only one Nightmare God in the world. He remembers that the god Beast Man in the Shinao region also has a Nightmare God, and there is also a blue water capital, Latios. At this time, the black mist billowed on the Nightmare God, who avoided Shinado's attack, obscuring the sky, and its eyes began to become extremely dark, like a whirlpool spinning non-stop. All of a sudden, Luo Chen and the three of them only felt a strong sense of drowsiness coming, and then they felt that the world began to change. Want to drag us into our dreams? Do you think we'll be hit a second time? Just when Luo Chen was about to start. Not far away, a azure elf jumped high in the sky, with a dreamy brilliant blue on its body, with blue and white patterns, shining in the night, with a sapphire-like headdress on its forehead, but the most attractive thing is the white ribbon that flutters in the wind. This little elf is elegant and moving, as if coming from the wind, very cool and charming. The incarnation of the north wind, Suicune. Luokan was taken aback for a moment. It was actually the three guardian beasts of the Kanto region, the incarnation of Baifeng, Sujin. Suicune landed lightly, with an indescribable elegance. It looked at the Nightmare God floating in the air, a spiritual force spread out, and a rich voice sounded, "After chasing you for so long, I finally let me find you. Quickly leave the Guangdong area and return to your own place." The Nightmare God turned his head to look at Sujin and ignored it. The energy surged on his body, and with a wave of his hand, a black energy beam blasted directly at Sujin. "Then I will force you to leave." The water on Sujin's body moved like a small snake, came alive, and then turned into a huge water dragon and sprayed out. With a bang, the water dragon and the black energy beam of the Nightmare God collided together, causing a huge explosion. The concrete tossed up, and large tracts of trees were uprooted. Sujin let out a low roar, and jumped up. His right paw was attacking with cold air, emitting a biting coldness, and it slapped the Nightmare God fiercely. "Huh!" The body of the Nightmare God once again turned into countless shadows and dispersed. Suicune's claws slapped on the ground, and all of a sudden, the ground froze, and it kept extending in all directions. Shinado's mind power. Shinade Duo used the power of thought to make Luo Chen and the others float in the air. The ice surface quickly brushed past their feet, and they were still galloping into the distance. Soon, The forest with a radius of 100 meters was frozen into ice sculptures, and the trees were lifelike, exuding an awe-inspiring chill. Luokan and the others let out a breath, and they all turned into bits of ice in the air. The scattered black mist quickly condensed on Sui Jun's back, and reincarnated into the nightmare god. 2 dark light balls condensed in his hands and pressed directly towards Sui Jun's back. But Suicune is not a vegetarian either. The water surging all over his body forms a light blue protective shield, which resists the opponent's attack. Suicune started to fight back, and an aurora beam came out of its mouth. The nightmare god was not false, and he threw out a dark beam of light. Then the 2 skills cancelled each other out, causing countless smoke and dust. Sujin rushed out of the smoke, his right paw exuding icy cold air, traversing the sky, and slapped directly at the nightmare god. Huh! The nightmare god moved sideways. Suicune's paw slapped on a hill, and the hill collapsed and exploded, and countless stones the size of a millstone were blown up. Scattered away, and then the cold air hit, the stone was frozen into ice again, and smashed into the forest. Ellipsis. Dong dong dong. Every time the 2 legendary elves fought each other, it was as if the sky was falling apart. The earth shattered like a mud doll. Boom. It was another evenly matched fight. The nightmare god turned into a black shadow and quickly came to Suicune. The black energy on his body began to twist and spin, turning into a black hole. It was using a dark black hole. Unprepared for a moment, Sujun's eyes were stunned, and he was directly dragged into the dream by the dark black hole. Then, the nightmare god flashed directly, and its body collapsed. It had already retreated and turned into countless black mists, galloping away into the distance. About half a minute later, Suicune escaped from the dream. It shook its head and looked around, but did not notice the existence of the nightmare god. It turned its eyes to Luokan. Did you see where it ran to? Luo Chen pointed in one direction. You can't stay here for a long time, you can leave quickly. Sui Jun nodded and jumped up. Like stepping on water, ripples appeared in the air, and chased in the direction of the nightmare's departure. Looking at the direction they were leaving, Luokan squinted his eyes. Let's go, let's follow along and have a look. Ellipsis. Chapter 107. Fire-breathing dragon, let's go. The 3 came to the back of the fire-breathing dragon, and the fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and chased towards Suicune. 1 blue and 1 red figure quickly cut through the sky and galloped into the distance. Suicune's speed is extremely fast. It jumps lightly in the air, stepping on the waves and ripples in the air. It drifts very lightly as if it is driving the wind. Every step can be swept away 100 meters. The blue body looks very in the air. Dream. The fire-breathing dragon was quickly left behind by it, and only a blue dot could be seen in front of it from a distance. Fire-breathing dragon, don't get lost. The fire-breathing dragon let out a low roar, flapped its wings, and its speed skyrocketed, barely being thrown away, and fell far behind. Rivers, mountains, forests, plains. They were left behind one by one, and after a while, Suicune was only seen landing on the top of a mountain. At the bottom of the hill is a small town. At this moment, Sui Jun is looking at the small town with a concentrated gaze. Luo Chen flew over with the fire-breathing dragon and landed directly next to Sui Jun. Sui Jun, where's Darkrai? It lurked into the small town below. After saying that, Suicune jumped lightly and landed on the ground. Luo Chen was taken aback. Where are you going? Now that it's dawn, it's hard for us to find it. It will only come out at night, after everyone has fallen asleep, to absorb the power of people's nightmares. Sui Jun's voice came from a distance. You don't stay here for long, leave now. After speaking, it ran into the forest. Hearing Sujin's warning to himself, Luokan smiled. Sujin should be the most famous among the 3 mythical beasts and the one with the most legends left. It may be because it is of the water attribute. He has a very good temper and likes to help others. I like to purify water everywhere, and many people in the Kanto region have seen it with their own eyes. Ellipsis. Looking at the small town at the foot of the mountain, living by the mountain and by the water, Luokan rubbed his chin. Did the nightmare god come out at night? Let's stay here for a day. He turned his head to look at the two women. Okay, the two women are also bold and talented. After all, the battle between the two legendary fairies is not something that ordinary people can see. XXX. After making up their minds, the three stayed in the town for a day. Ellipsis. Time flies, the night falls, the stars are embellished, and the bright lights of thousands of homes are extinguished one by one. In a small town. In a hotel. The three of Luokan stood on the roof, overlooking the town where everything was silent and the lights went out. Not long after, when the residents of the town fell asleep one by one, the moon in the sky suddenly flickered. The dark clouds gathered above the town, blocking the starlight and blocking the moon. When the moon reappeared, it had become extremely scarlet, like a blood moon hanging high in the air. A black fog jumped up from the town and floated under the blood moon. The black fog kept rolling. Very strange. Luokan played with the black fog and smiled lightly. It's finally here. The black mist is slowly rotating like a black hole, and an indescribable force radiates out. When this force swept across, Luochen directly used the power of the shaker to prevent it from invading half an inch around him. However, the other residents in the town were not so lucky. The force swept through, and many people in the town who had not slept suddenly felt a violent sleepiness, and they tilted their heads and fell to the ground. The next second. Ah! Ghost! Ghost! Ah! What is this? The shrill screams rose and fell one after another over the entire town, with endless panic and fear in their voices, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Ellipsis. Ha! A sharp piercing sound came. In the distance, a huge water dragon broke through the night and slammed into the black fog in the air. The nightmare god was directly carried away by the water dragon, flew out of the town, and crashed into the forest outside, breaking down countless trees. An incomparably blue and graceful figure traversed the sky directly, with a chilly air on its paws, and a paw slapped where the nightmare god had landed. Boom! The block of mud was thrown away, a terrifying fault occurred. The ground was directly smashed and collapsed, a force of freezing broke out, and the radius of 100 meters became a world of ice. In the sky, Luokan stood on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, looking at the frozen nightmare god. He frowned. He didn't know if it was an illusion. He felt that this nightmare god was a little weak. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist surged on Sui Jun's back, and quickly condensed into the appearance of a nightmare god. It condensed directly into a huge shadow ball and smashed it. With a dull sound of thunder, Sui Jun, who had relaxed his vigilance, was smashed and flew out. Sui Jun stabilized in the air, it fell to the ground, and its footsteps were a little staggered. Just now, he took a shadow ball at close range, causing it to suffer a lot of injuries. It looked at the nightmare god who had knocked it out in surprise, and looked at the ice sculpture on the side, where there was also a nightmare god, which was frozen. In the sky, Luokan was also taken aback. Diaresis two nightmare gods. Just when they doubted. Nightmare god's body was surging with black mist, and there was another scream in the town that was even more miserable than before. It tore its hands into the void, and a black crack appeared. Through that crack, it could even faintly see another world. In the other world, there are countless human beings in fear. Flee. Luokan looked at the world in that crack. He frowned. There were no Qian Lihao faces that he vaguely felt familiar. All of them were residents of the small town. It seems that there is a nightmare world in there. Shish. 3 black mists floated out directly from the cracks, condensed into the appearance of nightmare gods, and surrounded Sujin. However, the black mists on these 3 nightmare gods were very dim, and their eyes were dull and dull. Looking at the newly emerged nightmare god, Luochen said in his heart. System, Eye of Probing. Name, God of Nightmare, false. Level 71, Championship Elementary. Attribute, Jia Evil. Qualification, none. Evaluation. A nightmare god who came out of the nightmare world. Ellipsis. Looking at the information that appeared in his mind, Luokan's expression was very serious. It is absorbing the power of people's nightmares to strengthen itself, and it can even directly affect reality through nightmares. Ellipsis. Chapter 108. The three illusory nightmare gods attacked Suicune directly. The black energy gathered in their hands, and they all blasted towards Sujin. Suicune reacted very quickly. With a kick of his foot, he evaded their skills horizontally. Shuijun let out a low roar, jumped up, and instantly circled behind one of the illusory nightmare gods. Two ferocious frozen teeth grew out of his upper jaw, biting towards the illusory nightmare god. With a puff, the illusory nightmare god instantly turned into repeated blue smoke and dissipated. Then, Sujin's prestige continued. His feet stomped on the ground collapsed, his speed skyrocketed, and he instantly came to the flank of the second illusory nightmare god, raised his claws and slapped it towards the illusory nightmare. The illusory nightmare god started from scratch, collapsed layer by layer, and disappeared into blue smoke. Boom! Sujin's footsteps muscled violently, stomping towards the ground, rebounding with the force of the anti-shock, and swiftly moving towards the last illusory nightmare god bully. Blast it! Although the description is long, it all happened in just a few seconds. In a few seconds, the three illusory nightmares were destroyed by Suicune. Suijun looked at the nightmare god in the sky coldly, without any unnecessary nonsense. His limbs slightly bent, and he jumped up directly. He went up to meet him directly, and fought with Suijun. Suddenly, the energy of the fight between the two elves overflowed, the skills collapsed everywhere, the rocks splashed, and the hills turned into flat ground in their skills. Ellipsis. In the sky, Luokan and the others are watching the battle. But at this moment, the black mist surged in front of Luokan and the others, and the continuous black mist gathered from all directions. These black mists were the three illusory nightmare gods before. In the surging black mist, three illusory nightmare gods were formed again. But this is not over yet. The three illusory nightmare gods suddenly merged into one, and the dense fog on their bodies also solidified a lot, exuding an amazing momentum, and a pair of eyes looked at Luokan and them coldly. Luokan looked at their levels and found that when the three were fused together, their levels had soared to the pinnacle of champions. With a flash of red light in their eyes, they launched an attack directly at Luokan, and the lightning arc shone on it, crackling. An astonishingly powerful 100,000 volts slashed towards Luokan. Shinado. Sa tilde. Shinado's eyes flashed red, and he brought Luochen and the others to the ground using teleportation. Give it to me. Sharona looked at the illusory nightmare god at the peak of the championship, fighting intent flashed in her eyes. She threw a pokeball. Go, bite the land shark. Her ace elf bite the land shark appeared and floated in the air with its wings spread. Then, Sharona touched the hair accessory on the left with both hands. The hair accessory on the left was also inlaid with a glass ball like the hair accessory on the right. She gave a coquettish snort. Bite the land shark fiercely, mega evolution. Suddenly, the multicolored thin lines floated out from the land shark that Sharona had bitten fiercely, and then connected directly in the air. Bite Lu shark's body began to emit white light, and its body became larger in the white light. Soon, its body became slender and even more ferocious. The blade wings on its elbows were extremely wide and flashed coldly. Sharona directly instructed Bite land shark to rush up and fight with the illusory nightmare god. Looks like I can't just leave it to you. Luokan squinted and looked at the crack in the air, and there was a lot of black mist floating out from the crack, which quickly condensed into a nightmare god. Its level was higher than the one that Hyrna fought against. Powerful, ranked in the sub-god. This crack is very annoying. Shinado, destroy that crack. The red light flashed in Shinado's eyes, and the thought force slammed into the crack, but the crack just fluctuated a little, but it didn't get smaller at all. Falling dust felt a little tricky for a while. It seems that you have to wake up the residents of the town before the crack will disappear. If you don't destroy the crack, it will be very tricky. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan made a decisive decision and said to Lily, Lily, take Shanado and Celebi to wake up the residents of the town. Lily nodded heavily and ran towards the town with Celebi and Shanado. Looking at the illusory nightmare god in the sky, Luokan took a deep breath. His eyes were cold. Kailong, you haven't been active for a long time, right? He threw a poke ball directly. Roar. A fast dragon with small black horns and black tattoos on his wings appeared beside Luokan. Kailong's eyes were filled with excitement. He hadn't come out to move his body for a long time, and his body was almost rusted. Then Luo Chen said lightly, Kurama. Ninetails understood, turned into a red glow and got into the fast dragon's body. Suddenly, the fast dragon's body was soaring, and soon it became the same size as a hill, and its body shape was amazing. The red energy overflowed on its surface, covering it like a scarlet gauze. Zilla tilde. 6 tails emerged directly from its tailbone. Roar. Kailong let out an earth-shattering throw, and it couldn't bear it for a long time. It spread its wings, set off a hurricane, and flew towards the sub-god level nightmare god. Not far away, Sharona was taken aback by the deafening sound, and she turned her head to look over. When she saw the huge fast dragon wearing the tail beast coat, her eyes shrank suddenly. She has been in Kanto for a while, and she naturally knows about the destruction of the Wharf City. But what made her unbelievable the most was that she had previously received news from the Alliance that before the Aoki family was destroyed, they had been frantically inquiring and searching for news about the mysterious trainer of the fast dragon in the dock city. It is also not long after that, the Aoki family will be wiped out. Sichuan. Chapter 109. XXX. Huh. Just when Sharona was in a daze, the illusory nightmare god rushed over again and attacked the fiercely biting land shark. Bite Lu Xian and return. Lai Bite Lu shark's wings glowed with white light, and he rushed up directly, slapped the nightmare god on the ground, and blasted countless debris of soil. Sharona took a deep look at Luokan. It turned out that he was the mysterious trainer of the fast dragon. Although she really wanted to figure out some things, now is not the time to ask questions. Because the nightmare god, who was shot on the ground by Li Bite Lu shark, rose to the sky again, carrying a series of dust, and he was not afraid of death and directly threw himself on Li Bite Lu shark. This illusory nightmare god is a puppet, and I don't know at all. Pain. Dragon claw. Li Bite Lu shark's right claw surged with energy, slashed towards the nightmare god, and slapped it into the ground again. Go down. The strong bite land shark retracted its wings and landed on the ground. Quicksand hell. Sharona's voice came faintly. A gleam of light flashed in Li Bite Lu shark's ferocious inverted triangular eyes. It roared lowly, and there was a khaki light on its hands, and it slapped the ground directly. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds gathered, flying sand and rocks, and countless fine sands stirred up from the ground, forming a sand tornado about 10 meters in diameter, trapping the illusory nightmare god. Looking at the mighty scene on the side, Luo Chen, who was standing on top of Kailong's head, smiled and looked at the sub-god nightmare god in the sky. He patted the fast dragon under him. Okay, it's time for us. Roar. Kailong roared excitedly, his wings flapped violently, and flew out countless broken stones and broken wooden fans. Although his body was huge, his speed was unparalleled. He soared into the sky, and the sub-god level nightmare god who floated directly in the sky with a chilling Jinfang flew out. Then its wings trembled again, and it quickly followed, and its giant claws like hills grabbed directly towards the nightmare god. The nightmare god was caught by the fast dragon like a fly, and then the fast dragon pinched it with you. With a puff, the nightmare god was crushed abruptly, turning into countless black mists that overflowed from Kailong's fingers. But these scattered black mists seemed to be conscious, and they gathered together again in the air, constantly deforming, trying to reconverge into the appearance of a nightmare god. Fast dragon, shoot flames. The raging flames sprayed out directly from the fast dragon's mouth, turning into an incomparably huge flame beam that penetrated the sky and hit the black mist that was still rolling and wanted to recondense. PFF'd. The scorching red flames surged past, and the black mist disappeared directly in the jet flame. But just after the jet flame whistled. With a puff, the black mist reappeared in the place where it disappeared, and quickly condensed into the appearance of a nightmare god. Luokan frowned. Still not good, still have to wake up all the residents in the town. After condensing and forming, the false nightmare god rushed over again. Looking at it, Luo Chen suddenly remembered a question. Since this illusory nightmare god came out of the nightmare world, its nature should be similar to that of the nightmare world. It's a false existence, right? Thinking of this, Luo Chen ignored the illusory nightmare god rushing towards him, but slowly closed his eyes. The next second. Writing round eyes. He abruptly opened his eyes, and in his scarlet pupils there were windmill leaves spinning. He glared at the nightmare god in front of him, broken. In an instant, he had already rushed to Luokan's eyes. His fingers were almost a few centimeters away from Luokan's nightmare god, and his body froze strangely, motionless. Tight then, its whole body began to collapse, and after a few seconds, like ice melting into water, its entire body disappeared, leaving no trace. Is it really possible? Luokan nodded secretly, turned his head to look at the cracks not far away, straddling the cracks in the air. Inside the cracks is the nightmare world, where countless humans are fleeing frantically, and the fire is everywhere. He rode the fast dragon and flew to the front of the crack. His pupils stared again, his mental power poured out frantically, and his pupil power was amazing. Break it for me. The windmill leaves kept spinning in his eyes. ZZZ tilde. There was a big collision between the spiritual force and the nightmare world, and sparks and lightning flashed on the edge of the collision. As they collided, the illusory nightmare god who was fighting against Sharona also stopped in the air. His body disappeared from time to time, and the black mist on his body became very dim, as if it was about to disappear at any time. With the madness of Lu Chen's mental power, the crack made an overwhelmed whine, and the nightmare space inside exploded directly, turning into countless pieces. At the moment when the nightmare space shattered, far away, the nightmare god, who was fighting fiercely with Suicune, suddenly stumbled, his aura began to drop rapidly, and he became very weak. It turned its head to look and saw the shattered cracks. The anger in its eyes almost turned into substance. It roared, threw off Sujin directly, and charged towards Luokan with endless anger. Looking at it, Luo Chen didn't panic at all. Since mental power is useful to the nightmare dimension, it must be useful to the nightmare god too. He looked at the nightmare god who was rushing towards him with terrifying anger, and chuckled, "Nightmare world. Then you also have a taste of my nightmare world, and let you know what a real nightmare is." Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gently opened his lips and teeth. "You do." Ellipsis. Chapter 110. The nightmare god rushing towards Luo Chen only felt dizzy. The world was spinning, and when he came back to his senses, he found that he was already in an unfamiliar space. Everything in this space is scarlet, very strange, the whole space is endless, as if there is no end. Just when it was puzzled, a transparent phantom slowly solidified in front of it. It was Luokan. Seeing Luokan, the anger in Nightmare God's heart burned again. The dark energy condensed on his claws, and it shot directly towards Luokan's head. Luokan smiled contemptuously, snapped his fingers, and made a crisp sound. To Luokan, the sound was crisp and clear, but to the Nightmare God, the crisp sound of this finger snap sounded directly beside his ear like Hong Zhang Dalu. The endless explosions shook his head. It cracked, and it couldn't help covering its ears. But it was of no use at all. The sound seemed to be directly acting on my mind, and covering my ears was of no use. It raised its head, endured the splitting pain of the headache, and raised its head sharply. Its eyes turned into two dark black holes, slowly spinning, as if it was going to eat people's hearts. The next second, time and space changed, the world changed, Luokan and the others came to a wasteland of people, and there were ruins everywhere. The nightmare god's eyes flashed red. Roar. There were 3 roaring sounds of the ground moving today, and 3 figures galloped from a distance. One body was red, lava surging on its body. One body was blue, like a blue dragon traversing the sky. The last one was a whale, all blue floating in the air, shaking its wings. It is the 3 mythical beasts in the Fangyuan area that have survived from the super ancient times to the present, Bulatan, Kakuzuo and Haihuangya. With the sound of rumbling, the 3 behemoths formed a triangle to tightly surround Luokan, which was like 3 adult strong men surrounding an ant, which made people feel hopeless. Nightmare God's eyes flickered, and an incomparably hoarse voice came, "Tear it up for me." Hearing this, Luo Chen chuckled lightly, "Tear me apart. You think too much." He looked up at Guritan and the 3 of them, and pointed at the Nightmare God, "Tear it up for me." Roar. They roared, twisted their huge bodies, looked at the Nightmare God with cold eyes, and then locked onto the Nightmare God directly. For a time, red, cyan, and blue energies gushed out, moving towards the Nightmare God in all directions, occupying all its sights, making it impossible to hide. Looking at this scene of nightmares, God was horrified, and the voice of panic sounded directly in Luokan's heart. "Impossible, this is my nightmare world, and all dreams in the world will be under my control." Luokan shook his finger. "No, no, this is not your nightmare world, but my nightmare world." As soon as Luokan finished speaking, the Nightmare God was torn to shreds by 3 energies. The world shattered, and the next second they re-entered the Yudu space. Ellipsis. The Nightmare God looked at Luokan in horror. "What the hell is going on? Why are you able to manipulate my nightmare world?" Luo Chen shook his head and said, "You may not have figured it out yet. I am a god in this dimension. You thought it was your nightmare world just now. No no no, it's actually my space probe. Except that you just wanted to use a dark black hole to smother me, bring the nightmare world closer, and it directly transforms the nightmare world you think in your mind. So the nightmare world just now is actually transformed from this space of mine. That is, everything is illusory." Impossible. The Nightmare God didn't believe what Luo Chen said. Impossible. Luo Chen smiled playfully, and snapped his fingers again. The world changed and they returned to the previous wasteland world. 3 incomparably huge mythical beasts still stood between the heavens and the earth, surrounding the Nightmare God. The moment they saw the appearance of the Nightmare God, the 3 of them moved again. The Nightmare God turned to ashes under their cooperation, and the world began to dissipate again. They returned to the monthly reading space. Luo Chen looked at the Nightmare God and said lightly, "Do you believe it now? How could you, a human being, have such power?" The Nightmare God had a stormy sea in his heart, and looked at Luokan in disbelief. The power of a human being can be so strong. This is the pinnacle of his worldview. Luokan laughed without saying a word. In fact, this is also a coincidence. After all, Nightmare God's nightmare space can also be regarded as an illusion, and the most feared thing is illusion. Playing illusion in front of Shanyan is not an illusion. Die. If it were another mythical beast, the role of Sharingan really wouldn't be so great. After all, it is a product of the Naruto world. In the world of Pokemon, it can't use all its power, and many abilities can't be used. The Nightmare God tried several times to escape from the Yudu space, but found that no matter how it escaped, it couldn't get out. "Let me out." Luo Chen looked down at the Nightmare God with his eyes lowered. "Submit to me." Impossible. Its face was ugly. "Then I hope you can be so tough later, 10 times more painful." Ellipsis. Chapter 111. A huge gravitational force rose in the Yudu space, and the Nightmare God only felt that he was carrying a mountain on his back and was directly pressed to the ground. Luokan walked forward, half squatted down and looked at it. "I have adjusted your pain tenfold. You don't know how painful it is when the pain is tenfolded, right? Then you can feel it." With a blink of an eye, the Nightmare God found that the space had changed again. He was on the operating table, unable to move his body. A doctor stepped forward, picked up the scalpel on the side, and swiped at the nightmare god. In an instant. What? A pain of incomparable pain came, and life was worse than death, and his face was pale in pain. The doctor began to slash at it one by one, and the shrill screams of the nightmare god kept ringing. 22. Then the nightmare god experienced countless kinds of torture, and the pain was magnified 10 times, making it worse than death, even though he knew that all this was the same as its nightmare space, it was all illusory, and everything was fake. However, the heart-wrenching pain still came from its body. Even if he knew that it was all an illusion, he couldn't overcome this pain. Ellipsis. Shortly after. Yudu turned to the other side again and came to a crater. XXX. The smoke was billowing, and the magma was churning and rolling inside, and the thick smoke was billowing with the smell of sulfur. And the nightmare god is hanging above the crater at this time. This scene is very real, and he can even feel the burning sensation from the pavement. Luokan looked at it, and felt a little tired. The nightmare god is worthy of being the nightmare god. He has died more than 90 times, and the pain has been adjusted from 10 to 60 times. Its will is still so strong. He said, "This is the last time, I will adjust your pain to 100 times. 100 times is already the highest pain point that fallen dust can adjust at this stage. Are you surrendering or not?" As the voice of Luo Chen fell, the steel cable hanging from the nightmare god began to slowly descend to the bottom of the crater. A wave of heat came, and after the pain was magnified 100 times, that terrifying pain, the facial features that cause the nightmare of the pain have been deformed. Ah 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 ah. Miserable screams kept coming out. But this was just the beginning, and as the rope continued to descend, the pain continued to intensify. The screams rose from wave to wave, filling the sky above the crater. Just when the rope was halfway down, the nightmare god finally couldn't bear it anymore, his mind collapsed like a flood burst, and he shouted, "I surrender. I can't stand it anymore." Luokan smiled, his mind moved, the volcano disappeared, and they returned to the Scarlet Moon reading space. Feeling the pain in his body dissipate, the nightmare god sat on the ground, heaving a sigh of relief, looking at Luokan with deep fear. The nightmare god now has endless remorse in his heart. Why was he stupid in the first place? And he was sleeping well, why did he provoke him? If he hadn't provoked him, he wouldn't even be involved in it. Divine beasts have the dignity of divine beasts, and they are committed to their promises. Since they have promised to surrender, they will do it. They will not pretend to surrender and find an opportunity to escape. They disdain to do such things. After all, if it really wanted to surrender like this, it would have done so long ago, so why bother to be tortured to death? Seeing this, Luokan was also relieved. After such a long month of reading, he was exhausted. Luokan has hidden the writing wheel freeing the space for monthly reading. Back to reality. Ellipsis. Although a long time has passed in the monthly reading space, in the real world, only 1 second has passed. The consciousness of the gods of falling dust and nightmares returned to the body. In midair, the nightmare god is still maintaining the state of rushing towards Luokan. His mind returned, and his body trembled suddenly, paused, restrained his momentum, and then floated in front of Luokan, lowering his head. Luokan nodded in satisfaction, and took out a specially customized Pokeball from his bag, which was custom-made by Kojira at a huge cost. The nightmare god directly touched the Pokeball with his hand, and it turned into a red light and was absorbed into it. Sharona and Suzune didn't understand why they wanted to kill Luokan's nightmare god 1 second, but surrendered the next second, so they were very confused. Shuijun jumped up and looked at Luo Chen with a dignified look. This nightmare god, who was no weaker than himself, was actually subdued by this human being. It looked at Luokan, and the rich voice rang directly, "Human, I hope you can treat it well and make good use of Darkrai's power." After speaking, it jumped lightly, stepped on ripples in the air, and galloped away into the distance. Looking at the figure of Suzune leaving, Luokan also thought about whether to keep it or not, but after thinking about it, let it go. And it's not necessarily the only one phoenix. You must know that the three divine beasts are not only Sujin, but also Lei Gong and Yandi. If one person singled out three divine beasts, even if he released all the elves, he would not be able to defeat the phoenix. Ellipsis. I'm so tired. I'm doing an internship in the second half of the year. Today, a school company came to the school to recruit, and I went for an interview for most of the day. Chapter 112. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the nightmare god and rewarding you with a black lottery ticket. The system's voice sounded in Luokan's mind, making him stunned. Since the last system upgrade, a black lottery ticket has been added to the colorful lottery ticket. This is the first time he has obtained a black lottery ticket. Ellipsis. The nightmare god was subdued, and the residents of the small town were freed from the nightmare. Lily brought Celebi and Shinado to the town. Celebi flew into the sky, exuding a green energy that swept the entire town. This green energy seems to be able to soothe people's hearts. The town residents, who were sweating profusely and panic-stricken, gradually calmed down. They fell asleep again, and their breathing became long and deep. Looking at this scene, Lily nodded, hugged Celebi who flew down, and said to Shinado, "Okay, let's go." Shinado and Lily used teleportation to appear beside Luokan. They have nothing to do. Luo Chen nodded. At this time, the sky was already glowing with fish belly white, and the sun showed a small half of his face in the east, brilliantly red. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen said, "Okay, Lily, Sharona, we should go." Sharona came over with a complicated expression. She was now sure that the Aoki family was wiped out by the dust. She opened her mouth and wanted to ask something, but for some reason, the picture of Luokan being seriously injured in order to save herself and Lilia appeared in her mind. Although they were in a dream, they didn't know that at the time. It was a dream, which meant that even if it happened in reality, Luo Chen would do the same. As soon as she asked something, the two might have gone their separate ways. When she thought about it, for some reason, her heart was disturbed, and in the end she didn't ask. "What's the matter?" Hyerna looked at the dumbfounded Sharona. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She came to Luokan and smiled. It's all right, let's go." The three of them turned and left side by side, heading towards the place where the sun rose. The shadows of the three of them stretched longer and longer under the sunlight. Ellipsis. Time flies on their way, and soon they came to Rainbow City. At this time, Rainbow City was very lively, with people coming and going on the streets. Everyone was rushing to one place, and the excitement was in full swing. What happened? Lily blinked her eyes. The last time she came to Rainbow City, she felt that the city was a little deserted, but now there are so many people all of a sudden. Hello, why are there so many people? Luokan looked at Miss Junsha, who was managing the security, and walked over to ask. Today is the Fair of Fairies. The three primordial elves from all regions will duel here to determine which region has the most powerful primal elves. Junsha explained. Are the three royal families in each region going to battle? Hearing this, the eyes of Luo Chen and the three of them all showed interest. It is rare for the initial elves from all regions to gather together and fight against each other. After all, each region is far apart, and many people in the Kanto region don't even know what the original pixie is in other regions. Are we going to take a look? Luo Chen looked at Lily and Sharona and asked. Okay, they were also eager to try. Thank you, Miss Junsha. They thanked Junsha and then followed the crowd towards the venue of the celebration. Soon, they came to a gymnasium. The three bought 3 special class tickets and walked in. At this time, the gymnasium was bustling and full of people. This gymnasium is about the same size as the workers' stadium. It can accommodate more than 100,000 people. Now, the entire gymnasium is already filled with people. Passed no long. Bang! The lights in the entire gym dimmed. As the lights dimmed, the gym that was noisy just now became quiet. They also knew that the celebration had begun. A large stage stretched out from the center of the gym, and the screen at the top of the gym lit up. Boom! Several spotlights were focused on the stage, and a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, wearing a clown mask and holding a short-handed crutch appeared. He bowed to the crowd and saluted. "Hello everyone, I'm the host of this year's fairy celebration, Clown." As his voice fell, there was a deafening sound at the scene, as if the roof of the entire gymnasium would be lifted off. Clown. It's actually a clown. Hearing everyone's cheers, Luo Chen looked at the clown on stage with a little surprise. Is he famous? It's very big, it can be said to be one of the best hosts in the world. Sharona said. The clown's hand pressed down slightly, and the audience suddenly became silent, which was evident from the powerful force of field control. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, let's invite today's protagonist. As his voice fell, the elevator rose, and 6 men and women walked out. They are the leaders from the alliances in the Kanto, Chengdu, Fengyuan, Shanao, Hezhong, and Carlos regions. Now, let's ask the host, the leader of the Kanto region, to release today's protagonist. A middle-aged man walked forward and threw 3 Pokeballs. White light flashed, and the little fire dragon, the Jenny turtle, and the wonderful frog seeds appeared. Next is the Chengdu area. Fengyuan area. The Carlos area. Ellipsis. Soon, in a burst of dazzling white light, the elves from the 6 regions appeared on the stage. The competition is divided into 3 types, namely the 1v1 battle mode, the same attribute melee mode, and the regional melee mode. The 1v1 battle mode is that the elves of the same attribute will have a 1v1 heads-up battle. The melee mode of the same attribute means that the 6 initial elves of the same attribute will fight in a melee. The regional melee mode is based on regions, and the initial elves from the 6 regions will form a group for a super melee. The Joker held the microphone and screamed, "Let me wait and see, which region's starting elf is the most powerful." There were deafening voices at the scene, and the alliance staff in 6 different regions on the stage were also full of gunpowder. The alliances in each region belong to a competitive relationship. Okay, the first thing to do is the melee mode of the same attribute. The big screen rolls up, let's see which attribute will be the first to fight. The screen is scrolling rapidly, and the 3 colors of green, blue and red are constantly scrolling. Ellipsis. Here I want to fill a hole that I dug before. Chapter 113. Soon, the scrolling screen stopped, and a fiery red flashed into people's sight. It's the fire elves who are fighting for the first time. The atmosphere of the scene ignited again. No matter which region, the fire attribute in the initial elf is the most popular. Nearly half of the 10 people will choose the fire attribute in the initial elf. The Joker shouted, "Just invite the fire attribute initial elves from the 6 regions to appear." Immediately, 6 little elves came up, their bodies were either red or flaming. XXX. They are the fire-type spirits of the 6 regions. They are the little fire dragon from the Kanto area, the fireball mouse from the Chengdu area, the fire chick from the Fengyuan area, the little fire monkey from the Shanao area, the warm pig from the Hezhong area, and the little fire fox from the Carlos area. In fact, if we divide it according to Region 22, there is 1 less elf, and that is the Huoban Miao in the Alola region. However, the alliance in the Alola region has not yet been established, so all the people from the Alola region have not been invited to participate in the ceremony. Okay, let's give the venue to our 6 fire-type elves. The Joker and the leaders sent by the various regional alliances withdrew one after another. Looking at the 6 fire-type elves Luokan on the stage, he felt nostalgic for a while. He sighed a little. When he played Pokemon, he always chose the fire type. Ellipsis. At this time, on the stage, 6 fire-type elves stood separately in different corners, looking at each other vigilantly, and they all smelled of gunpowder. As one of the 3 royal families in the same area, they all wanted to prove that they were among the 3 imperial families. It has the strongest fire attribute. The melee of the fire attribute group, start. With the Joker's order, the 6 fire attribute elves on the field moved with each other. They all rushed up and fought together. The scenes of their battles are not very intense. After all, they are all in their original form. The level is only 5, and there are not many skills they know. They looked like they were fighting seriously, but instead gave people a cute feeling. Hey, that fire chick is so weak and funny. Won't it use skills? Luo Chen was attracted by the words coming from the side. He looked intently and saw that there was indeed a little elf flapping his head on the arena. Little Wing was running away. It was the fire chick. The back of its butt was hit by sparks from somewhere, and it was on fire. It ran and screamed in horror. In the end, it panicked and ran directly to the center of the fight between the other 5 elves, and put its head on the body of the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon rewarded it with a sharp claw without saying a word. On the ground. This funny scene was clearly presented on the big screen, and roaring laughter broke out at the scene. Which region's elf is this? It's so funny. It's been scurrying around since the beginning, and the skills haven't seen it let go. Ellipsis. And next to the stage, on the podium where the heads of the 6 regions sat, 5 people were laughing at one of them. This is the initial fire elf in your Fengyuan region. It's too weak. Hearing the ridicule coming from his ears, the faces of the representatives of the Fengyuan area turned black. The situation on the arena changed, and the little fire dragon was very brave, and stayed until the end in a fight, while the other 5 were lying dead on the ground. Seeing the end of the game, the clown also walked out again. Okay, the melee of the fire element is over. The winner is the little fire dragon from the Kanto region. Roar! Little fire dragon station roared, very excited, and spewed a flame of fire directly towards the sky. Most of the audience at the scene were from the Kanto region. Seeing the victory of the little fire dragon, the cheers almost knocked off the roof of the gymnasium again. Ellipsis. After the fire attribute, there is the water attribute battle. The 6 water attribute elves are the Jenny turtle in the Kanto area, the small saw crocodile in the Chengdu area, the water-jumping fish in the Fengyuan area, the round penguin in the Shanao area, small balls in the various regions, foam dolls in the Carlos region. As the game started, 6 water-type elves fought together. For a while, the water guns flew everywhere, because they are all water attributes. In fact, the attack power of the water gun hit them, and it had no effect at all. In the end, they can only fight hand to hand. As the battle became more and more intense, one water elf fell down, and finally one elf survived to the end. It turned out to be a foam frog in the Carlos area. It used its flexible hands and extremely sticky foam to stick all 5 of them to the ground, unable to move. Ellipsis. After the water attribute, it comes to the grass type. The grass type is the wonderful frog seeds in the Kanto area, the chrysanthemum grass leaves in the Chengdu area, the musho palace in the Fengyuan area, the tender turtle in the Shanao area, the rattan leaf snake in the Hejiang area, spiny squirrels in the Carlos region. At the beginning of the battle, the grass-type battle was a bit boring, and it was simply a bladder game. The grass-type tricks did very low damage to them, and they could only fight melee'ly. In the end, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The tender turtles directly boiled them down with their extremely strong resistance. Ellipsis. I have to go to the school enterprise job fair in the past 2 days. It's very tiring, and I skipped this episode very quickly, mainly because there is the hole is to be filled. Chapter 114. Okay, the result of the melee with the same attribute has come out. The lights in the stadium dimmed again, and several spotlights shone on the stage, and the clown came out. The one who won the first fire attribute melee is the small fire dragon in the Kanto region. Let's congratulate the Kanto region. The one who won the first water attribute melee is the foam frog in the Carlos area. Let's congratulate the Carlos area. The first place in the water type melee is the young turtle in the Sheno area. Let's congratulate the Sheno area. There were screaming screams at the scene. I knew that the little fire dragons in our Kanto region are the most powerful. When I first went on a trip, the first elf chose the little fire dragon. I originally chose a small fire dragon, but now it has evolved into a fire-breathing dragon. Mine too. Many people who chose Little Fire Dragon as their first little elf held their heads high and looked proud. Sister Hyarna, your young turtles in the Shanao region won the first place. Lily turned her head to Hyarna and smiled. Sharona looked at the stage, with a green turtle growing on top of her head, with a smile on her face, although her first elf was a round land shark, not one of the 3 royal families. But she was quite happy to see the tender turtle in her hometown winning. On the stage, the clown didn't talk nonsense. In the voice of the crowd, he directly announced the next battle mode, a 1v1 single challenge battle between the same attributes. Soon, the portraits of 6 fire attribute elves appeared on the big screen. Okay, let's see who the first 1v1 confrontation will be. The screen scrolled rapidly, and soon 2 elves were locked, the warm pig in the Hajong area and the turkey chicken in the Fengyuan area. Seeing that they were fighting against the relatively weak Nuan pigs, the person in charge of Fengyuan area breathed a sigh of relief, and this was not bad luck. He hurriedly told the turkey chicken under his feet, "This is a good performance for you, don't give me any more trouble." The young turkey nodded hurriedly. Looking at the fire chick, he was also very helpless, because he found that he seemed to have the wrong Pokeball. He originally chose the strongest fire chick, but he didn't know why. He was in a hurry when he left, and he took the wrong Pokeball. Okay, let's go. Fire chicken and Nuan pig came to the stage. With the clown's order, the pig-chicken battle began. The Nuan pig exhaled 2 rough air with sparks from its nostrils, stared at the turkey chick viciously, then kicked its front hooves on the ground, launched the first attack, and rammed the turkey chick. Seeing the Nuan pig ramming towards him aggressively, Huaji opened his mouth and sprayed straight ahead, wanting to use sparks, but no sparks appeared, only a few sparks spewed out of his mouth. Seeing the fire chick, he was stunned for a moment, and quickly opened his mouth to use the spark again, but this time there was no spark, and only a cloud of black smoke was spit out. It tried several times without giving up, but in the end there was no more black smoke. At this time, the Nuan pig had already rushed up again, and the fire chick was frightened, screaming in terror and running around on the stage. It was very funny that the 2 of them escaped one by one, and when they looked at this scene, they burst into laughter again. In the end, the turkey chicken panicked and ran out of the range of the stage. He fell off the stage with a cooing sound, and fell unconscious. It made Nuan pigs startled. The scene suddenly became eerily silent, and then the loud laughter resounded, and each one laughed until tears came out. This turkey chick is really too funny. On the side of the stage, the clown was also stunned for a moment. He was also very speechless as he lost consciousness and fell off the stage. It was the first time he had seen such a situation after working as a commentator for so long. Hearing the hilarious laughter coming from his ears, and the ridicule of competitors from other areas, the person in charge of Fengyuan area was so angry that his neck was thick, his face was flushed, his head was still steaming, and he wanted to strangle the turkey chicken. The winner of the preliminary round is the Nuan pig from Fengyuan area. After the results were announced, the next game started. At the end of the fire attribute 1v1 battle, the small fire dragon in the Kanto region stayed to the end with its absolute crushing strength. Ellipsis. After the fire attribute is the water attribute. In the 1v1 promotion battle of the water system, the little saw crocodile directly eliminated the other 5 with its strong bite force, and won the first place in the water system 1v1. The grass-type turtle is still a young turtle, relying on its unparalleled endurance. It hardened its opponent to death and won the first place in the grass-type 1v1. After all the 1v1 battles of the same attribute are over, the time has come to 6 o'clock in the evening, and the remaining regional melee will start tomorrow. The audience began to exit one after another. Ellipsis. The 3 of Luo Chen left, and after eating in a restaurant, the 3 walked towards the hotel where they were staying. Just walked to the door of the hotel. Go away, if it wasn't for you, my face would have been humiliated by you. If it weren't for you, how could I have been humiliated so miserably? A roar came from outside the hotel. A middle-aged man was roaring at a turkey chick. It was the turkey chick who provided countless jokes today. The middle-aged man turned around and walked into the hotel, leaving the turkey outside alone. The turkey chicken wanted to catch up, but just a few steps away, the middle-aged man turned his head and looked at it coldly. He directly took out a pokeball and threw it out of the hotel's door. "This is your pokeball, get out of here. Don't blame me for being rude if you keep up." After speaking, he left without looking back. Looking at the middle-aged man's back, the turkey rooster kept uttering an extremely sad howl. It has been screaming for more than half an hour, and its voice is hoarse, but still no middle-aged man comes out. In the end, it is desperate, and there is no light in its eyes. It feels like the whole world has abandoned itself. It lowered its head and walked staggeringly into the distance, with endless loneliness on its body, as if it had no sense of direction and lost the meaning of existence. "Luokan, why don't we subdue it?" Lily said a little inwardly. Luokan nodded. He also had this plan. For some reason, when he saw its back, he seemed to see the shadow of the atavistic fast dragon. Wasn't the original atavistic fast dragon also abandoned by others? He picked up the pokeball that rolled aside. "Turkey, do you want to travel with me?" Not far away, the young turkey froze and turned to look at Luo Chen. Luokan walked forward, squatted down, looked at him, shook the pokeball in his hand, and said with a smile, "Would you like to come together?" There was hope in Huaji Chicken's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. It opened its mouth and spit to the side, and a black smoke came out of its mouth. It meant that it couldn't even let out the simplest spark skills. Luokan smiled and said, "It's okay, I don't mind, even if my elf's aptitude is good, I can cultivate it into an existence that others can look up to. Do you want to come together? Trust me, even if you don't even have a spark, even if you can't use it, I can also cultivate you into an invincible existence." Looking at Luokan's sincere eyes, the turkey chicken's eyes became brighter and brighter. It nodded heavily, as if it had found the meaning of existence again. It directly touched the pokeball in Luokan's hand, and it turned into a red light and disappeared. Looking at the pokeball in his hand, he touched his chin, and there was a very coquettish thought in his heart. Putting away the pokeball, the three returned to the hotel, and each went back to their room. Ellipsis. In the room, Luokan sat on the bed. System, this turkey chicken should be considered a kind of bird in a broad sense, so it should also have bird genes, right? Have. It was exactly as I guessed. Luokan nodded, and directly released the turkey chick he just got, and then took out a strange fruit from the bag. Open black lens bracket phoenix fruit katakana middle dot phoenix form. This fruit only contains the form of a phoenix and cannot be transformed into a human form. Note, this fruit is only suitable for bird elves. He touched his chin and said with some playfulness, "This is the real turkey turned into a phoenix." He handed the fruit to Huokai. "Come on Huokai, eat it." Ellipsis. Every day, a bunch of sassy thoughts and sassy operations are in my mind. XXX. Chapter 115. The strange fruit in Luokan's hand is light blue all over, and has strange patterns like flames on it. Huokai stared blankly at the fruit, with a throbbing and urgency in his heart. It stared at the fruit in Luo Chen's hands, and there was nothing else in his eyes. It walked forward, and its short beak lightly pecked at the devil fruit in Luo Chen's hand. The skin was broken, and the inside of the fruit was scorching hot, and it seemed that the inside was not juice, but rolling blue magma, very brilliant and horrifying. These blue magma-like juices flowed slowly in the fruit, overflowing with energy, turning the whole room into a light blue color. Looking at the juice inside, the young turkey grunted down its throat and couldn't bear it any longer. Its head leaned forward, its short beak pierced through the broken skin, and took a sip directly at the juice. In an instant, the juice of the whole fruit turned into a warm current as if it was conscious, and entered its body along the short beak of the young turkey. For a time, the young turkey only felt that there was a stream of energy running around in his body, flowing to his limbs. Burst. Immediately afterwards, a small blue flame jumped out from the surface of its body, but it did not feel any heat at all. but this was for outsiders, and the flame did not have any heat at all. But for the fire chick, this little flame is the most terrifying thing in the world. This flame is constantly burning the blood vessels and internal organs of the fire chick, screaming incessantly. In just a few seconds, the fire chick was burned to ashes by the blue flames and turned into nothingness, leaving no trace. At this time, the blue flame, which was the size of the pinky finger, also became the size of a fist. Seeing the fire chick being burned to ashes, Luokan didn't panic at all, because he felt the fire chick's breath inside that fist-sized blue flame. The blue flame floated quietly in the air, emitting a faint hazy light. It was blurry there, and the space where the flames burned began to distort, but what was very strange was that, even if it was so, Luo Chen couldn't feel any burning heat. As if the group of blue flames were in another space. The blue flame began to fluctuate slightly, and in the end, it kept rolling, and the vast energy boiled. This process lasted for about an hour, and the blue flames that were constantly rolling and deforming became quiet and floated quietly in the air. Among the blue flames, in the middle of the smoke, there is a small group of flames that has turned into golden flames, shining with mysterious spots of light. The golden flame was constantly fluctuating, and soon splitting into two strands. Abruptly, cry. An incomparably crisp bird chirping sounded. This sound did not travel through the air, but resounded directly in the minds of everyone in Rainbow City. For a time, countless people were directly shocked. On the street, many people were stunned. They couldn't help but pluck their ears, and then said to the people next to them, "Did you hear that too?" Cries. The person next to him was also startled. "You heard it too. Isn't this my hallucination?" This scene keeps happening in Rainbow City. Ellipsis. At this time, in the hotel, in the dusty room, the blue flames skyrocketed, more than half a meter high, rolling and deforming constantly, as if an invisible big hand was constantly kneading it, turning the group of blue flames was squeezed like plasticine, and the flames began to solidify. Soon, a group of blue flames, about 1 meter in size, appeared in the dust-falling room. The two golden flames in the blue flame kept moving, and came to the eye sockets of the flame bird. Turned into two golden pupils. The golden pupils returned to their original positions, flashing with agility, radiating golden light, making people unable to look at them. It floated in midair, slowly fanning its wings, with a series of light blue streamers in the wings, shining, very gorgeous and dreamy. It seemed to become the visual center of the whole world, incomparable of honor. Cry. It made a chirping sound again, and two bird claws stretched out from the flame. It stood on the ground and came to Luokan's side, and rubbed the legs of Luokan's trousers intimately. There was an oppression in its eyes. Majesty. Luokan touched it, and the flame on it made Luokan feel no burning sensation at all. Looking at it, Luokan said directly, "System, the Eye of Exploration. Name, Phoenix. Level 60 Quasi-King Peak. Attribute, Fire. Qualification, Divine Beast. Evaluation, this is a turkey chick that has eaten the fruit of the phoenix. Its vitality is amazing. The fruit has developed to the depths and can be continuously reborn." Ellipsis. Seeing the fire appearing in my mind, young chicken. No, it is now the information panel of the phoenix. Luokan is very satisfied, and he smiled playfully. I don't know in the future, when the two big turkeys, the phoenix and the flame bird, will see the phoenix, will they? You will be terrified. In his heart, he was vaguely looking forward to the scene when the three little elves met. By the way, Phoenix, can you still change back to the shape of a fire chick? The phoenix nodded. The blue flames all over his body began to shrink continuously, and finally recondensed into the appearance of a fire chick. His eyes were golden and gleaming, and there was a small poke of light blue, flame-like hair on the top of his head. Luokan nodded. Okay, it's getting late, so rest early, Phoenix. Phoenix nodded, came to the pokeball, touched it lightly, and got back into the pokeball. Ellipsis. Chapter 116. Luokan put away Phoenix's pokeball, and after entering the bathroom to wash up, he suddenly thought of a very important question. He quickly communicated with the system and asked, "System, I remember that devil fruit seems to have side effects. That is, the devil fruit has a very fatal side effect. That is, the person who eats the power of the devil fruit will be destroyed when it touches the seawater. This doesn't mean that it will explode as soon as it encounters a water-type elf in the future. You must know that some of the water-type tricks used by the water-type elf are seawater, and some are fresh water. The side effect is in the other Phoenix Katakana middle. Human form, but the Phoenix Katakana middle. Phoenix form, eaten by the turkey does not have this side effect." Listening to the system's explanation, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He got into bed, Luochen lay down directly, and fell asleep after a while. Ellipsis. The time soon came to the next morning. Early in the morning, Luluo woke up with a knock on the door. He walked over in a daze, opened the door, and found that it was Lily and Sharona. Seeing Luochen with a sleepless face, the two of them directly urged, "Let's go quickly, today is the melee of the initial elves in the 6 regions, let's go quickly." They were a little eager to try. Seeing them excited, Luo Chen felt helpless. "Okay, wait for me, I'll change my clothes." Soon, after washing and changing their pajamas, the 3 of them had breakfast at the hotel, then went out and headed straight to the stadium of the Fairy Fair. Because today is the last day of the ceremony and the most exciting game, more people came today than yesterday, and it was still early. When I walked into the venue, the seats in the venue were already full. The 3 of them sat down and waited for a short while before there was a bang. All the lights in the venue went out. A large stage rose in the center of the venue, several spotlights shone on it, and the clown appeared. "Okay, dear viewers, today is the last day of our elf meeting, and today will be the most intense regional competition." His remarks set the scene on fire directly. "Now invite our protagonists to play today. The little fire dragon, the Jenny turtle, the wonderful frog seeds in the Kanto area, the fireball mouse, the chrysanthemum leaf, the small saw crocodile in the Chengdu area, the little fire monkey, the tender turtle, the round crocodile in the Shanao area. Penguins, warm pigs, vine leaf snakes, and small balls in the Hejong area, little fire foxes, spiky squirrels, and foam frogs in the Carlos area, and wooden geckos, turkey chickens, and water-leaping fish in the Fengyuan area." Accompanied by the sound of music, elves from 6 regions came to the stage one after another. When they heard about the Fengyuan area, Luochen looked up, and after discarding the turkey chick, they had already exchanged for another turkey chick. Brave feeling. I have to say that this fire chick is indeed much more powerful than Luo Chen's subdue yesterday, and it looks very powerful. Ellipsis. After some opening remarks by the Joker, the stage fell again, and in exchange, a huge playing field rose up, about the size of 2 football fields. There were 3 different playing fields mixed on the playing field, and a red fire field. The elves from the 6 regions entered and came to every corner. With the Joker's order, the game finally started. At the beginning of the game, the elves in the 6 regions did not immediately attack, but came to each other in the field where the strongest elves in the team were more powerful. The strongest in the Kanto region was the little fire dragon, so only the elf came directly to the fire site. On the other hand, the stronger team in the Shanao area was the young turtle, and they went to the grass field. Other regions have also chosen venues that are more powerful for them. The scene is very strange. Each venue has exactly 2 teams in it. The fire site is the Kanto region, small fire dragon Jenny turtle wonderful frog seeds, and the Carlos region, needle squirrel small fire fox foam frog. The water system sites are Chengdu area, chrysanthemum grass leaf fireball mouse small saw crocodile, and Hejong area, vine leaf snake warm pig small ballets. The grass-based venues are the Shanao area, the tender seedling turtle, the little fire monkey, the round penguin, and the Fengyuan area, the turkey wood gecko water jumping fish. As a result, conflicts broke out in the 3 venues respectively. In the fire field, the first one to do it was the little fire dragon whose personal strength was almost crushed. Xiao Hualong charged directly with Jenny Turtle and Wonderful Frog Neutron, and the Wonderful Frog Seeds Vine Whip moved, directly pulling the Needle Chinchillas from the Chengdu team. The little fire dragon directly rewarded the Needle Chinchilla with a spark. The fire element's trick is simply outstanding for the grass element. The Needle Chinchilla just lay on the ground not long after, and his eyes rolled in circles. The Carlos team, which had lost one member in an instant, could no longer compete with the Kanto team. In the tenacious persistence, they were still kicked out by the Kanto team. Ellipsis. At this time, in the water field, the battle between the Chengdu team and the Hejong team has also entered a white-hot stage. Pig. In the end, the little saw crocodile took advantage of its own attributes and directly hit the Nguyen pig with a water gun, eliminating it. Ellipsis. And the most incredible is the grass field, where the Shanao team is against the Fangyuan team. Fangyuan's team's newly replaced fire chicks were unusually fierce. They directly took the wooden guard palace and the water-jumping fish to kill the little fire monkey and the round penguin. In the Shanao area, a young snake was left to support it, but in front of the fierce turkey, it didn't take long for the young tortoise to fall to the ground. Ellipsis. On the entire field, the only ones left now are the Kanto team, the Fangyuan team, and the Chengdu team. Of the three teams, the Kanto team and the Fangyuan team were all intact, while the Chengdu team was only left with Little Saw Crocodile. At this time, the Kanto team and the Fangyuan team were very tacit understanding, respectively, chasing after the small saw alligator in the Chengdu area, ready to eliminate it first. Under the attack of the two intact teams, the little saw alligator finally could not escape bad luck and fell on the field. Soon, it was time for the two intact teams to compete for the top spot. The 6 elves of Kanto and Fangyuan are wary of each other, and they don't dare to act first. But in the end, the 2 grumpy fire-type elves couldn't help themselves, and the little fire dragon and the fire chick rushed up respectively. The little fire dragon's claws glowed with white light, and it slashed towards the turkey chick. The fire chick was not afraid either, jumped up directly, kicked forward with its claws, and directly blocked the sharp claws. When the two were fighting together, the other 2 elves from both sides also greeted each other, and all of a sudden, the skills of sparks, water guns, and flying blades flew everywhere on the field. The battle is constantly escalating, and it has become intensified. The combat power of the two sides is almost the same. You come to me to defend, and the offense and defense are equal. The stalemate lasted for half an hour. The two sides were still at a stalemate. At this moment, the little fire dragon and the fire chick, who were fighting together, flashed abruptly, and each rushed to the back of the 2 grass-type elves fighting. The situation has changed dramatically. Meow Frogseed and Mew Shogong screamed and lay directly on the ground. Attrition began to appear on both sides. Next, the 2 fire-type elves eliminated the 2 water-type elves. At this time, there were only 2 fire-type elves left in the arena. They spewed out a spark at the same time. The 2 sparks collided in the air, cancelled each other out, and emitted black smoke. Claws. Spark. Catch. The fierce fight made the audience reluctant to blink. The 2 elves exchanged skills. In a collision of sharp claws and grabs, they flew out in the air and separated. XXX. Afterwards, the 2 elves were like blessed souls, and they opened their mouths one after another, with thick flames burning in their mouths, a fiery red. They opened their mouths and spit, and a beam of flame spewed out from the mouths of both sides. They both learned to spray flames after a hard fight. The 2 jet flames collided in the air. Boom. There was an explosion, and the smoke and dust immediately filled them, making it difficult to see what was happening inside. Seeing this scene, the audience in the venue stretched their necks one by one, their palms were sweating, and they really wanted to know the specific situation. Fortunately, this scene did not make them wait for a long time. The smoke and dust dissipated soon, revealing the specific situation inside. At this time, the 2 elves fell to the ground, their eyes were rolling in circles, and they actually lost consciousness at the same time. The audience at the scene was in an uproar. This scene really didn't make them think, they didn't expect it to be a tie, and it was too dramatic and too upset. The Fangyuan area, which had nothing yesterday, actually won the tie for first place. The clown came up and heaved a deep breath, and said, Diaresis Diaresis, the little fire dragon and the fire chick lost consciousness at the same time. Let us congratulate the Kanto region and the Fangyuan region. Congratulations to them for winning the first place in the regional confrontation. Tilde tilde. Cheers resounding. The person in charge sent by the Kanto Area Alliance pouted at the result, not very satisfied with the result, but the person in charge of the Fangyuan area was different, and his face was wrinkled with smiles. The Joker has finished awarding the winner. Just when everyone thought it was over, the clown said again, the next is the exhibition time. The two regions that win King Qian's will randomly select two spectators from the audience to match the final evolution of the initial elves in their regions. Type of battle. First of all, let's see who will be the final evolutionary elf sent by the Kanto region and Fangyuan. The person in charge of the Kanto region and the Fangyuan region threw a pokeball, and a dragon-shaped elf with a tail flame appeared, and a human-shaped elf standing upright and red all over appeared. It's a small fire, the final evolution of the dragon, the fire-breathing dragon, and the final evolution of the turkey chicken, the flame chicken. First of all, please come to the Kanto region first to draw Kanto. The person in charge of the Kanto region stepped forward and pressed a button. The spotlight on the venue kept flashing, and then it shone on a young man. Next is the Fangyuan area. The person in charge of the Fangyuan area also moved forward. Pressing the button, the spotlight kept changing. With a bang, a beam of light hit the auditorium. Lily and Sharona looked at Luokan and blinked their big eyes. The spotlight was shining on Luokan's body. Luokan, it's actually you. Your luck is too good. The two women joked. Feeling the spotlight shining down from the top of his head, Luo Chen was speechless. He was lucky, more than 100,000 people were able to draw him. But he looked up at the flaming chicken on the stage. Is the final evolution of the turkey chick. There was an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Ellipsis. Chapter 117. The Joker held the microphone. The first is to invite the first lucky audience to come to the stage. He will fight the fire-breathing dragon in the Kanto region. The young man who was selected walked up excitedly. After all, he was able to show his face in front of so many people. He took the microphone from the clown, and after an extremely excited speech, the competition began. The youth and the representatives sent from the Kanto region walked onto the playing field. The Kanto representative threw the pokeball directly, and with a loud roar, a fire-breathing dragon appeared. The young man also threw an elf ball directly, and an elf with a big light gray plush tail appeared. After it was fully penetrated, it seemed to be burning with flames. It was one of Ibrahimovich's evolutionary forms, the fire elf. Fire element versus fire element. The two sides were ready, the referee came on the field, waved the flag in his hand, and the game began. Fire spirit, flame charge. The young man gave an order, and the fire elf was wrapped in flaming fireworks all over his body, kicked his limbs on the ground, and the speed was very fast, like a car on fire, rushing towards the fire-breathing dragon. Dragon claw. The fire-breathing dragon roared, its right claw bent slightly, the energy on its body surged, and a giant energy claw appeared. It kicked forward with its feet tilde and drove up to meet it. Boom. Dragon claw blocked the flame charge, the two collided, and the stage of the competition shook several times, making a loud noise like a muffled thunder. After a short stalemate, the fire-breathing dragon still prevailed. The stalemate was broken, and the fire spirit was directly shot out. The fire elf spun around in the air for a few times and landed firmly on the ground. The fire spirit uses a flash of electric light. Ha! The fire elf turned into a red glow and rushed over, and came to the front of the fire-breathing dragon in an instant. Flaming Fang. The youth trainer ordered again. The fire elf picked it hard and came to the flank of the fire-breathing dragon. Two flaming teeth made of flame appeared in the upper jaw, and it bit fiercely towards the neck of the fire-breathing dragon. Steel wings. The fire-breathing dragon didn't panic at all. It roared lowly, its wings spread out, and there was a faint metallic luster on it. It directly waved its wings and slapped the fire elf. Boom! The fire elf who jumped into the air had nowhere to use his strength, so he couldn't dodge in time. He was slapped by the steel wings and flew out, hitting the ground heavily, creating a small hole. Fire spirit, how are you? The fire elf struggled to stand up, but at this time, a gust of wind hit, and the fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings and came behind it. Throw the earth. The fire-breathing dragon suddenly locked the fire spirit with both hands, spread its wings, and rushed up. It came to the top of the venue, its body curled up, and its entire body almost shrunk into a circle. It first rotated a few times, then roared and dived down. Under the action of gravity, the speed was very terrifying, and it slammed into the stage of the competition with the fire spirit. There was a loud bang, the sound shook the sky, and a huge cloud of smoke burst out. There were dense cracks on the field, and a huge pit appeared in the center of the field. In the big pit, the fire elf was lying in it, his eyes were turning in circles, and he had lost consciousness. The young trainer took a deep breath and took the fire elf back. He was not discouraged. After all, it was definitely not easy for a fire-breathing dragon to be brought out to compete in the Kanto region. Ellipsis. The clown came up. The fire-breathing dragon from the Kanto region won the first exhibition match, and the next is the second exhibition match. We invite our lucky spectators in the Fangyuan region to play. It's falling to you, so hurry up and go. Lily laughed. Luokan nodded and walked towards the arena. This lucky audience, after watching the battle between the fire elves and the fire-breathing dragons just now, do you have the confidence to win the flame chickens in the Fangyuan area? Taking the phone, Luokan looked indifferent. He shrugged. Who knows, but I shouldn't lose. Looks like you are very confident, so the venue will be handed over to you. The clown stepped back. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The middle-aged man in the Fangyuan area directly threw a pokeball, and the flaming chicken appeared. Young man, let go of your elf, don't worry, I will show mercy. The middle-aged man faced Luo Chen directly. You'd better go all out. If you show mercy, you'll lose miserably. While speaking, Luo Chen directly threw a pokeball, white light flashed, and a fiery red chick appeared on the field, with golden eyes and 3 tufts of light blue flame hair on top of his head. Seeing this little elf, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and said, "Your little elf is a turkey." Yeah, Luo Chen nodded. The middle-aged man laughed. Although I don't know where you got the fire chicken from our Fangyuan area, don't you know that the fire chicken is the final evolution of the fire chicken? He didn't recognize that this turkey was the one he discarded yesterday. After all, after the turkey became a phoenix, it changed its appearance, so it was normal for him not to recognize it. Take the original form and play the final evolution form. You don't need to think about it and know that you will lose. The flaming chicken in front of the middle-aged man also looked down at the flaming chicken with disdain on his face. Young man, the elf you took out is too weak. I allow you to change to another elf. Luokan smiled but said nothing. Weak. I don't think my turkey is very strong. Hearing this, the middle-aged man shook his head. It seems that you are a trainer who just went out, and you don't understand the difference between a turkey chicken and a flaming chicken, so let's show you today. Well, it's exactly what I want. You don't need to be merciful, show your true strength, otherwise, you will lose miserably. The two sides were in place, and the referee came up and waved the flag in his hand down. The game begins. Ellipsis. Pushing books, a dark text written by a scumbag. Sooner or later he will be invited to drink tea. Can't stand the handsome comparison of dark texts, just ignore it. Darkness of all worlds, chew on. Chapter 118. With the sound of the referee falling, the game began. At this time, in the auditorium of the venue. Let's go, Huojaji fights Fire Chicken. There is no suspense in this battle. Huojaji must be unilaterally abused. Also, that kid should be a trainer who just went out. The most powerful elf in his hand may be that turkey chick. Nothing to watch, let's go. When many audience members saw that the elf used by Luo Chen was a turkey chick, they were disappointed and got up and left one by one. Ellipsis. On the field of competition, Luo Chen looked at the heroic and extraordinary flame bird opposite, and said in his heart, "System, the eye of exploration." Name, Flame Chicken. Level 69, Peak of Kings. Attributes, Fire, Fighting. Qualification, King of Heaven. Comments, this is a very good flame chicken. Ellipsis. It seems that they have really invested in the blood, the flame chicken of the Peak of the King. Feeling the information that appeared in his mind, Luokan half squinted his eyes. However, the flame chicken at the Peak of the King may not be enough to watch. Young man, I will let you strike first. The middle-aged man held his hands with a relaxed expression on his face. Anyway, he didn't need to watch this game to know that he would definitely win. Let me attack first, then I'll be more respectful than obedient. Luokan smiled, and immediately said to the turkey chick, "The turkey chick, there's a flash of lightning." Huojaji nodded, a gleam of light flashed in his golden eyes, and the whole person turned into a stream of light and disappeared instantly and slammed into the flaming chicken. Use split. XXX. When Huo Kai was approaching the flame chicken, Luo Chen's voice faintly passed over again. The fire chick jumped up violently and raised its claws, with blue flames still attached to the claws. Looking at the blue flame, the middle-aged man in the Fangyuan area suddenly felt a shudder in his heart for some reason. His eyelids were jumping, and he felt a dangerous aura on it. He hurriedly shouted, "Not good, dangerous." The flaming chicken uses the flaming legs to kill it. Needless to say, the flaming chicken also felt the terrifying power contained in the blue flame, but the flaming chicken was already in front of him, so he could only rush to fight. Stomping his right foot on the ground, the orange flame jumped up. It raised its foot and collided with the fire chick's claws with blue flames. Boom, boom. An incomparably loud sound exploded in the venue, and many of the audience who had left their seats and walked to the door jumped up in fright, not knowing what was going on. They hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound, and their eyes suddenly shrank. I saw that the paws of the flaming chicken collided with the right leg of the flaming chicken. The claws and the legs of the flaming chicken must be like a baby's hand and an adult's hand, not of the same magnitude at all. However, what is very incredible is that the flaming chicken is struggling to resist the claws that are countless times smaller than it, and its facial features are crowded together, and it is clenching its teeth to resist. However, after all, it hurriedly challenged at the last moment. At the end, it was no longer able to resist, and flew out at an extremely fast speed, and finally smashed into the wall, causing the wall to collapse inward and crack open. This scene shocked the people present with wide-eyed eyes, and their jaws were about to fall to the ground. The impact on them was too great. Isn't this scene the same as a 3-year-old kid knocking out an adult strong man with one punch? The audience's eyes were sluggish, and they looked like they had seen a ghost. Logically speaking, shouldn't it be the turkey chicken that was beaten out? They couldn't believe it, and they were wiping their eyes frantically to prevent themselves from misunderstanding. But the fact tell them that they were not mistaken. It was indeed the flaming chicken that was beaten and flew out, and their eyes almost fell, as if they had seen a ghost. That is really the original form of the flaming chicken, the flaming chicken. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The audience who walked to the gate of the clubhouse quickly returned to their seats, all of them staring straight at the arena without blinking. Ellipsis. Flaming chicken, are you all right? The middle-aged man in Fangyuan area nervously looked at the flame chicken embedded in the wall. The flaming chicken pulled himself out from the wall, and then whispered to him, saying that he had nothing to do. Seeing this, the middle-aged man also breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Luokan with a solemn expression, and almost capsized in the gutter. He looked at Luokan with a gloomy expression. How could you be so strong, this turkey chicken? There was also a storm in his heart. Since a flaming chicken in its original form kicked the flaming chicken in its final evolution form, no one would believe it if it was said. Don't say it's someone else, even he himself wouldn't believe it. What would a turkey chicken use to kick the flaming chicken out? But today, this scene actually happened in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but believe it. Luokan looked at him and smiled. Didn't I say it all? My fire chicken is very strong. If you don't show your real strength, then you will definitely lose. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and looked at Luo Chen deeply. It seems that I underestimate you. Flaming chicken, we have to show our true strength, otherwise it would be a shame to lose to our original form. The flaming chicken nodded heavily, looked at the flaming chicken with a solemn expression, and dared not underestimate the latter again. Flame charge. The middle-aged man gave the order directly. Suddenly, the raging red flames emerged from the flame chicken's body, turning it into a big fireball. It kicked on the ground with both feet, and the strong muscles of the legs exerted force, and the speed was extremely fast. A flame chariot slammed into the fire chick with a very astonishing momentum. Flame charge, fire chick, let's use fire charge too. Seeing this, Luo Chen also directly ordered. The fire chick croaked, the blue flame turned into a pair of blue wings on it, and then the blue flame began to soar, filling its whole body. It spread its wings violently, and charged directly towards the flame of the flame chicken. Up! Huo Chi's petite figure, in front of the flame charge of the flaming chicken, is like a praying mantis with its arms as a chariot. It is very small and overpowering, and it is very ridiculous. But there was the scene where the fire chicken kicked the fire chicken out. All the audience at the scene didn't find it funny. Instead, they looked at the screen attentively and didn't dare to blink. They wanted to know how the two flames charged. Collision, who will win? The two little elves were getting closer and closer, and the momentum was very terrifying. The flames burned the air, and the air flow changed. Ellipsis. Chapter 119. One blue and one orange flames roared across the entire arena. The momentum is very amazing, tit for tat. Eventually, they collided in the middle of the playing field. Boom! A loud, earth-shattering sound was raised, making people's eardrums tremble, as if they were deaf, setting off a huge wind and waves, with bursts of burning sensation. In the center of the arena, one orange and one blue flames exploded, occupying half of the arena respectively. The two flames were fighting against each other. People's faces were hot and red, and the people closer to the arena even had their hair withered. On the arena, the two flames were deadlocked for less than a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, the orange flame was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the blue flame kept growing. The blue flame of the flaming chicken was actually swallowing the orange flame of the flame chicken. The stalemate balance was broken, a louder sound came, black smoke rose, and a figure flew out from the flames. It was the figure of the flaming chicken. Flaming chicken, hold on. In mid-air, the flaming chicken that flew out adjusted his body, flipped in the air, and then landed on the ground. He stumbled back a few steps, his footsteps were a little vacuous, his chest was heaving violently, and he was panting heavily. Gas. On the other side, the black smoke dissipated, and the figure of the fire chick appeared. It landed steadily on the ground, the blue flames of the whole body contracted, and gathered on the feather crown above its head. No. This time, whoever loses and who wins this fight will be judged high. The black smoke dissipated, and the situation of the arena at this time also appeared on the big screen. The surface of the stone bricks in the entire venue had been melted by the high temperature and turned into a semi-liquid semi-solid liquid, which was very terrifying. Seeing the tragic state of the competition venue, the spectators at the scene were all startled and uproared again. Through the collision just now, they also knew that the flaming chicken in the Fengyuan area was not weak, but very strong. But the scene in front of me is that the flaming chicken lost in the confrontation of the flame charge, which means that the flaming chicken is stronger than the flaming chicken. This turkey chick is so good, so powerful. Is this really the primordial elf? This is too strong. Many people stared blankly at the petite figure on the arena, and their hearts were filled with envy. At this time, they also had a vague decision in their hearts. They planned to go to the Fangyuan area to see if they could get a turkey chicken. On the field. Why is your fire chick's flame blue? The middle-aged man looked at the fire chick with a look of surprise. The fire chick's flame was blue, and it could fly just now. My turkey chick is a flash turkey chick. Luokan was chomping at each other with his mouth full. The middle-aged man looked at the fire chick. It was indeed different from ordinary fire chicks. At this time, the flaming chicken has also stood up from the ground, and it is very embarrassed. It has suffered a lot of injuries. Flaming chicken, are you all right? It shook its head, its eyes fixed on the fire chick. All right then, let's go, shoot the flames. It opened its mouth, the flame in its mouth turned into substance, and it spurted forward violently, and a huge flame blasted out. Turkey, go up. The fire chick burst out with blue flames all over again, turning into wings, and when the wings shook, he flew straight up, without dodging or evading, and headed towards the jet of flames to meet him. When the huge jet flame hit the blue fireworks on the fire chick, it was as if the commoners met the supreme being in the fire, and they split a path to both sides in fear. However, this scene was opened by outsiders. That is, the turkey chicken directly separated the jet flame with its absolute strength. The scene was very magnificent and terrifying. Soon, the entire jet of flame was split in half by it from the beginning to the end, and dissipated directly. On the field, the flame chicken disappeared at some point. Flaming chicken, gather chi, fire kick. In the sky above Huojiaji, there was movement from the blind corner of the line of sight, and the flame chicken jumped into flames with its right foot, descending at an extremely fast speed, and with the power of thunder, it kicked directly on Huojiaji. The turkey chicken was kicked upside down and flew out. Flaming fist. The flaming chicken fell to the ground, kicked its feet on the ground, and quickly followed, with flames attached to its fists, and punched it directly. 2 consecutive kicks. Flying knee kick. Brave bird's attack. Ellipsis. Countless skills were released. The flaming chicken's fist fell on the turkey chick like raindrops, and the connection of skills was not interrupted at all. Without giving the latter a little time to breathe, the turkey chick who hit it kept soaring in the air and could not land. Fist to the sky. The flame chicken squatted slightly, the flames on its fists were burning fiercely, the muscles of the legs violently exerted force, and it hit the turkey chicken with a heavy punch to the sky. Bang! The turkey chicken was directly beaten to the sky, and flew into the high altitude of the stadium. Flaming chicken, the last trick to solve it. Big character explosion. The flaming chicken let out a low growl and looked up at the flaming chicken in the sky. The momentum on his body was high, and the flames burned fiercely, forming a huge, big, character entirely composed of flames in the air. The big character explosion took shape. It punched the word, big. The big character explosion screamed directly, and slammed towards the turkey chick. The audience held their breath and stared at the huge big character explosion. In the end, the big character explosion directly hit the fire chick. Boom! The orange flames exploded, blasting a big hole in the roof of the stadium. The air waves were amazing, and the gravel rustled. Boom! A petite voice fell directly from the air and smashed onto the arena. It was a turkey chick. The audience at the scene came back to their senses and let out a savage breath. The battle was so fierce that a flaming chicken could fight so fiercely with a flaming chicken. They even thought for a while that they were 2 heavenly kings. Is fighting. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The middle-aged people in the Fangyuan area were also relieved, with a smile on their faces. It seems that I won. The Joker also came to the stage. Just when he was about to announce the result, Luo Chen's words made him stunned for a moment. Luo Chen said lightly, "It's not over yet." Turkey. He said directly. Is it? The middle-aged man stared at the young turkey lying on the ground. Puff puff. The blue flame on the turkey chick lying on the ground fluctuated for a while, and it stood up directly from the ground, and shook the hair on its body, shaking off all the dust stuck to its body, as if nothing happened. The scene was reversed, and the scene was uproared again. Too many incredible things happened today. 0. Impossible, how could your fire chick have nothing at all? The middle-aged man roared in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. XXX. The corner of Luokan's mouth is curved. As a phoenix, the vitality and resilience are amazing. Although he can't be reborn at this stage, it is not something that a mere king can defeat. Turkey, it's time to end it. A flash of lightning, split. Boom. The fire chick disappeared and came to the front of the flaming chicken in an instant. It jumped up, with blue flames condensed on its claws, and attacked the flaming chicken. Just now the flame chicken used continuously with so many skills, and the last big character explosion has exhausted its physical strength. It can't avoid it, and it can only watch the turkey's attack fall on itself. Boom. With a muffled sound, the flaming chicken was blasted out and hit the wall in the distance again. The whole person was embedded in it. There were large cracks in the wall, extending far away, and the flaming corn circled in circles and lost it. Consciousness. Wow. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly boiled, cheers resounded through the sky, and the roof was overturned. I didn't expect a turkey chick to actually win its final evolution. This is really incredible. The clown came up to announce the result, his eyes were full of shock. He had hosted for so many years and traveled north and south. It was the first time he saw today's situation. The fire chicken defeated the king-level flame chicken. No one would believe it. This young man is not easy. He looked at Luo Chen with incomparable shock in his heart. Hearing the shouts coming from his ears, the middle-aged man in the Fengyuan area looked lost, but he didn't expect to lose. Ellipsis. Wow, I said why I can't reply to book reviews these days. It turns out that when I banned my advertising account, I accidentally gave myself silenced. Wow, mentality exploded. Sichuan. Chapter 120. The fire chick held its head high, and felt the cheers to him at the scene with a contented face. This was the first time it felt the cheers like mountains and seas. While Luokan listened to the cheers, he was very calm, and he shouted to Huo Kai. Let's go, fire chick. Huo Kai nodded, followed by twisting his fart, and before leaving, he gave the middle-aged man a contemptuous look, as if to say, I told you to abandon me, now you're dumbfounded. Luo Chen walked down the steps of the arena with the turkey and came to the front of the two girls. Wow, is the turkey chick so powerful? Lily looked at the turkey chicken under Luokan's feet, lowered her voice, and said in a voice that only 3 people could hear, since it is so powerful, why did that person abandon it last night? Sharona is also very puzzled about this question. Yesterday, this turkey chicken's useless performance was seen by everyone. But after just one night, it has become so powerful that even the flaming chicken is no match for it. This is simply incredible. Luokan smiled and said to Lily, just like the fast dragons back then, they are not trash, but these people just don't know how to unleash their potential, and only a handsome and extraordinary person like me can have a good eye. See them and unleash their potential. After saying this, Lilia understood. She rolled her eyes at Luokan. You are so handsome. Shameless. Sharona was stunned when she heard it. He didn't know what happened to Kuailong back then. What's going on? They explained to her the situation of Kuailong at the beginning, and she suddenly realized, so it is. Okay, the ceremony is over, we should go. The 3 walked out of the venue with the turkey chicks. As soon as he went out, he saw countless people staying outside the venue, and when Luo Chen came out, they all gathered around in an instant, and their eyes lit up. Luo Chen was taken aback. What are you doing? They looked at the turkey chick under Luokan's feet like wolves and tigers. Their green eyes startled the turkey chicks. Young man, will you sell this turkey chicken? I'll buy it from you with 500 W Alliance coins. Young man, Just want to buy 500 W. I'll pay 1000 W. Don't listen to them, what's the use of money? I'll exchange my water arrow turtle with your turkey, the final evolution of the Jenny turtle. Ellipsis. Everyone wants to buy fire chicks with Luokan, or exchange little elves with each other. There are various prices, the highest is only 1000 W. There are all kinds of elves, and some even want to exchange big butterfly and falling dust for turkey. Listening to the price they offered and the elf they took out, Luokan sneered in his heart. They really slaughtered the fans and young trainers who were ignorant about everything when they first went out. The trainer who just went out might be really dazzled by the price of 1000 W. Want to buy only 1000 W. Even 100 billion falling dust will not be sold, and he is not short of money. Just want to change a water arrow turtle. He won't change the flame bird, divine beast. It's not that they haven't been caught. He said directly, let me go, don't sell it or exchange it, please borrow it. Luokan shouted several times in a row, but they were unmoved and didn't mean to let go. One by one, they were still questioning Luokan, and there was a hint that Luokan would not agree to exchange with them, so they would not let go. Seeing this, Luo Chen sneered and threw a pokeball directly. Roar! With a loud bang, the fire-breathing dragon appeared directly in front of Luokan, flapping its wings violently, and the gust of wind shook them, causing them to stagger. The incomparably powerful aura shocked them and swallowed. They didn't expect Luokan to have another fire-breathing one. Don't let it, right? Fire-breathing dragon, knock it out. Luo Chen said with an expressionless face. With a ferocious smile on the corner of the fire-breathing dragon's mouth, it banged directly, hitting the crowd like a tank. At that time, everyone was terrified and dodged frantically one by one, making way. Let's go. Luokan walked out with Lilia and Sharona. No one dared to stop him at the scene. They swallowed while looking at his back, with fear in their eyes. They didn't expect Luokan to be so crazy. It's not that they avoided it in time. Now that these people have entered the hospital, they are afraid of the future. Ellipsis. After taking back the fire chick and the fire-breathing dragon, Luo Chen first accompanied the two girls to the Rainbow City, and they went back to the hotel they stayed at until the evening. The three of them finished their dinner in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel. After the three of them chatted for a while, it was getting late, and the three of them went back to their rooms. After taking a shower, Luo Chen walked out of the room. Bibi. I saw Shinado and Celebi squatting on the ground, not knowing what they were looking at. What's wrong? He walked over and asked. Compare. Celebi pointed to the ground, and Luo Chen walked over. I saw a red egg appeared on the ground. It was an egg, but it was actually a cocoon. The whole cocoon was wrapped by silky red energy filaments. The whole cocoon seemed to be breathing, beating like a heart. Looking at this red cocoon, Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment, looked around the room, and then said, this is the Nine Tails. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Nine Tails. Level, 60. Race, Tailed Beast. Property, Unknown. Qualification. Evaluation, Nine Tails are evolving. Ellipsis. Feeling the information in his mind, Luokan secretly expects that after so many battles, the Nine Tails have finally begun to evolve for the second time. Ellipsis. Chapter 121. Early the next morning, the soft light of the rising sun shone through the small window, and Luo Chen opened his eyes. After washing, he came to the red cocoon. The cocoon still did not move, but the red energy filaments on his body were more than last night, and it was more dense. It seems that the Nine Tails have not broken out of the cocoon so quickly. After a careful inspection, Luo Chen put the red cocoon in the bag. Went out the door, knocked on the doors of Lily and Sharona. The three of them had breakfast and then walked out of the hotel. Soon, they came to a building. There was an Alliance logo on the top of the building. This was the grass gym in Rainbow City, the Rainbow Gym. The door of the gymnasium was open at this time, and Luo Chen and the others walked in directly. The whole Taoist temple is full of flowers and plants, like a botanical garden. There are many kinds of flowers and plants, and the flowers and plants are colorful and fragrant. It smells very good. At this time, many girls were watering the flowers and plants and trying water. When Luokan came in, a girl raised her head and asked, "Hello, is something wrong?" "Hello, I'm here to challenge the trainer of Rainbow Gym." Luokan looked at her and said. The girl wiped the sweat on her forehead, handed the shower to the person beside her, took off her gloves and said to Luokan, "I am the owner of Rainbow Gym, Rika, please come with me." The gym owner walked directly into the gym with Luokan. On both sides of the road, bright flowers were planted everywhere. "Sister Sharona, what a beautiful flower." "Yes, it's really beautiful." The girls always have no resistance to beautiful things. The two girls stared at the flowers on both sides, looking around, their eyes sparkling. "You also like flowers?" Rika smiled, turned her head and asked. "Yeah, it's the first time I've seen so many beautiful flowers." "You are amazing, you can actually grow so many beautiful flowers." Lily sighed in admiration, and Sharona nodded in agreement. Hearing the admiration of the two women, a smile appeared on Rika's face, feeling that the relationship between the three of them had become much closer. "I will give you 2 bottles of perfume later, both of which are made by myself by picking flowers and making them taste very good." "Smells good." "Really, does it smell like jasmine?" "Yes, I also like jasmine-flavored ones." As if they had found a topic, the 3 girls left Luo Chen aside, making Luo Chen very helpless. Talking and laughing all the way, everyone soon came to the back of the gym, where there were elves facing the battlefield. "Yeah, we're here, we'll talk later, let's get down to business first." She went directly to the other end of the elf battlefield. "Then let's start the battle, but even if I get along well with Lily and Sharona, I won't be merciful." Luo Chen laughed dumbly. "You don't need to be merciful, just show your true skills." The gym referee who came along came up and announced the rules. The challenge rule of the gym in Rainbow City is 4v4. During the battle, the gym owner cannot change the Pokémon, and the challenger can change the Pokémon until all the Pokémon are lost. Consciousness, or admit defeat, the game will end. If all the 4 elves of the gym owner lose consciousness, the gym challenger or, otherwise, the gym owner wins. After announcing the rules of the game, he directly walked aside. The game starts. Rika threw an elf ball, white light flashed, a round body covered in blue, with 3 cotton balls stretched out on the top of the head, the lower left and the lower right, with flat hands and feet. This is a very small elf body. About half a meter or so, at this time it was floating in the air. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Shuttlecock Cotton. Level 55, Elite Peak. Attributes, Grass, Flight. Qualification, Elite. Comments, a shuttlecock elf that can fly freely even in a hurricane. Ellipsis. The final evolution of shuttlecock grass and shuttlecock flower, shuttlecock cotton. XXX. Luokan is also the first time he sees shuttlecock cotton in reality. Since that's the case, he also threw a Pokeball directly, and a chick appeared in front of Luo Chen. It was a turkey chick. Are the turkey chickens in the Fengyuan area? Rika didn't go to Weidian to watch the game yesterday, so she didn't know the horror of this turkey. She was only a little curious why there were turkeys from Fengyuan in Luokan. However, the fire type is the grass type, and the fire chick has the advantage in terms of attributes. The match had already started, and Rika directly ordered, "Shuttlecock, use the seed machine gun." Chug chug. A series of bullet-like seeds really spit out from the mouth of the shuttlecock like a machine gun, and roared towards the turkey. Spray flames. The fire chick opened its mouth and spat out, and a burst of flame shot out, directly burning the seed machine gun to ashes. Sure enough, fire-type tricks are very annoying. Rika looked at the fire chick. "Then I will make you unable to use fire-type tricks. Shuttlecock cotton, paralysis powder, poison powder, sleeping powder." Shuttlecock cotton chirped, and each of the 3 balls of cotton on his body released a stream of pollen. The pollen shone in the air, and floated directly toward the turkey with the air. The young turkey didn't dodge, but let the pollen float over, and soon, it was wrapped in 3 kinds of pollen. Seeing this scene, Rika was also a little surprised. She didn't dodge the pollen attack that directly resisted the shuttlecock cotton. You must know that the combined power of the 3 types of pollen, paralysis powder, poison powder, and sleeping powder, is very terrifying. The incomparably dense pollen soon dissipated, but there was nothing inside. The turkey chicken lay down on the ground and disappeared as expected. Spray flames. When Luo Chen's words came over, Rika was horrified. She hurriedly looked up into the air, her eyes narrowed. No, it's in the air, so the shuttlecock flees quickly. But it was too late. The jet of flame slammed directly on Shuzi Mian's body. The fire element's trick had an outstanding effect on the grass element. At that time, Shuzi Mian fainted, and his eyes rolled in circles. The fire chick put away its wings made of blue flames and landed on the ground. You little turkey can fly. Rika couldn't believe it. A chicken that can fly, is that still a chicken? Well, my turkey chick is different from ordinary turkey chicks, don't underestimate it. Needless to say, Rika didn't dare to underestimate the turkey chick. She put away the shuttlecock and threw a pokeball again. A small elf wrapped in blue vines appeared, revealing only a pair of dark eyes and feet that looked like a pair of red shoes. Is the second elf a vine monster? Luokan also directly took back the fire chick and threw a pokeball. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon appeared on the field. Chapter 122. Looking at the fire-breathing dragon that appeared. Rika looked up at Luokan. Is it fire again? It seems that you came prepared to challenge our grass-type gym. Cough, this is an accident. Luokan was also a little speechless. These 2 fire-type elves were already the weakest of all his elves. Vine monster, green grass field. Rika gave the order directly. The vine monster screamed in the sky, sending out a green ripple on its body, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. Soon, green energy was attached to the natural yellow seize playing field, green grass shoots emerged, and there was also a faint scent of green grass. Facing the green grass field, the vine monster took a deep breath, and his body nearly doubled in size out of thin air. Energy ball. Rika said again. The blue energy on the vine monster surging, quickly condensed into an energy ball in front of its mouth, and hit the fire-breathing dragon directly. Dragon claw. The fire-breathing dragon condensed a giant claw of energy in his hand, stepped forward, and slapped it with one claw. Boom! The energy ball collided with the dragon claws and exploded, causing countless smoke and dust to cover the fire-breathing dragon, so that the fire-breathing dragon could not see the outside. Good chance, vine monster, vine whip. Shish! The blue vines on his body flew out in an instant, like a raging vine whip whipped in the smoke, dispersing the smoke and dust, and the field was densely packed with phantoms of vine whips. The fire-breathing dragon crossed his hands in front of him, resisting the attack of the vine whip. Fire-breathing dragon, flame charge. Boom! The tail flame of the fire-breathing dragon's tail was soaring, and the flaming fireworks jumped out of its body, turning it into a big fireball. From a distance, one could feel the blazing heat coming from the pavement. Its strong legs kicked on the ground, its wings flapped, and it directly advanced against the vine whip, and finally knocked the vine whip away, like a tank hitting the vine monster. No, the vine monsters quickly escape. The vine monster's reaction speed was also very fast. It avoided it with a horizontal jump and passed the fire-breathing dragon. It was almost hit by the flame charge. This thrilling scene made Rika's heart jump to her throat, seeing the vine monster hiding. In the past, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's not over yet. Luo Chen then said again, Dragon tail. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon's tail glowed with white light, his right foot kicked on the ground, his body rotated, and there was a loud bang. This sudden change made the vine monster unable to react at all, unable to avoid it, and the dragon tail finally slammed it on it. A thud. The vine monster flew out at an extremely fast speed, smashed a hole on the wall of the gym, and then slowly slid down from the wall, with a circle in his eyes. Although it took a long time to describe the picture, everything was completed in a flash of light and flint, and before Rika regained her senses, the vine monster had already lost consciousness. She took back the vine monster and looked at Luo Chen with a solemn expression. This young man is very strong. Almost all of his 2 elves were killed instantly. She took a deep breath and threw a third Pokeball again. One was yellow, with green leaves on its body, and a small Pokemon with big mouth parts appeared. It was Dashua. Because the green grass field used by the vine monster still has an effect, the moment it appeared, its body swelled a little, and the leaves on its body became thicker. Does the challenger need to replace the elf? The referee asked. No replacement. The game begins. The referee waved his flag again. Rika chose to go first. She said directly, Yi Baofeng. Dashihua's body was green and surging, and countless leaves condensed from energy circled around it, and then formed a small leaf tornado, whizzing towards the fire-breathing dragon. Hot wind. The surface of the fire-breathing dragon began to heat up, and an incomparably hot energy radiated from the surface of its body, and the space began to distort. It spread its wings and kept flapping its wings. The strong wind hit, forming an extremely hot wind, blowing towards Yi Fengfeng. When the scalding hot wind touched Yi Fengfeng, the leaves in Yi Fengfeng began to wither quickly, as if the water had been dried, and then directly turned into ashes, and were blown away by the hot wind. Really strong. Rika looked at the fire-breathing dragon, and gave the order to Dashua again, sunshine flames. The sun shines in through the transparent roof. I don't know if it's an illusion, at which moment the sun becomes a lot more violent. The big food flower is constantly absorbing the power of the sun, and the white light ball is on its big mouth parts condensed, getting bigger and bigger, with dazzling light. Looking at the condensed and condensing sunlight flames, Luo Chen smiled lightly. Great flame ring, Emperor Yan. The fire-breathing dragon's tail flames skyrocketed. It roared lowly, raised its hands above its head. A fireball kept forming on its palms, and finally a huge fireball hung above its head like a sun. Looking at this huge fireball, Rika's face froze. She felt a terrifying power on it. The sunshine flame also absorbed enough sunlight, and after condensing, a huge white beam was ejected from the mouthparts of Dashua. The fire-breathing dragon also threw the Emperor Yan forward in his hand. Boom! Emperor Yan and Sunshine Flame collided together. There was no so-called stalemate, and there was no evenly matched collision. Some were just one-sided crushing. The flames of the sun hit Emperor Yan, like an egg hitting a stone, very pale and powerless, unable to stop him. Emperor Yan pushed Sunshine Flames forward, and finally collided with Dashua. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, the ground rolled over, the soil splashed, and the fire spread. The field was terrifyingly hot. The heat wave rose directly into the sky, carrying dust to form a mushroom cloud, and the roof made of glass above the field was immediately exploded. The shock wave shattered directly. A huge wind blew up in the gymnasium, scurrying around in the gymnasium, blowing everyone's eyes, so they had to step back. After a few minutes, the entire gym became embarrassed. A huge pit appeared on the battlefield, covering almost half of the battlefield. It was very terrifying. Dashua lay at the bottom of the pit with smoke on his body, has lost consciousness. Seeing this terrifying scene, Li Jia, who saw the terrifying power of the Great Flame Ring and the Emperor Yan for the first time, took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. She stared at Luo Chen with wide eyes. What kind of trick are you doing? There shouldn't be such a trick in the fire-type trick. Create your own skills. Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan. Luo Chen said. Self-made. Upon hearing this, Rika became petrified. Her mouth opened into a big O without blinking. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses. She looked at Luochen with an incredible expression, and sighed in her heart, what a freak. Let's continue playing, the game isn't over yet. Luo Chen looked at her and said. Rika rolled her eyes madly. You're so strong, you're still spanking. If you don't spank, I'll admit defeat. She threw it directly to Luokan. Luokan took it, and the sound of the system also rang at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. Ellipsis. Chapter 123. After throwing a badge to Luokan, Rika took back the Dashua lying in the pit, and handed her Pokeball to the gym apprentice on the side, asking her to go to the Pokemon Center to help the Pokemon who had just played in the battle to recover. She entertained Luo Chen and the three of them to a cozy hut in the flower garden outside. This is the sweet-scented osmanthus cake I made with my own hands, you can try it. She smiled and took out the dessert and entertained them. Thanks. The three picked up a piece and put it in their mouths. How is it? Rika had anticipation in her eyes. Delicious, Lily said in admiration. She took out 2 more small crystal bottles and handed them to Lily and Sharona respectively. She smiled and said, this is the perfume I made from the petals in the flower bed, for you. Next, the 3 women had a show, and they had a lively discussion together, and then put Luokan aside again, watching Luokan very speechless. Under Riga's warm reception, the 3 of them enjoyed a rich lunch in the gym. XXX. Ellipsis. In the evening, shortly after lunch. Outside the Rainbow Gym. Sister Rika, 22, thank you very much for your hospitality. Remember to come and play with me when you pass by Rainbow City next time. After the 3 daughters reluctantly said goodbye, the 3 of Luokan were ready to go on the road again. Since the next large part of the journey was spent in the forest, Luo Chen and the others first bought some necessary supplies in Rainbow City, then the 3 of them sorted out the equipment and left slowly. Soon, they left Rainbow City and walked a long distance forward. The weeds and trees on both sides of the road began to grow lush, and they had begun to enter the forest. Yo, the kid has been waiting for you for 2 days, and you finally showed up. Very suddenly, a cloudy voice came over. The 3 suddenly stopped. Luokan protected Lilia behind him, and his eyes flashed coldly. Be careful, it's not good. Sharona held a Pokeball in her hand. At this moment, the owner of the voice finally appeared. Above the forest, a small aircraft suddenly appeared. Stealth aircraft. Luokan looked at the aircraft and narrowed his eyes. The 3 figures landed directly from the aircraft, wearing black tight tights and triangular sunglasses, giving them a very sci-fi feeling. Little devil, hand over your turkey to me, and give me your money and I will hand it over. The elf hunter. Luokan sneered in his heart, it was a bunch of people who didn't know how to live or die. Among the 3, the leading red-haired man said to the 2 beside him, I have already checked. This kid not only has a very powerful turkey, he is also very rich. Every time he goes to when you go to a city, you stay in the most luxurious hotel and go to the most expensive restaurant. As long as we do this vote, we won't have to worry about it for a few years. Luo Chen was taken aback when he heard the name. He looked up, and there was indeed a familiar face among the 3. At this time, Hunter K was also looking at Luokan. His whole body was shaking, his teeth were chattering, and he stumbled to the ground. He remembered the bad memories from before. The red-haired elf hunter could feel the change beside him. He looked at the trembling Hunter K, and laughed. I know you were ransacked before, and finally encountered a big fish, but you don't have to be so excited. Not to mention it's okay. As soon as he said Hunter K, he got angry. He stood up directly, led his collar and shouted loudly, are you a fucking idiot? I was ransacked by him. And are you fucking blind? See who the blonde girl next to him is. If you want to die, don't pull me in. Fire shot straight from his eyes, and the red-haired Hunter L with saliva star sprayed all over his face. Hunter K couldn't wait to kill him. The 2 evil stars that he never wanted to meet in his life were actually trapped by this pig teammate. Hearing what Hunter K said, Hunter L and Hunter M beside him were a little stunned. This young man was actually the one who looted K. They turned their attention to Luokan's side again when they saw Sharona. Their pupils shrank in unison, their scalps went numb, and they screamed in shock, "Shinao Champion Sharona." The base camp of their hunter organization is in the Shino area, and they are naturally familiar with Sharona. All of a sudden, their backs were chilled, and they quickly turned around and ran towards the aircraft. They were so frightened that they didn't even have the courage to take action in the face of the champion of the Shino region. They were extremely annoyed. They thought they had caught a big fat sheep, but who knew that the other party was actually a tiger? Just as they were about to run to the aircraft, a faint voice came over. "Where are you going?" "Shu Tilda." A black, very noble and mysterious Shinado flashed and stood directly in front of them. His eyes flashed red, his thoughts were activated, and they all flew upside down, rolling around on the ground a few times. Their bones will fall apart. Regardless of their injuries, they quickly got up and headed in another direction. Roar! A ferocious little elf flapped its wings and blocked their way. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind blew up, and they all staggered and rolled on the ground. The three walked forward. Luo Chen looked at Hunter K with a blank expression. "You still dare to come? Is the lesson from last time not enough?" "I didn't know it was you. If I knew it was you, give me 10,000 courage and I wouldn't appear in front of you." "Why did the elf hunters from your Shino region appear in Kanto?" Sharona looked at them. "The Galaxy Group hired us to come here." "They don't dare to lie, they answer honestly." "The Milky Way." Sharona's eyes flashed solemnly when she heard the name. Luokan also frowned. He didn't expect their appearance to be related to the Galaxy Cluster. The Galaxy Group is the largest villain organization in the Shino region, and it is of the same nature as the Rockets in the Kanto region, but everyone in this Galaxy Group is almost like a lunatic, and it can be said that it is a cult organization. They have been delusional to change the world, trying to use the power of divine beasts to create a perfect world in their ideals. For this reason, they will do whatever it takes, and have already caused several heavy losses to the Shinao region. This organization has always been the Shinao Regional Alliance. Thorns in the eyes. However, such an organization actually traveled thousands of miles from the Shino area to the Kanto area. You don't need to guess to know that this group of lunatics must have other plans. Chapter 124. A cult-like terrorist organization came to the Kanto region, which made Luokan frown. These villains are a bunch of unprofitable things. Once there is something beneficial to them, they will smell it. Like bloody sharks, they swarmed in, the kind that would never give up until they got their hands. He looked at the three elf hunters on the ground. "How many people are in your hunter group?" "Everyone has come, including our leader Hunter J." "Why did the Galaxy Group hire you here?" Luo Chen asked again. "I don't know, I only know that we want to escort the people from the Galaxy Group to the Kanto region. As for the specific purpose, only our leader knows." "How many people from the Galaxy Group came?" "3 cadres." "3. Why do you want to escort you?" This made Luo Chen puzzled. Logically speaking, the Galaxy Group should be more powerful than the Elf Hunter Group. Why did they hire the Elf Hunter Group to escort them? Because the Galaxy Group does not dare to act on a large scale. Once they act on a large scale, the Shinao Alliance will definitely be aware of it, and their cadres will not dare to act rashly, and an outcropping will definitely be discovered by the Alliance's eyeliner. I'm afraid it has something to do with them being able to secretly have 3 cadres. Sharona explained to Luokan. "It may be because I left the Shinao area, so the Alliance's pressure on them has weakened a lot, so they took advantage of the loophole, left the Shinao area, and came to Kanto." "Where are your people and the 3 cadres of the Galaxy Group now?" "In a large lake dozens of miles away from Light Red City." "In the Light Red City?" Luokan touched his chin. "Take me to your unmanned aerial vehicle." The 3 elf hunters did not dare to disobey, so they had to honestly bring Luokan and the others to their aircraft. The aircraft is a small, flying saucer-like thing, which is full of machinery and metal, giving people a very sci-fi feeling. "Lead the way, go to the Light Red City, don't play tricks on me, you can also try to tip off, but once I find out, your life should come to an end. Luokan's murderous voice made their hearts tremble, and they hurriedly shook their heads, saying that they would never tip off. They are not stupid. Their elf hunter group is completely a loose organization. They are gathered together because they have common interests. Money is everything to them, so they won't sacrifice their lives for some bullshit organization. The red-haired hunter L was sitting on the bridge and operated on the machine in front of him. The aircraft started to move, it became invisible in the air, and then cut through the sky and flew towards the distance. Ellipsis. The speed of the aircraft was very fast. In less than half a day, they flew over countless mountains and came to a large lake not far from the light red city, which was about a kilometer away. On the screen of the aircraft, except for the scene next to the lake. At this time, a group of people were standing beside the lake. Zoom in closer. Hunter L did as he did, and after some manipulations, the camera began to zoom in, and the scene was clearly displayed on the screen. Next to the lake, there are three groups of people. One group is wearing black tights. This group of people is spreading out, patrolling around, and their equipment is similar to Hunter K. They are all members of the hunter group. The other group consisted of only 3 people, all of them wearing gray clothes. They should be the 3 cadres of the Galaxy group. The last group made Luokan frown. Their costumes were the ones that Kojira and the others had been wearing before. This group was Team Rocket. He even got involved with Team Rocket. Terrorist organizations in the 2 regions get together. What do they want? Luo Chen suddenly felt that things seemed a little tricky. Sharona also frowned. Do we need to tell the Kanto Alliance about this? Luokan asked. No, if there is no rockets, we can still contact the Kanto Alliance, but once the rockets are involved, it will not work. There must be rockets in the Kanto Alliance. Once we inform the Kanto Alliance, the team will definitely get the news. So in order to avoid stunned snakes, we will tell the Alliance later. Let's see what they want to do when they gather together. Even the dust knows things given the seriousness of the situation. The 2 terrorist organizations got together, and what they were plotting was definitely not simple. When you came out, did your leader say when to gather? Luokan looked at the 3 elf hunters and said. Yes, he told us to come back tonight. Is it tonight? Your stealth aircraft shouldn't be discovered, right? No, we are far apart, they can't find it. Luokan nodded, half squinted his eyes, and decided to wait here until night to see what the 2 big organizations and a hunter were trying to get together. Ellipsis. Chapter 125. Time passed bit by bit, night fell, and the stars began to slowly dot the sky. The place at the big lake was extremely dark, without a trace of light. The Galaxy cluster did not use lighting tools, because they all carried something similar to night vision goggles. Looking at the increasingly dim sky, Luo Chen said directly, land down. The aircraft slowly landed on the ground. Shinado, let them sleep all day. Shinado's eyes flashed red, and the 3 elf hunters tilted their heads and lay down on the ground softly. Come on, let's sneak in. The 3 got off the aircraft, and with the darkness of the night, they got into the woods. Soon, they entered the warning area, pinched their feet to avoid the patrolling elf hunters, and quietly headed towards the lake. 863 Pata Tilda. Luokan stepped on a dead branch on the ground. Someone who was patrolling the elf hunter turned his head and saw Luokan and them. His eyes widened, and he was about to call for support. Shinado's eyes flashed red, and he fainted. The next 3 were even more careful. XXX. After avoiding all the sentry lines all the way, the 3 finally came to an early bush not far from the lake. The 3 of them stared at the lake. At this time, countless electronic instruments were placed beside the lake, much like pot lids, like signal emitters. Coming. One of the 3 cadres of the Galaxy Corps shouted. I don't know when the lake surface emits a faint hazy light, as if there is a luminous body at the bottom of the lake, followed by a blue figure floating on the lake surface, followed by a light and pleasant song floating. Stand up. But this figure is not solid, but illusory and transparent, like a projection. It is a small elf with a small body, about 30 centimeters. Its head is light blue and mushroom-shaped. A red gemstone with two slender gray tails, and the ends of the tails are also inlaid with two small one-size rubies. Looking at this little elf floating on the lake, playing lightly, both Luakan and Sharona's eyes widened. Aknam. Isn't this a norm, one of the three sacred mushrooms in the Sheno area? The three holy mushrooms are also called the three lake gods. They are divine beasts created by the creator god Arceus. At the same time, the most important thing is that these three holy mushrooms are also called the god of time Diaruka and the god of space Paluchi. Medium required. At this time, the three holy mushrooms floating on the lake is not its body, but its soul projection, and its body is in a different dimension. The people in the galaxy group looked at Anam floating on the lake, and greed flashed in his eyes. He turned his head to the rocket's cadre beside him and said, "Trouble you." The cadre of the rockets nodded, took out a silver crystal, and threw it into the lake. The silver crystal exploded like a grenade, forming a transparent shield that covered Anorm within 20 meters. The space inside was shrouded. Do it. Shoot tilde brush tilde. The pot lid behind them instantly emitted countless white beams, and these white beams directly hit the space shrouded by the protective cover. These white lights hit the air, like a stone falling into the water, and countless ripples floated from the air. With the continuous stirring of the ripples, the space began to be overwhelmed, making a humming sound, followed by dense cracks. With a crisp sound, the entire space actually shattered, and Anam's soul projection disappeared. After the space was shattered, there was still a space inside, which was the different space where Anorm was. The figure of Anorm appeared again in the different space, but this time it was not a soul projection, but the entity of Anorm. Anam was awakened by the violent movement. The Sanshung mushrooms were very timid. When they saw the galaxy group, it was startled and ran away quickly. Boom! As a result, it was bounced back by the white barrier that enveloped the space. No matter how it escaped, it couldn't break the white protective cover. Don't run away, you can't run away, I've been chasing you from the Sheno area to the Kanto area, you can really run. A cadre of the galaxy group looked at Anam and smiled evilly. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the ruby on Anam's forehead flashed, and a mental shock was sent out, and it blasted towards the three of the galaxy group. It's useless. One of them threw an elf ball directly, and a black elf with a golden garland pattern appeared on his body. It was one of Ibrahimovich's evolutionary types, the Moon Elf. Moon Elf, stop it. Moon the elf rushed forward and blocked the mental shock. Anorm is a super type elf, while the Moon Elves are evil type. Then Anam was ready to use other skills, but at this time, the transmitter behind the galaxy cluster sent out sound waves. The sound waves were inaudible to humans, only Anorm could hear them. The sound waves poured into his ears. He had a splitting headache and screamed. It's useless, this time we came prepared, you can't escape, you should just be obedient and capture. The galaxy cluster took out another ring-shaped metal thing and threw it directly at Anorm. Huh! These rings split into 6 in the air and whizzed directly towards Anorm. The small space made Anorm unable to hide, and he was chased by 6 rings, wrapped in a zongzi. Anam was struggling. ZZ tilde ZZ tilde. A strong electric current was released from the ring, and it screamed repeatedly, lying on the ground without any strength. Seeing this, one of the 3 people in the galaxy group directly threw a pokeball that Luo Chen had never seen before, and took Anam into it. Picking up the pokeball, the 3 members of the galaxy group showed a satisfied smile. He said to a member of the Rockets, "It's a pleasure to cooperate, we'll return to the mystery first." The cadre of Team Rocket smiled and said, "It's a pleasure to work together. Greetings to the boss of your galaxy group on behalf of our boss. And remember what you promised us. Don't worry, we won't break our promise, we will definitely do it." After speaking, above the sky, a huge spaceship appeared and lowered an elevator. Then let's go first. The 3 members of the galaxy group entered the elevator with the elf hunter group, and then the spaceship started, slowly leaving the sky above the lake, and became invisible in the air. Let's go back and report to the boss. Several members of the rockets also left one after another. Chapter 126. After everyone left, the three of Luo Chen walked out of the grass. They flew away. What should I do? Lily asked. Luo Chen pondered for a while. Chase. He took out 2 pokeballs and handed them to Lily, and then squeezed the latter's face affectionately. Lily, this is the pokeball of Kuailong and Wanwan Bear. You are waiting for us here. Sharona and I are here. Go up and have a look. Then 10 minutes after we left, you tell the Kanto Alliance the news. Remember to remain anonymous. Luokan didn't dare to take Lily with him. He didn't know how many methods the Galaxy Group and the Elf Hunter Group had. Taking Lily with him would be too easy. He couldn't guarantee the absolute safety of Lily. She stays here. With the protection of the 2 Heavenly King level elves, Kuailong and Quanwanzhong, even if the champion comes, it will be worthwhile. Lily also knew the danger and importance of the matter. She nodded heavily. I see, you guys be careful. Luokan and Sharona nodded, and then Sharona directly released the strong bite land shark. The 2 rode on it, and the strong bite land shark spread its wings and flew to the sky. Luokan's eyes widened, and the writing wheel appeared. He could clearly capture the silhouette of the Galaxy Cluster spaceship in the air. Over there. He pointed in one direction, and Lai Bite Lu Shark directly chased after him. The bite land shark has the same skin color as the night, and the night has become its best camouflage color. In addition, the people of the spaceship have no sense of vigilance in their hearts. In their view, it is impossible for anyone to discover their stealth spaceship. Yes, even if they were discovered, no one dared to sneak in. Soon, the stinging land shark flew above the spaceship. Shinado, teleport. Sharona put away the fierce bite land shark, and the 2 quickly fell down. Shinado's arm was placed on their shoulders, and their eyes flashed. They instantly disappeared in the air and came to a corner of a spaceship. The moment they appeared, Luo Chen and the others were about to appear in front of an elf hunter. Varied. The little elf hunter was startled, thinking he was in a ghost. Just when he was about to scream, Luo Chen bullied his body forward and punched him, and then Shinado's eyes flashed red, causing him to faint. The entire spaceship is so large that it is like a steel fortress. It is all made of icy steel. It is as solid as a fortress. They dragged the fainted elf hunter to a remote corner, and the 2 of them quietly walked into the cabin door of the spacecraft from the plywood and walked towards the cabin of the spacecraft. The cabin is also very large, like a palace. The cabin is divided into 6 layers, 3 of which are above the plywood, and the other 3 are in the belly of the boat under the plywood. The 2 were extremely vigilant in their hearts, and soon they came to a corridor with a row of doors on both sides of the corridor. This should be the resting place for the Galaxy Group and the Elf Hunter Group. In layman's terms, it is the dormitory. Luokan and Sharona tiptoed and came to one of the doors, and there was a voice of 2 male characters talking. L, M, K, and the 3 of them don't know where they are going, and calling their communicator is also easy. If you can't get through, the leader is angry. Haha, the 3 of them, just get used to it, it's not a day or 2. Listening to the sound coming from inside, Luo Chen gently twisted the door lock and found that it was locked. He gave Shinado a look, and Shinado understood. Thoughts poured into the keyhole of the door handle. Click tilde. An extremely slight sound rang out, and Luo Chen gestured to Hyerna, telling her to get ready. Hyerna nodded. Luokan opened the door, and Sharona quickly got in. This scene of intrusion made the 2 elf hunters not come back to their senses, and their eyes were still filled with astonishment, because they had never seen Luo Chen and the 2 of them, and soon they came back to their senses. They were intruders. They opened their mouths to shout. But they found that they couldn't utter a word. Their necks seemed to be pinched by an invisible force, and they were lifted in the air, so they couldn't even breathe, and a pair of feet swayed in the air. Luo Chen gently closed the door with his backhand, walked over, looked at them and said, "Want to live?" They nodded desperately. Then after letting you down, as long as one of the two of you dares to shout, the consequences. Luo Chen made a gesture of wiping his neck. Their faces changed, but they kept nodding their heads. Xanaduo, bother them to come down. Snapped. The two of them fell to the ground with their farts, their necks were red and they were gasping for breath. Wait until they paused for a while. Very good, it seems you know each other very well. Luokan asked, tell me, where are the three cadres of the Galaxy Group and your leader now? One of them, a slender little elf hunter with upside-down eyes, arrived, in the conference room upstairs. The conference room upstairs. Well, it's in the conference room upstairs, as long as you go upstairs and go to the end. Luokan ignored him, but said to Shinado, did he lie? Shinado nodded. The lean man's expression changed, and just as he was about to say something, a cold voice came over, give him some punishment. In an instant, his whole body floated in the air, and then, he felt that his head was about to explode. The pain was piercing, the pain was worse than death, and he felt that there were countless sharp needles in his mind stabbing his own soul. The pain that penetrated into the depths of his soul made his face pale, cold sweat poured out of him, and he kept twitching and rolling in the air. He opened his mouth wide, thinking about it. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't make a sound. If you don't want to be like him, then honestly tell me the answer I want. Luo Chen looked at the second elf hunter expressionlessly. The elf hunter looked at the miserable state of his companions, grunted in his throat, and his eyes were full of horror. Yin, the people from the Galaxy Group are here, at the bottom of the lower cabin, and our leader is also with them. Luokan looked at Shinei-duo. Shinei-duo shook his head. Very good, it seems that you know more about current affairs than your companions. Tell me the power branch of this spaceship. Where are the defenses weaker? With the tragic situation of the previous companion, this elf hunter did not dare to hide it, and said all of it, but after all, this is the spacecraft of the Galaxy Group, and they know relatively little. Then Luokan asked him a lot of things, and after finally getting the news he wanted, Shinado made them pass out again. Ellipsis. Chapter 127. After getting some important news, Luokan and Sharona walked out of the room. This is for you. Luokan took out something from his backpack and handed it over. It was a fake human skin mask. It was something Miao Miaogu made when he left Junshin town last time. Luokan looked very interesting, so I took a few with him. At this time just came in handy to hide his true identity. XXX. Although he came to a norm, Luokan didn't want to reveal his true face, because once the Galaxy Group found out that he had destroyed his good deeds, he would definitely come to Luokan endlessly, although he not afraid of things, but he would still feel annoyed if a group of crazy people stared at him. The two put on artificial human skin masks and dressed up in disguise, and they were completely different people. Even people who were familiar with them would never recognize them when they saw them. They found the stairs leading to the bottom floor and walked towards the Fei 863 ship warehouse on the bottom floor. Because they asked some important information from the elf hunter just now, Luo Chen and the others avoided many dark posts. But the further down you go, the closer you get to the core of the Galaxy Group, and there are more and more guards patrolling. When it comes to the second floor, the patrolling people are no longer hired elf hunters, but the Galaxy Group themselves. People. The guards are also more strict, and there are more cameras, but fortunately, there is Shinado. When encountering a camera that cannot be avoided, he directly interferes with superpowers, or uses teleportation to escape. The two avoided the patrolling guards all the way, and were spotted once or twice during the process, but they were all knocked unconscious, and they finally came to the bottom without any risk. The bottom layer of the spacecraft is the core of Yiso spacecraft, because the cab and power room are in the bottom layer. After arriving at the bottom, Luokan used the same method again, caught a patrol of the Galaxy Group, and after forcing him to ask the location of the three officers of the Galaxy Group and the leader of the Elf Hunter Group, he knocked him unconscious. According to the news that came out, Luokan and Sharona went directly through the corridor and came to the rear of the cabin. Ellipsis. Soon they reached their destination and came to the rear of the cabin. There was a huge steel door at the rear of the cabin. At this time, the door was half open. There were also conversations coming from inside. Luokan and Sharona stood on tiptoe, not daring to make a single sound. When he came to the side of the iron gate, Luo Chen quietly poked his head inside to see what was going on. The specific situation inside the iron gate can be seen in full view. Luokan found that there is a huge research room inside, and there are mechanical equipment everywhere. At this time, there were several people standing inside. 3 of them were the cadres of the Galaxy Group, and the other was the leader of the Elf Hunter Group, Hunter J. The 4 of them stood and looked at the research room. There were 3 people in white lab coats busy with something. A norm was locked in a transparent glass instrument by them, and there were several infrared rays in the instrument that were constantly scanning Akron. The base of the glass instrument is also connected to several wires of different colors, all of which are derived from a large mechanical computer. With the scanning of infrared rays, a 3-dimensional graph of Anam appeared on the upper right corner of the computer screen, with a wave crest curve in the middle of the screen, and dense data codes on the left. Okay, everything is ready. A researcher in a white coat came over and saluted the 3 cadres of the Galaxy Group. Very good, let's start. Yes. He went back to the computer and operated on the electronic machinery. In an instant, a conduit protruded directly from the glass instrument where Anam was imprisoned, and then a scarlet light was directly lacing out, and the bound Yak Kenim couldn't avoid it at all, and was directly illuminated by the scarlet beam. In an instant, Anam screamed shrilly, trembling all over. Drop 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 drop. The wave crest curve on the computer screen fluctuated extremely rapidly. The curve was rising steadily, the data kept beating, and the computer screen began to emit red light. It has reached the dangerous value. Okay, stop. Yes. The red light shining on a norm quickly disappeared. Hunter J was laughing. Haha, I'm still short of Yuxi and Emrado. The legendary Pokemon from the 3 lakes have gathered. My brother and the others should almost get the King Kong orb, and they will be able to summon them at that time. Diaruka and Palkia, it seems that my brother's dream will soon come true. Our ideal world is finally here. Yeah, the world we've been dreaming of is finally here. The cadres of the 3 galaxy regiments looked mad, like cult followers, and their eyes showed incomparable fervor. Luo Chen was taken aback. This Hunter J is actually the younger brother of the boss of the Galaxy Group. These 2 brothers are indeed not simple. They are the 2 major evil forces in the Shanao region. One is in the light, the other is in the dark. Now Luokan finally understands why the Galaxy Group can safely let the Pixie Hunter Group escort them, and they are not afraid of being hacked by the other party. This is a family after all. But want to gather the 3 holy mushrooms and summon the god of time and space. That would be so naive. The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched, and they looked at Sharona, and they chose to do it. He walked out directly and said lightly, I heard that you want to gather the 3 mythical beasts in the lake. Sorry, that should be impossible, because I want Anam. The sudden sound made them all startled. Shinado, teleport. Huh. Shinado brought Luokan directly to the research room and appeared next to Enorm. Looking at the stranger who suddenly appeared, the 3 officers of the Galaxy Group and Hunter J were shocked and angry. How did he get in? Who are you? Hunter J said solemnly. Luokan chuckled. Didn't I say, I'm here to receive Anam. After finishing speaking, Shinado directly shattered the glass instrument where Enorm was imprisoned with his mind power. Damn. The 4 of them were furious and threw all their Pokeballs directly. In an instant, white light flashed, and nearly 18 Pokemon surrounded Luo Chen. The dust was not in vain, and directly threw a special elf ball. A mysterious elf floating in the air like a black mist appeared. It was the Nightmare God. Looking at the Nightmare God, the 3 officers of the Galaxy Group and Hunter J widened their eyes. As the largest evil organization in the Shanao region, they naturally knew what the elf in front of them was, and they exclaimed, darkly. You actually have Darkrai. Is it strange? Luokan smiled lightly, and then became serious. Do it. Ellipsis. Wow, it's been a little over again. Recently, there are a lot of things to do with graduation. It's very late to come back every day, but the handsome guys don't worry, I promise you I'll do it 3 times a day. I'm afraid that if I can't even do this, you're afraid that you will come to me again along the network cable. Chapter 128. It turns out that Jay is a woman. I just found out that when I watched TV, I always thought that Jay was a man. Luo Chen said to Nightmare. Dark black hole. The black mist billowed on the Nightmare god, and the 2 pupils seemed to have turned into pitch black holes, spinning faintly. In an instant, the Galaxy group, Hunter J, and their little elves all felt as if their minds were about to be absorbed into the eyes of the Nightmare god. Their hearts were terrified. Just when their minds were about to be pulled into the nightmare world, Hunter J hurriedly shouted, Master Itachi, bow missile. An elf that looked exactly like a weasel and had whip-like hands rushed out and threw a wave missile directly with both hands. Huh! The bow missile directly hit the Nightmare god, and the Diablo hole was directly interrupted. Master Itachi is an elf with pure fighting attributes, and the wave missile of the fighting system just restrains the Nightmare god. Luokan raised his brows. There was actually a little elf called Master Itachi. He looked at the elf on the ground again. There were blood-winged flying dragons, giant golden monsters, dragon king scorpions. As expected of the Galaxy group and the Pixie Hunter group. Who the hell are you? The faces of the Galaxy group were ashen. Didn't you say that, the one who came to receive a norm? They were furious in their hearts, and they directly ordered, blood-winged flying dragon and dragon claws, giant golden monsters and slashing together, dragon king scorpion cross-poisonous blade, heroic power. In an instant, the skills of dozens of elves rushed towards Luokan. But at this moment, there was another coquettish shout from outside the door, bite the land shark, mega evolution. Bite the shark fiercely, the wrath of the dragon. Huh! A gigantic dragon's wrath came directly, offsetting the skills of the galactic group elves, leaving their prestige undiminished, and destroying countless equipment in the research room. What? There's one more. Looking at Sharona, they were terrified, and one person actually got in. At this time, Sharona also wore a simulated human skin mask like Luo Chen, so they did not recognize the person in front of her as Sharona, the champion of the Shanao region. Sharona didn't talk nonsense with him, but directly ordered the bite land shark, dragon claw. Hunter J felt the powerful aura on Lu Shark's body, and she pressed her right hand on her armor's wrist, where there was also a transparent glass bead, blood-winged dragon, mega evolution. At that moment, the white light flashed, the appearance of the blood-winged dragon began to change greatly, the blood-colored wings became wider and slender, and the hideous head became more detailed. We also use dragon tails. The blood-winged dragon roared and greeted it. 2 quasi-god elves from different regions fought together, and the strong shock wave punched a big hole in the wall of the spaceship. The change in air pressure caused a hurricane in the cabin, and countless items kept pouring back towards the broken hole. With the howling of the wind, the hole still had a vague tendency to expand. Because the 2 quasi-gods in the cabin couldn't use their hands and feet, they flew out along the big hole. Seeing this, Sharona threw a Pokeball and released a flying elf. She jumped on it and flew out together. I'll leave it to you here, and I'll deal with her. Hunter J turned around and said something to the officers of the 3 galaxy groups, and then she also released a flying elf and flew her out directly. After a while, there was a fierce fight outside. Luo Chen looked at the cadres of the 3 galaxy groups and said, "Okay, let's start too. HMPH, that companion of yours will definitely lose miserably." Luokan laughed dumbly, defeated Sharona. Is it really fake to be the champion that no one can shake in the Shanao region? It would be nice for Hunter J not to lose too quickly. Darkley, fall into a dream. He stopped talking nonsense and ordered directly. Do you think we will still be recruited? Energy shocks. Suddenly, the space in the research room exudes an obscure energy, This energy is constantly shaking the space. This energy is constantly disturbing the Nightmare God, and constantly stirring the black mist on the Nightmare God, so that its skills cannot be released. Immediately after, the people from the Galaxy group said, Gamma, Gamma, energy charging ready. Several pipes protruded directly from the wall, and then several red lasers were fired, and these lasers irradiated their elf. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. All of a sudden, their little elves had scarlet eyes, and their bodies swelled a little out of thin air, as if they were abruptly stretched out. System, Eye of Probing. Opening the eyes of exploration, Luo Chen found that the levels of these elves were rising like a rocket. With the continuous irradiation of the red laser, the mouths of these elves began to roar like wild beasts, without a trace of emotion, as if they had lost their minds. Their rank and momentum are still rising. Looking at these more than 10 elves with no emotion at all and sticky saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, Luochen felt a little troubled, and half squinted his eyes. Sure enough, the Galaxy group also has this kind of technology to use technology to improve the level of elves. I don't know why, looking at these more than 10 irrational elves, Luo Chen recalled the bloody scene in the underground laboratory of the Aoki family, and the 3 divine birds whose genes had collapsed and turned into ashes. The technology must have been researched through continuous in vivo experiments. When he thought about it, Luo Chen looked at the 3 of them with cold killing intent. We are about to fly out of the Kanto region. The Kanto region, the Alliance will not come to save you. Then you will be called the sky is not working, the earth should not be, you will experience what it is called despair. The 3 members of the Galaxy group looked at Luochen with their arms in their arms as if they were winning. It seems that the use of unseen means to forcibly raise the level of the elf has made you very inflated. Luo Chen looked at them coldly. Want to fly out of the Kanto region? Let me drop your spaceship. He took out 2 things directly from the bag. A double-ended golden cone, a black dumbbell, and a black cube. XXX. No more nonsense. Luochen directly showed the writing wheel eye, and mental power poured into the 2 objects in his hand frantically. Roar. 2 earth-shattering roars exploded. In the sky, the entire spaceship sank, as if it was carrying a giant mountain. The engine was overwhelmed and it exploded, and the spaceship fell straight toward the ground. Sichuan. Chapter 129. This chapter 2 chapters are combined into one. I'm too lazy to divide the chapters, I took off sleeping, and it's 1 o'clock. The spaceship fell straight to the ground, and on the spaceship, 2 mountain-sized elves appeared in the cabin, directly propping up the entire cabin of the spaceship. The towering clouds were almost cut in half, and black smoke billowed. The spaceship's backup engine was also constantly firing sparks, and sparks shot straight out. In the end, it also made a loud bang, and the spare engine also exploded into a ball of sparks in the air. The whole spaceship was like a bird with broken wings, thumping and falling towards the ground. At this time, everyone on the spaceship stared at these 2 giants with wide eyes. Their eye sockets were about to split open. Their bodies were shaking non-stop, with endless panic on their faces. Even if you are timid, don't be scared, you will faint. How can there be such a big Gengar and Hudi? They were roaring, howling hysterically, trying to roar out all the fear in their hearts. Zhengui and Hudi lowered their eyelids, and the aura on their bodies continued to increase as if there was no end, which was very terrifying. However, the 3 cadres of the Galaxy group have obviously seen the world. They have watched Haihuangya and others up close. Although the giant Zhengui and Hudi are only large in size, their strength is not more than Haihuangya and them, so they soon came back to his senses. The threat today is not these 2 giant elves. The most urgent task is to quickly stabilize the spaceship. Otherwise, if they hit the ground at this speed, they must suffer heavy losses. There are still many precious experimental data on the spaceship. It doesn't matter if the spaceship is destroyed. The key is that these precious materials cannot be destroyed. They took out something similar to a walkie-talkie, turn on emergency landing mode. As soon as the voice fell, in less than 2 seconds, countless gas was suddenly ejected from the bottom of the spaceship, and the spaceship began to shake violently, and soon the speed of the spaceship's descent slowed down. On the ground, a small Shan mound collapsed, setting off a huge airflow, blowing off an unknown number of trees. Boom! Under the action of inertia, the spaceship pushed out an incomparably huge ditch on the ground, the soil rolled over to both sides, and the spaceship kept vibrating and swaying, as if a major earthquake had occurred, and countless items fell to and fro. On the ground, the spacecraft probably pushed for more than a few hundred meters before it was able to stabilize. At the moment when the boat stopped, the 3 cadres of the Galaxy Group were very tacit understanding, and there was a hint of cunning in each other's eyes, and they directly issued orders to more than 10 beast-like elves, "Get on me." They chose to strike first. The colorful skills gathered into a huge beam of light in midair, heading straight towards Luo Chen and the 2 super ancient elves. Shinado, teleport. Shinado put her hand on Luoken's shoulder and used teleportation to dodge. And the 2 super ancient elves also felt the danger at the moment when the huge energy beam came through. Pudi held the spoon in his hand with both hands, his eyes flashed red, and Zhenggui also put his hand on it when he saw it. Pudi and Zhenggui also used teleportation to escape and appeared in the distance. Boom! The huge white light beam shot directly to the sky, shaking the clouds away, and the momentum was very huge, reflecting the entire sky like daytime. Seeing that the skills were empty, the 3 members of the Galaxy Group did not feel pity in their eyes, but instead smiled, finally left the spaceship. He took out the walkie-talkie again. "What's the condition of the main gun and secondary gun, how much damage?" "The main guns are fine, the secondary guns are damaged 4, and there are still 6 that can be used." He nodded. "Full firepower, kill them for me." They all had sly smiles on their faces. They were invaded by Luoken, and the weapons on their spaceship didn't work at all. Now that they have left the spaceship, it is time for the invaders to feel the power of the war fortress. "Yes." rumbled Tilda. Suddenly, there are 7 gun barrels on the spacecraft, 6 of which are almost 10 meters in diameter, and the remaining one is almost 15 meters long, which is very scary. What is the concept of 15 meters? The highest one floor is 3 meters, 15 meters is about the same as a 5-story building. The dark and deep hollow barrels were aimed at Luoken and the others, and then the barrel mouth formed a force of suction, and the huge white light beams condensed and boiled inside. It was very terrifying and terrifying. With the continuous condensing, the white light finally condensed, and the white light in the 7 cannon barrels was dazzling, reflecting the white light in this area, as if it were daytime. Boom tilde huh. An incomparably sharp voice sounded, and endless white light gushed out from the barrel of the cannon, charging straight towards Luo Chen and them. Luoken's face was very solemn, and he faintly felt the power when Cheomung destroyed the Aoki family's territory. He wanted to avoid it, but his intuition told him that he couldn't dodge it and could only resist it. But he smiled. "Tabo. I have never lost Tabo. Gengar, the wave of evil." Zhenggui smiled sinisterly, and with a cunning smile on his face, it became even more cunning. The energy on its body surged, and a huge black light beam shot out directly in front of it. Luo Chen continued. "Pudi, phantom light." Pudi clenched the spoon tightly, his thoughts surged, and colorful rays of light shot directly out of his eyes. Darklay, shadow ball. The nightmare god's black fog condensed a dark ball of light and smashed it out. Immediately afterwards, Luo Chen took out a black cube-shaped object, and his mental power poured in frantically. Roar! A super ancient dragon appeared. Super ancient fast dragon, use the fury of the dragon with the greatest power. It let out a low roar, the energy surging on its body, and a huge dragon's anger was sprayed out directly. And finally, Luoken looked at Shinado. Xanaduo, Mega Evolution. Shinado's body burst into white light, and then the whole body began to change. The black dress on her body became more fluffy, and there were more roses in her hair. Xanadu, destroy the death light. Shinado called out softly, and a destructive death light blasted out. The skills of the 5 elves converged in the air, forming a huge colorful energy beam. The colorful energy beam finally collided with the white energy beam emitted by the spacecraft. Boom! The two collided with each other, and the whole world trembled a few times, and then a stalemate began, forming a tug of war. Push it over. The 5 elves let out a low roar in unison, and the money on their bodies seemed to pour out. The situation changed drastically. The multicolored energy beam began to gain the upper hand, and it began to slowly push the white beam forward. In the end, the white beam was no longer an opponent, and was beaten by the multicolored energy beam. Keep flying backwards. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The gun barrels on the spaceship kept shaking, and in the end they couldn't bear the pressure, and they all burst directly, breaking into countless pieces. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Time had a brief stagnation, as if death, the world became a black and white picture. 1. The 5-colored energy beam formed by the gathering of the 5 elves pushed the white beam and finally hit the spaceship, penetrating straight through the spaceship, and a quarter of the spaceship disappeared immediately. After passing through the spaceship, the multicolored light beams continued to shoot into the distance. During the process, they also flicked over a mountain top, which immediately flattened the mountain top, and then disappeared into the sky. The scene continued for a long time before it gradually became calm. Ellipsis. Luo Chen brought Shinado back to the spaceship. At this time, everyone on the spaceship was paralyzed with fright, and it was almost that the multicolored beam just hit the place where they were. Rao is no exception to the 3 Galaxy Corps cadres who were pampered. The 3 of them knelt on the ground, sighing heavily, cold sweat on their foreheads, and their hearts were pounding. They never thought about death. So close to them. They looked at Luokan with deep fear in their eyes, and their vocal cords were shaking. How could you have so many powerful elves? The falling dust from the background really scared them to the point of urinating, and they actually possessed so many powerful and rare elves. Luokan ignored them, but waved his hand, and the nightmare god floated directly over. He said lightly, "Let them experience what it means to be desperate." The nightmare god nodded, and the black mist all over his body turned into a mysterious black hole. In an instant, the willpower of all the people on the spaceship was already frightened by the attack just now, and now they don't have that kind anymore. Willpower was used to resist the nightmare of the nightmare god, and soon, they tilted their heads and lay on the ground. Not long after, a shrill voice came out of their mouths. Ellipsis. Are you all right, Anam? Luokan came directly to Anorm and helped it unfettered. Anam also knew that it was Luokan who saved him. It made a cheerful cry at Luokan and kept circling around Luokan. Darklay, please help me collect all the information about this laboratory. The nightmare god nodded. Then Luo Chen took Shinado to sway in the cabin. Sa tilde. Suddenly, Shinado suddenly called out and pointed to a room, the room of the room. The door is also cast in steel. There's something in there. Shinado nodded. Luo Chen went up and knocked on the steel door, only to find that fingerprints were required to open it. Shinado just break it open. Shinado's thoughts surged, and the door opened directly. Luokan walked in with it, and it was also a small laboratory. There was a huge incubator in the center of the laboratory. Electric wire. And the incubator is loaded with an elf. Watching the elf fall into the dust feels a little familiar. Sichuan. Chapter 130. He circled around the incubator and carefully looked at the elf inside. This elf has a pale blue complexion, like a puppy, and it is curled up in the liquid in the incubator. Liu Lu. Luokan squinted his eyes and carefully looked at this Liuru. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Liu Lu. Level, Level 15. Attribute, Fighting. Qualification, Champion. Comment, when it was still a fairy egg, it was placed in the culture medium. It was a precious experimental body of the galaxy cluster shortly after birth. Ellipsis. Is it an experimental body? Looking at the countless wires connected to the base of the incubator, Luokan didn't dare to move at will, for fear of causing any reaction and causing harm to Liu Lu. He took out a communicator and dialed Meow Meow's number. XXX. Meow Meow appeared on the screen, wearing glasses on the bridge of his nose, and behind him were some mechanical instruments. There was also a small ink box on top of the instrument. It seemed that he was still studying the Gene Jade box. After the connection, Meow Meow's first sentence was to ask Luokan if there was anything wrong. After all, it was also on Nashi Island in the territory, and 3 super ancient elves were summoned by Luokan, but they were so frightened that they thought Luokan encountered some terrifying enemy, and actually wanted to summon 3 super ancient elves to pass by. Luokan smiled, explained the situation to it, pointed the camera of the communicator at the entire research room, slowly turned the camera, and finally pointed the camera at a bunch of wires at the bottom of the incubator. Through the pictures on the screen, Meow Meow, who was fully aware of the situation in the research room, said that there was nothing wrong, and the incubator could be smashed directly without affecting Liuru. Then Meow Meow asked where Luokan was now. When she heard Luokan said that she was on the spaceship of the galaxy cluster, Meow Meow's eyes lit up and she stood up. "Boss, bring me all their research materials." Luokan nodded with a smile, and chatted with Meow Meow about other things. He learned that the genetic jade box has been almost cracked by Meow Meow, and 5 sides have been cracked, and only the last, the 6th most difficult to crack, is left. The face hasn't cracked yet. Asked about the latest situation of its own territory and what happened recently, and learned that the territory is being built in full swing. The elves on the island are all well, and everything is normal on Nashi Island. Luokan nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Kojira and the others managed Nashi Island well, and then hung up the communicator. "Shinado, break it." Sa tilde. Shane Duo stepped forward, his right hand resting on the glass of the incubator. The thought force poured out along his hand and acted on the glass. The culture medium in the incubator kept vibrating, making ripples. Tilde. In a harsh sound, the glass shattered directly, the turbid liquid poured out directly, and Liu Lu also flowed out along the liquid. When the incubator shattered, Liu Lu, who had closed his eyes in the incubator, suddenly opened his eyes. It rolled around 360 degrees in the air with its knees on its knees, and then landed firmly on the ground. He stood in front of Luo Chen and looked at Luo Chen curiously. This was the first time it had seen a human with his own eyes. "Hello." The powerful waveguide gushed out directly from it, and a tender voice sounded directly from Luokan's mind, very polite. Luokan was a little surprised. This Liuru is as expected by the system, the waveguide is scary. "Hello." Luokan walked down and touched its head. The latter didn't evade, but enjoyed Luokan's touch very comfortably. It had a waveguide and could tell whether it was malicious to the other party or not. "Want to come with me?" Looking at Liu Lu, he asked directly. Liu Lu tilted his head, looked at Luo Chen's clear eyes, and nodded. Luokan smiled and rubbed the soft hair on the top of his head. "Then let's go." Then he removed several motherboards from the computer in the research room, which might contain some research materials, and he was going to take them back to Meow Meow to have a look. Luokan wandered around the spaceship again. In a large room, he found information about the god of time and the god of space. This room should be the main cabin that only the upper echelons of the galaxy cluster can enter. Putting away the information, Luokan turned into a computer dismantling madman again, and disassembled the computer motherboard in the main cabin. After finding that nothing was left out, Luo Chen took Liuru and Sanaido back to the previous laboratory. Ellipsis. As soon as he got off the spaceship, there was movement in the sky, and a little elf flew over. Luokan smiled. "Done." The bite land shark flew in, and Sharona jumped off its back, pointing finger biting Lu Shark's back. Hunter J fainted on it. She clapped her hands. Of course. She dragged Hunter J off the back of Bite Land Shark, and watched the people in the Galaxy group who kept screaming in the middle of the cabin. It seems that you are over sooner than me. Okay, let's go, don't make Lily wait too long. The two got off the spaceship, and just as they were about to leave, there was another movement in the sky. Stop. The fire-breathing dragon's tail flame pierced the sky and galloped toward it. It landed on the ground and fluttered countless smoke and dust. A man with agile skills jumped down directly, staring at Luokan and Sharona with stern eyes. Ellipsis. It's a holiday, I just got home soon tilde sorry after the update, happy May 1st, handsome guys tilde you guys are having a lot of trouble again. Chapter 131. It was a young man with silver white hair that gleamed in the moonlight, but the most eye-catching thing was the uniform he was wearing, which was all snow white, and there was a pattern of the Elf League on the cuff. Crossed swords. This is the law enforcement agency of the Alliance headquarters. This person is a law enforcement officer, and a law enforcement officer is not something that ordinary people can be. He must have good character, extraordinary strength, and must pass many tests before he can become a law enforcement officer. The law enforcement officer of the entire Alliance, there are only 10. These law enforcement officers were placed in ancient times, that is, a person who held the sword of Shangfang, directly under the headquarters of the Alliance. Only the top leaders of the Alliance could command them, and their power was very large. When they had the evidence, they could directly dismiss a regional alliance. The person in charge, if the other party dares to resist, they can even kill the other party directly on the spot. Generally, the most annoying thing about regional alliances is to see the law enforcement officer, because once they see the law enforcement officer, it means they are going to be miserable. Fire-breathing dragon, throw flames. Without further ado, the law enforcement officer ordered the fire-breathing dragon directly. A fiery beam of incomparable flame spewed out directly from the fire-breathing dragon's mouth. Bite the land shark fiercely. With a wave of Sharona's hand, the fierce bite land shark greeted her with a dragon's wrath. There was a loud bang, and the two exploded away from each other. The aftermath of the explosion directly blew a huge pit on the ground, which was very terrifying. Just when the law enforcement officer was about to start, Sharona stopped him. Wait, we are not from the Galaxy group. The law enforcement officer frowned. Aren't you? We destroyed all the spaceships in the Galaxy cluster like this, do you think we are? Sharona pointed behind her. The magistrate followed Sharona's fingers and saw the huge wreckage of the spaceship that was almost cut in half. He was shocked, and his eyes were full of shock. This is what you did. If not. Looking at Sharona, who didn't seem to be lying, a huge wave was aroused in his heart. His duty was to supervise the Galaxy group. A few days ago, he learned that 3 officials of the Galaxy group quietly left Shanao and went to the Kanto region. He chased him all the way to the Kanto area, but there was no news of them at all, which made him anxious. But just an hour ago, the Kanto Alliance received a report and found the trail of the Galaxy group. He didn't say anything. Hurry up, come over. At this time, he was extremely shocked. As the law enforcement officer in charge of supervising the Galaxy group, he naturally knew the horror of the Galaxy group. It was because he knew that he was very unbelievable. He didn't expect that he was still late. A notorious Galaxy group has been picked by people, even the boat and the people, it's terrifying. But after all, he is the law enforcement officer of the Alliance, and he is very good at heart. He took a deep breath and quickly came back to his senses, and said to Zyrna and Luo Chen sternly, I am the Alliance law enforcement officer, Ming Ya. I received a message not long ago. The report said that the spaceship of the Galaxy cluster was found here, and I was in a hurry just now, and I took action against you before I figured out the situation. I am really sorry. Looking at Mingya with a sincere face, Luo Chen nodded secretly. As expected of a law enforcement officer specially selected by the Alliance, as an Alliance law enforcement officer who dominates the killing power, he actually bowed his head and apologized to himself without the slightest hesitation. It's okay, the people from the Galaxy group are in the cabin of the spaceship. They have lost consciousness, and the rest will be left to you. After speaking, Zyrna and Luokan didn't hesitate at all, and they took the Shanghai Bite Lu shark and cut through the sky and left. Team leader. In the distance, there was another sound of breaking air. More than 10 people riding on the flying elves landed on the ground. Looking at the spaceship that turned into a wreck in the distance, their eyes widened, and their chins were about to fall to the ground. They stared blankly at Mingya. "Captain, is this what you did?" "How is it possible? Someone else did it to detain me." "All the galaxy clusters in the cabin." "Yes. They swarmed into the spaceship." Mingya stared blankly at the direction that Luo Chen and the others were leaving, touched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Bite Lu shark. I remember that Sharona also came to the Kanto region, but the person just now didn't look like her. Who else has such a powerful bite land shark? For a while, he was a little puzzled and confused. Ellipsis. In the sky, Lai Bite Lu shark crossed the sky very quickly, and the two took off the human skin masks on their faces. Luokan stood behind Sharona. Her hair swept across Luokan's face along the flow of the wind, and the tip of her nose lingered with the good smell of her virginity, forcibly suppressing the charm in her heart. Soon, they came to the previous lake and just landed. A figure greets you directly. "Come up, it's Lily. Are you all right?" The worry in her eyes hadn't dissipated, and she kept looking at Lilium and Lily, fearing that they would be injured. "How could something happen to us?" Luo Chen smiled. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with them, Lily let out a long sigh of relief, but she was very worried just now. "Okay, it's getting late. Let's spend the night on the Elf Hunter's flying machine." The three returned to Hunter L and their flying machines. At this time, the 3 elf hunters were still unconscious. The 3 of them spread out their sleeping bags and got in. After a while, he fell asleep soundly. Ellipsis. The next morning, a loud noise woke the 3 of them up. The 3 of them looked towards the source of the sound, and were immediately taken aback. The sound came from Luokan's backpack. At this time, Luokan's backpack was vibrating violently, just like turning on a vibrator. Moreover, there were also red light rays that directly penetrated the dusty backpack canvas and reflected to the outside, like a large red light bulb inside, flickering and extinguishing. Looking at this situation, the joy on Luokan's face could not be concealed. Is the 9 tails finally going to evolve? He hurriedly came outside holding the big red cocoon of 9 tails. Ellipsis. Mingya Shuaibi has appeared. Chapter 132. On the lawn. The red cocoon is beating like a heart on the ground. With each beating, a thin strand will be sprayed out, filling the air like a dense gas. The sun shines like a red gauze, like a dream, like a land of immortals. Dong dong. The beating sound like a heart became louder and louder, and in the end it became a dull thunder like hong zhong. Dong dong dong. The beating frequency is the same as the human pulse. The red mist that spewed out gathered within a range of 100 meters, condensed but did not disperse. It really seemed to have spirituality, and they formed a rose-red little fox, chasing and playing with each other in the air. Kaka. On the ground, the red cocoon kept getting bigger, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon and stretched it out. No breakage yet. However, he couldn't resist in the end, and with a bang, the entire red cocoon exploded. A figure with 8, 6, 7, bright red like rubies emerged from the cocoon. Its curled tail bloomed like a flower, and 9 delicate and green tails stretched out, swaying in the wind, very gorgeous. The 9-tailed forelimbs, who had been trapped in the red cocoon for a long time, slumped forward, stretched fiercely, and patted his ears with his little paws. It raised its head and looked at the countless little foxes floating in the air that were condensed by red mist. It raised its head lightly and called out, with a clear and penetrating voice. In an instant, the red fog was surging. The red mist little fox seemed to hear the call, and all rushed towards Jue. With the influx of red mist, the 9-tailed body began to grow bigger. 2 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. 25 meters. Ellipsis. In the end, its body rose to 25 meters, like a hill, 8 stories high, and its aura was very terrifying. If the previous 9 tails were a cute thing, it is now a majestic beast, with its 9 tails swaying behind it, slammed into a forest, and instantly broke a large piece of the tree, causing countless smoke and dust. Looking at it, Luo Chen nodded. This huge body finally moved closer to the 9 tails of Naruto world. After absorbing all the red mist, 9 tails gave a soft cry. The red energy on his body surged. His body was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the end, it turned directly into the beginning, as if a red puppy. Ju Wei screamed and jumped directly into Luoken's arms. XXX. Ding! Congratulations on Ju Wei's evolution to the Heavenly King, and reward the host with a golden lottery ticket. Luo Chen looked at the 9 tails in his arms. System, the Eye of Exploration. Name, 9 tails. Level, 70 Peak of Kings. Property, unknown. Race, tailed beast. Ellipsis. 9 tails have already evolved to the peak of the king, and they can directly evolve to the champion with 1 foot. Looking at the 9 tails that are already the king of heaven, Luoken is also very satisfied. As his old friend, Luoken certainly hopes that it will become stronger and stronger. After. Luoken also asked Shinado to wake up the 3 elf hunters, and told them what happened last night, as well as the arrest of the galaxy and the elf hunters. At that time, they were so frightened that they were not possessed. I didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so powerful, and he chose his leader and the galaxy group. But when they heard that Luo Chen was going to hand them over to the Alliance, the 3 of them knelt on the ground with a puff, begging to be let go. It's okay to let you go. Do you choose to submit to me, or do you choose to let me hand you over to the Alliance? Luoken is going to subdue the 3 of them. Kojira is building his own intelligence network. There are not many gangsters who have been subdued before. These 3 elf hunters have been elf hunters for so many years. The intelligence aspect is still pretty good, and they just sent them over to assist Kojira. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other, and they did not directly choose to surrender without even the slightest hesitation. Okay, there will be someone to pick you up when you go to Junshin Town. Then you will be working under a man named Kojira. These 3 things in this bag will also be brought to Kojira for me. Luoken took out 3 items and handed them over, namely a double-headed golden cone, a black dumbbell, and a black cube. As for the rest of the bag, it contained the motherboard of the Galaxy Cluster spacecraft. As a result, the 3 of them nodded again and again, then got on the small aircraft again, cut through the sky, and galloped away in the direction of Junshin Town. Aren't you afraid that the 3 of them will pretend to surrender to you and then run away with your belongings? Sharona looked at the direction they were leaving and asked inexplicably. Luoken smiled and didn't speak. He was now testing whether the 3 elf hunters truly surrendered to him. There was a cold light in his eyes. If the 3 of them ran away with their own things, then their 3 super ancient elves would not be used to them. Luoken had already explained the 3 super ancient Pokemon. As long as they 3, if you want to run away with your own things, just get out of the Pokeball and kill them. I've already given you a chance, I hope you 3 don't seek death. Luo Chen took a deep look at the sky where the 3 of them disappeared. Ellipsis. Okay, let's go. The 3 of Luoken took a short rest, packed their things and went back to the road. They were not too far from the Light Red City, only more than 10 kilometers. After about 2 hours, they entered the Light Red City. In the middle of the Light Red City, some things are being discussed in full swing, and there is a piece of news on the screens on the street. 3 senior officials of the evil organization Galaxy Group in Shinao City, as well as the entire group of elf hunters and their leaders were captured in the Kanto region last night. Not only the Light Red City, but all the cities and towns in the entire Kanto region broadcast this news, and this incident caused a huge sensation in the Kanto region. Ellipsis. In a big mountain not far from Joban City, the trees are dense, the trees are as tall as a virgin forest, and the white mist surrounds the mountain, like a fairyland. However, no one knows that this mountain is actually empty and has been hollowed out. In the hinterland of the mountain, there are buildings made of steel pouring everywhere, and it seems to have become a fortress. In the fortress, in a dark room, a middle-aged man crossed his fingers and stared at the computer screen in front of him without saying a word. The news that the Galaxy Group and the Elf Hunter Group were caught was playing on the screen. This middle-aged man still has a cat boss crouching at his feet. If Luokan is here, he will definitely recognize him. Isn't this the Rocket's boss Sakagi? Sakagi beckoned and walked in alone. Send someone to investigate. Who did it? Sakagi's face was gloomy, and his eyes were extremely cold. Ellipsis. Far in the Sheno area, far above the 9 heavens, there was a constant sound of smashing things in a room on a huge spaceship. A middle-aged man with light blue hair kept roaring, his eyes were killing. Who is it? This is definitely not what Mingyu did. We have dealt with him for so long, and he has absolutely nothing. Check this ability for me. I want that person to die. Boss, calm down, what should we do now? The second young master and the 3 adults are all imprisoned in the Kanto Alliance, and Anam must be in the hands of the Kanto Alliance. Hearing this voice, the blue-haired middle-aged man slowly calmed down. Connect me with Sakagi. Yes. After talking on the phone with Sakagi, his eyes were extremely cold. Kanto Alliance. Ellipsis. In the light red city, Luokan naturally doesn't know these things. At this time, they opened 3 rooms in the hotel and went back to make up their sleep. In the room, Luokan sat on the bed, rubbed his hands, and opened his random inspection interface. After saving the lottery tickets for so long, he was about to draw. The lottery tickets he has now are 3 green lottery coupons, 1 golden lottery coupon, and the most prestigious black lottery coupon. Ellipsis. Chapter 133. Luokan looked at the 5 lottery tickets on his lottery interface and nodded. System, use the green lottery ticket first. As soon as the voice fell, the long-lost virtual slot machine appeared in front of him, all green. It is detected that the host has 3 green lottery tickets, and you can add 2 bets. Do you want to bet? Raise. Ding, the raise is successful. The green slot machine shook, and then countless items flashed across the screen, making people dazzled, and it didn't take long. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting the mysterious potion medium X6. Mystery potion katakana middle. Medium, it can improve the elves' qualifications, and the highest level can be promoted to the champion. Note, it is only valid for the elves below the champion, and has no effect on the elves above the champion and above. Looking at the 6 small purple bottles that suddenly appeared on the ground, Luo Chen was very satisfied with the result. Most of his little elves had grown to the end of their own aptitudes, and all of them had encountered the constraints of innate aptitudes and could not level up again. He was worrying about this, and he didn't expect what was missing. Putting the 6 bottles of mysterious potions aside, Luokan said again, use the golden lottery ticket. Boo tilde. There was a light sound in the air, the green virtual tiger disappeared, and a golden virtual slot machine jumped out of the void and appeared in front of Luokan. Because he only has 1 golden lottery ticket, he cannot make a raise. The golden screen began to scroll like a flash, and countless items flashed away in a flash, and a white light lasted for a while, and soon it stopped. Ding, congratulations to the host for a plain cup tilde. Looking at the cup-like cylindrical thing in his hand, Luo Chen's face froze, and then his old face flushed, and he slammed it on the ground and stomped on it, angered. Come on, I'm the one who needs this stuff. Throwing the aircraft cup that he stepped on to pieces into the trash. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Luo Chen eased his mood and stared at the last lottery ticket on the lottery interface. It was a black lottery ticket with a higher level than the colorful lottery ticket. This was also the first time he won a black lottery ticket. Coupons. He took a deep breath, with a little nervousness in his voice. System, use the black lottery ticket. Boom. The golden gold virtual slot machine in front of Luokan exploded with a bang, and in exchange was a pitch-black virtual black hole that quietly appeared in front of him. The black hole was slowly turning like a grinding disc, it's weird. It was slowly spinning there. I don't know why it was a virtual black hole, but it was like the real thing, and the light in the room seemed to dim a little. Not far away, Shinado, Celebi, Ninetails, and Leoru, who were playing together, also seemed to sense something, and all looked at Luokan, because the virtual black hole can only be seen by Luokan, so in their eyes Luokan was in front of him. Empty, which makes them very puzzling. Sha, they all asked in unison. It's amazing to see them fall into the dust. It's understandable that the first three can feel the fallout, but I didn't expect that Luo could feel it too. It's okay. After speaking to them, Luo Chen looked at the black hole in front of him again, and he was also a little puzzled. Isn't it a black lottery ticket? Isn't it a lottery? How is this different from the previous sampling? At this moment, the black hole was completely formed, revealing a dark and deep void. Do you want me to stretch my hand in? Thinking of this, Luo Chen stretched out his hands directly, and his hands sank into the black hole. However, this shocked the three of Shinado, Celebi, Ninetails, and Leoru, because in their eyes, Luokan disappeared directly below the elbow, which was very frustrating. Bibi. Sa tilde. They called out anxiously, and rushed towards them in unison. I'm fine. Luo said to them, and then with difficulty he took out a large golden box from the black hole. Boom. With a muffled sound, a large box was smashed to the ground. The whole body was black, like a black gem, very delicate and beautiful. When Luokan took the box out of the black hole also disappeared. Looking at the big black treasure box on the ground, he was now dumbfounded. After the lottery, how could he run out of a big box? In this regard, he can only sigh. This is indeed the highest level of black lottery tickets, but it is different from the previous coquettish and cheap sampling tickets. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and opened the black treasure chest directly, and then a series of systems sounded in his mind. Diaresis ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-gate Dunjia. Open black lens bracket 8 doors Dunjia close black lens bracket. Can unlock all restrictions in the body. Note, this skill is the elf skill, Qian Wang Jiao. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the blinking technique. Blinking technique, a move that can move instantly. Note, this skill is a elf skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining Lei Dun Katakana Middle. Rachel. Lei Dun Katakana Middle. Rachel forms a high-intensity electric current in the hand, dashes forward and pierces the enemy, with extremely strong penetrating power. Note, this skill is a elf skill. This series of system prompts made Luokan stunned, and happiness came too suddenly. He was overjoyed. Is this the legendary, big explosion? But the only thing that made him a little uncomfortable was that only elves could learn these skills. Looking at these skills, he touched his chin. Who should I give it to? Chapter 134. Luokan rubbed his chin and thought carefully. As Kaihuang's signature skill, the 8 gates Dunjia must be given to fighting elves in order to exert its greatest effect. There is also the instant body technique. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that it would be better to leave it to Luo. As for the last Rachel, Luokan went through all the elves in his mind, and in the end he couldn't help but look at Liluo, who was standing aside. How did he feel? Rachel would be more appropriate to leave it to him. Luokan is also a little ashamed. The things drawn from this black lottery ticket seem to be carefully prepared for Leoru. Needless to say, the Baman Dunjia is specially prepared for the fighting elves. The technique is close to the enemy, and Rachel deals damage. This is simply a set of combos, and it is tailor-made for Olu. After thinking about it for a long time, Luokan finally chose to give these 3 skills to Riolu. Liolu. Luokan Leoru called out, and in the latter's puzzled eyes, Luokan picked up 3 skill scrolls and shot it directly. In an instant, the 3 skill scrolls shattered and turned into countless white lights attached to Riolu's whole body. Soon, these white lights slowly penetrated into Liolu's body from his skin like water. XXX. Liu Lu didn't stop him, because he didn't feel the danger, but curiously looked at the white light that slowly melted into his body. When all the white light entered its body, it raised its head for a moment, because just now, it hurriedly added everything to its mind. Feeling these three incomparably powerful skills, Riluo's eyes widened, his mouth opened into a big, "Oh," and the whole person was sluggish. "How is it, Liu Lu?" Looking at Luokan, Liu Lu kept nodding. The excited expression on his face could not be concealed. He clenched his fist and felt the changes in his body. He only felt that he was incomparably powerful now. Then, Luokan released the fire-breathing dragon and the circle bear, and fed them that mystery potion, so that their qualifications were successfully promoted from heavenly kings to champions. Feeling the improvement of their aptitude, the two elves were also very excited. Luokan took them back to the Pokeball, put away the remaining 4 bottles of mysterious potion, and went straight to bed. Ellipsis. Time passed by like a white horse, the night passed, and soon it was morning. After waking up, just when he was about to open the door to wake up Lily and Sharona, he found a note under his door. Picking it up, he saw that it was a note left by the 2 women. The 2 of them had an appointment to visit the light red market early in the morning. Looking at this note, Luokan was very helpless. After eating hastily in the hotel, he went straight out, followed the map on the communicator in his hand, turned east and west, and crossed several streets. Half an hour later, he came to a building. This was the Poison Gym in Light Red City, the Light Red Gym. Luokan walked directly into the gym, where many gym apprentices were training their little elves. "Hello, what's the matter with you?" someone asked. "I'm a trainer, I'm here to challenge the gym." "Wait a minute, I'm going to invite the owner of the museum." Not long after, a lean man with a spiky head walked out. "I'm the owner of the Light Red Gym, Xing, are you the challenger?" Then come with me." They came to the elf battlefield outside the gym. The referee of the gym came up. The Light Red Gym challenges the rules, 5v5. During the battle, the owner of the gym cannot change the elf, and the challenger can change the elf. Once the elf on either side loses consciousness, it is a failure. If all the elves of the pavilion lose consciousness, the challenger will succeed. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Game start. Following his order, Xing, the owner of the Light Red Gymnasium, threw a Pokeball. A bat with 2 pairs of wings and 4 wings appeared on the field. It was the evolutionary form of the big-mouthed bat. Crossed bat. What about a cross-shaped bat? Luokan also threw a Pokeball directly. Go, Liuoru. Looking at the appearance of Liu Lu, Xing glanced at Luo Chen with some surprise. This Liu Lu is not a small essence in the Kanto region, and it is very rare even in other regions. I didn't expect you to own Liu Lu. But, Riolu is not Lucario after all, and Riolu alone is no match for the bat. Luokan didn't refute, just smiled lightly. My Liu Lu is not simple, don't underestimate it. Ellipsis. Xing stopped talking nonsense, and ordered directly. Forked bat, air slash. The forked bat's wings crossed together in the air, slash to slash, turned into a cross in the air, and charged directly towards Riolu. Blinking technique. Shu tilde. Liuoru ducked directly, and instantly appeared behind the crossbat. Sharp claws. Liu Lu directly punched in the past, and immediately knocked the bat that hadn't reacted to the ground. How is that possible? Xing was startled by Liu Lu's speed. It was like teleportation, which made people unable to react at all. I said, my Liu Lu is not easy. Fallen Dust said lightly. Sichuan. Chapter 135. The owner of the Light Red Gym looked at Liu Road, and at this time, the cross-shaped bat also fluttered from the ground. Forked bat, fangs. The cross-shaped bat stabilized its body in the sky. Like an eagle, it shot from the sky, and its sharp fangs were derived from its upper jaw, with purple-green light attached to it. biting towards Leoru with a very fast speed. Fast. Luokan didn't panic. Leo Lu, the instant body technique. Shu tilde. The bat's attack failed, and it directly gnawed on the air. Bow missiles. Leo Lu's eyes narrowed, and the powerful waveguide directly condensed into a wave missile in his hand, and pressed it directly towards the bat. In an instant, the bat felt danger behind it. It wanted to escape, but it was too late. Boom. The bow missile directly hit the bat that wanted to take off, causing its body to stagger in the air, as if it had broken its wings. Hold on, the bat is flying. It flapped its wings and wanted to stay away from Liluo, and approached a fighting type. War, this is not a wise choice. It's too late, Luo Chen said. Leo Lu, don't let it fly, close combat. As soon as the voice fell, Leo Lu turned into a blue phantom, and he jumped up directly, and pressed himself against the arms of the cross-shaped bat. Elbow, fist, knee, backing post. The icy fist hit the bat like a violent storm. The bat, which wanted to take off, screamed and was entangled by Leo Lu, and couldn't fly. In the end, the power of the waveguide on Leo Lu poured into his hand, condensed into a wave missile in his hand, and pressed it directly on the back of the bat. Boom! With a loud bang, the forked bat hit the ground vertically, smashing a small hole on the ground. Its wings were twitching, and it had lost consciousness. The owner of the light red gymnasium, Ashen, saw this scene and his eyes were very solemn. He took a deep look at Leo Lu without saying anything. He withdrew the unconscious cross bat, and then threw a pokeball again. A purple cobra with a head like a spoon appeared, with triangular glasses and a pattern on its body. It was Arbor. Do we need to change the elf for the gym challenge? The referee asked Luo Chen. Luo Chen shook his head. The game begins. He waved the flag in his hand again. Aber monster, venom attack. CC tilde. The arbor opened its mouth wide, and the venom spurted out of its mouth. Leo Lu, who had been prepared for a long time, swayed and avoided it. The venom landed on the ground, and in an instant, the ground was corroded and white mist emerged, making a sizzling sound. Poison needle. Mud bomb. Stare. Poisonous attack. Ellipsis. Arbor's huge body rampaged on the arena, and one skill after another came out of it, smashing into Leo Road, and soon the terrain on the field became potholes. However, none of these skills hurt Leo Lufenhao, because it understated all the skills with its impressive speed. It's really hard to deal with. Xing stared at the arena and directly ordered, "Abo, burrow into the ground." The arbor burrowed directly into the ground. Unexpectedly, this arbor would still burrow into the ground. Luokan looked at the arena, and saw the disappearance of the arbor, and did not panic. Instead, he said to Leo, "Use the power of the waveguide to perceive its position." Hearing this, Leo Lu closed his eyes directly, and the incomparably powerful wave-guiding power poured out from it and spread out. The sound of the breeze blowing, the sound of the pulsating heartbeat, the sound of the leaves rustling. Everything is in its perception. It closed its eyes tightly and stood motionless on the spot. Suddenly, it felt movement under its feet, opened its eyes suddenly, and used the teleportation technique to escape. Roar! At the place where it was standing, the soil was tumbling up, and suddenly, a ferocious snake head jumped out. Its mouth was wide open, and the terrifying big poisonous fangs were very scary. Bow missiles. Leo Lu, who was jumping in midair, condensed a wave of missiles, and with a bang, it flew directly into Aber Monster's mouth, and exploded in its soft Ruan's mouth. Woe tilde. Abo was so painful that tears came out, and he kept rolling on the ground, screaming. Of course Luokan would not miss this opportunity. Diaresis light flashes, sword dance, bullet fist. Leo Lu's figure flashed and rushed over, using the sword dance to increase his attack power, and then his fist smashed on the Aber monster like a bullet, and finally flew the others out, smashed outside the field, lost consciousness. Xing's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect this Leoru to be so strong, neither of his two Pokemon touched it at all. He took back the Aber monster and threw a third Pokeball. A green elf appeared. This elf was composed of 2 large and small gas bullets, which was the evolution of gas bullets, double bomb gas. Xing didn't dare to underestimate Liu Lu anymore. The opponent's speed was simply exceptionally fast, and every time her elf's attack was about to hit it, it would turn into a phantom to escape. However, since the opponent's speed is fast, if the single attack can't hit it, then use the area attack Qian Wang Jiao to attack, so that its speed has no room to play. After he figured out the corresponding countermeasures, he directly said, "Double bomb gas, use poisonous mist." The double bomb gas continuously sprayed black mist from his body, and soon the mist filled the entire arena. Liu Lu frowned. His face was a little unnatural, and it had begun to be slightly poisoned. When facing such a large-scale attack, no matter how fast it was useless. Looking at the poisonous fog on the field, Luokan nodded secretly. This move can indeed limit Liuru's speed, relying on the poisonous fog to slowly boil Liuru to death. But, the toilet. He smiled. It would be too naive to think that he could win. Luo Chen looked at Liu Lu and said, "Liu Lu, the 8th door Dunjia, open the door." Chapter 136. Hearing this, Liu Lu's eyes changed instantly, clenching his fists, and growling lowly. Click tilde. With a crisp sound, it was as if a shackle in his body was broken, and Liuru's aura suddenly skyrocketed upwards. XXX. Close the door. Boom. Realu's momentum skyrocketed again. The power of the waveguide was very amazing. The wind swirled all over the body, and the thick fog around him was surging. It clenched its fist and felt that it was extremely powerful now. Double bomb gas, sludge bomb. The energy of the double bomb gas surged, and countless muddy mud blocks appeared around them. These mud blocks whistled, like sharp swords breaking through the air, and rushing towards Liuru. Dong dong dong. The mud block fell to the ground, as if a grenade exploded one by one. Seeing that his attack was empty, the 4 eyes of the double bomb gas were constantly moving, and it had lost the trace of Liuru. Behind you, be careful. Hearing this, Shuangdan gas also felt a change, and the back was like on, making it uneasy. It hurriedly looked back, and saw that Liu Lu was holding a ball of lightning in his hand. The arc of lightning flashed, and it was bright, and it also made a zzz sound, which was very terrifying. Just looking at the lightning arc in its hand, it felt that its body was going numb. It was terrified, very uneasy in its heart, and felt the fatal danger. It turned its head and ran away regardless of everything else. However, at the moment when it turned its head, Liu Lu moved, his right hand became a claw, and the thunderbolt in his hand was stabbed forward. The speed was very fast, and the thunderbolt in his hand pulled out a long line in the air. Blu-ray. In less than half a second, Liu Lu came across directly, appeared in front of the double bounce gas, stabbed it with his right hand, and the double bump gas didn't even react at all. Zzz tilde tilde. The sound of the thunder arc jumping was extremely harsh, and it crackled non-stop. Li Guang danced non-stop on the double bomb gas, and its entire body was trembling non-stop. After a long time, the thunder light dissipated, and the body of the double bounce gas was charred black. It opened its mouth and spat out a black mist, and then its neck crooked, and it fell directly to the ground, losing consciousness. On the side, he has always been very calm, as if his face was paralyzed. Xingzong was finally moved, and his eyes were shocked. 3 consecutive elves were defeated by this Liuru. This is Liuru. It's too weird now. The 2 skills he used just now were all he had never seen before. One could instantly double his combat power, and the other was a terrifying thunderbolt, a skill he had never heard of before. He took a breath, withdrew the double bounce gas, and threw a Pokeball again. A red spider appeared, with a thorn on its head, and a total of 4 legs. What about Alados? Liu Lu, the lightning flashes. Shu tilde. Liu Lu was small, and his speed was so fast that he could only see a blue shadow flashing away in front of him. Xing stared at the arena, without rushing to give orders. Just when Liaolu's attack had reached Alados's door, his eyes flashed. Alados jumped away, spun silk, nodded. Network. Alados' powerful limbs jumped back, and countless white threads spit out from his mouth, which condensed into a cobweb. Suddenly, Liaolu slammed his head into the spider web. The spider web has a very strong stickiness, and no matter how hard Liaoluo struggled, he couldn't break free. Seeing this scene, Xing finally smiled. I caught it. Alados, the cross-poison blade. It wielded its sharp forelimbs and slashed towards Liaolu. It's not over yet, Luo Chen said calmly. Hold the door, open it. Boom. The strong aura shot up from Liaolu's body, which was very amazing. Its body swelled out of thin air, and a steady stream of power poured out of its body. Liaolu let out a loud roar, and directly tore the spider silk on his body to shreds. Looking at Alados, who was already in front of him, he dashed forward, propping his right palm on the ground, and then the reaction force rolled in the air. Circle, and landed firmly on the ground. Alados' attack failed again, and his sharp forelimb slashed to the ground, cutting a cross pattern on the ground. Liaolu, you should also use that trick, right? Liaolu nodded to Luo Chen. That's good. Luo Chen's voice paused for a while, and then came swayingly, Biao Lianhua. Shu tilde. Before Luo Chen could say the last word, Liaolu's figure just disappeared, twice as fast as before, just like a ghost. It propped its hands on the ground, and by inertia, kicked its right foot directly towards Alados' head. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The giant force came, and Alados, who couldn't react quickly, was kicked into the air and flew up. Then Liaolu kicked his feet on the ground, his powerful calves violently exerted force, and it also rose directly into the sky, moved to the back of Alados, and hugged it directly. Then both sides slammed into the ground in unison, and when it was about to reach the ground, it released the latter. Alados hit the ground like a meteor. Boom, boom. With a loud noise, Alados fell directly to the ground, creating a deep pit on the ground. It lay in the pit and lost consciousness. Xing's eyes flashed inconceivable, the fourth one, and only one Liaolu killed his 4 elves. He glanced at Luo Chen. It seems that I have to take out the things at the bottom of the press box, otherwise, it is really true. You may be sealed off by you. 0. Seriousness flashed in his eyes, and he threw a pokeball. A gigantic purple scorpion appeared in front of Luoken's eyes. The color of the body was a combination of dark and light purple, and there was a sharp and hideous sting at the end of its tail. It is the Dragon King Scorpion. The momentum of this Dragon King Scorpion is very amazing. System, Eye of Probing. Name, Dragon King Scorpion. Level 55 Preliminary Quasi-Tianwang. Attribute, Poison plus Evil. Qualification, King of Heaven. Ellipsis. The information about the Dragon King Scorpion appeared in his mind. Level 55. Is it the first level of the Quasi-Celestial King? Luoken pondered secretly in his heart. Liaolu's level was level 15. He smiled. A battle over level 40, interesting. Fighting intent also flashed in his eyes, so let me see where Liaolu's limit is. Liaolu, the gate of life, open. Liaolu clenched his fists tightly, his veins burst out, and he let out a low growl. Boom. The momentum on his body was like a dike burst, his body was congested with blood, and a green energy burst out from his body. The green energy was bulging, and the sand and stones at the foot of Leo Road were shaking slightly, which was very amazing. Xing was also taken aback. What kind of skill is this, and why is its aura still soaring? Ellipsis. A very mysterious thing. Tu ju ju ling wu lu si si wu. Handsome guys, come and give me a trick. I am anxious, hoping that the water meter will not be checked by the website. Sichuan. Chapter 137. Leo's green bulge moved, his ears rose to the sky, and it was automatic when there was no wind. Metal claws. Liu Lu's eyes flashed, his feet kicked on the ground, and the ground under his feet cracked open and collapsed downward. As for Liu Lu, he disappeared directly in place, turned into a gust of wind, and the wind galloped like thunder. It has a fist print on its fist, a green surging, very bright and terrifying. It smashed directly towards the face of the Dragon King Scorpion. Dragon King Scorpion, it's very dangerous, stop it. Ah, Xingxing's face was dignified, and she didn't dare to underestimate her. As the protagonist, the Dragon King Scorpion doesn't need to know the horror of this punch. It roars, and the poisonous barb behind it becomes extremely stiff, giving off a metallic luster. And go. Boom. There was a violent collision sound, as if two large trucks collided with each other, and the movement was very loud. Boom. The fist and the poisonous tail collided violently, and the shocking energy at the collision point made the fist style terrifying. 22. The ground under the feet of the two elves cracked, and in the end, it collapsed directly. With a bang, the mud block was inserted upside down, and the dust was flying. Boom. Liu Lu raised his fist again and punched it. The Dragon King Scorpion didn't hesitate either, waving the stinger barb again to meet him. Boom. The fist and the tail collided again, and the strong reaction force caused the two elves to separate and fly out. Rock blockade. Ozing's words came over. The Dragon King Scorpion stabilized its body in the air, a faint light flashed on its body, and countless stone cones appeared in the sky above Liu, whistling towards it to suppress it. Liu Lu, who was in midair, had nowhere to use his strength, but he did not panic. Smash them. It raised its fist to meet it, with bright green on its fist. Bang bang bang. The speed of punching was very fast, and it turned into countless fist phantoms in the air. At first glance, it seemed that Riolu had countless arms. The debris of the rock was sputtered in all directions, and it used a pair of fists to block the rock and smashed it to pieces. Facing the scene, Xing was still a little surprised. He never thought that a rock blockade would be able to trap this strange Liu, but he never thought that the rock blockade would be broken so quickly. He looked at Liu Lu, his mind was calmer than ever before, and at the same time he was also a little excited. He clenched his fist, and he felt the blood in his heart that had cooled for a long time to boil again. He half squinted his eyes and looked at Luoken. He didn't expect that he would be able to regain this warm-blooded feeling in this young man. He grinned. Then have a good fight, Dragon King Scorpion, Thunder Teeth. The Dragon King Scorpion's limbs crawl on the ground quickly, and the speed is very fast, and it rushes towards Liu Lu. Blinking technique. Shu tilde. Liu Lu disappeared, ducked, and the poisonous sting attached to thunder and lightning sank deep into the ground. Rachel. From behind the Dragon King Scorpion, there were bursts of sizzling noises, and I saw a mass of thunder and lightning gathered in Liu Lu's hand, and the lightning was surging, extremely dazzling. Liu Lu stepped on his feet, the ground concave, and his body disappeared. Rachel pulled out a long blue light in the air and pressed it towards the Dragon King Scorpion. I've let you go for a long time. Shadow clone technique. The Dragon King Scorpion's body swayed slightly, one body turned into two turned into four, and finally appeared densely on the field, making it difficult to tell which one was the real Dragon King Scorpion. Z tilde. Lakey stabbed straight into the body of a Dragon King Scorpion, and the next second, the Dragon King Scorpion disappeared directly into the air, like an illusion, and Lakey passed through the third Dragon King Scorpion. After that, the energy also depleted and disappeared. Sure enough, this skill of yours can't turn in the middle, it can only ram and collide. Xing looked at Luo Chen and said. Luoken raised his brows, and he was indeed the owner of the gym. Liu Lu only used Rachel once, and he saw the flaw. At this stage, Liu Lu really couldn't turn when he used Rachel, he could only use it. Attacks enemies in a straight line in front of it. It's a bit tricky. XXX. Can your body still hold up, Liu Lu? Luo Chen looked at Liu Lu. It nodded. Alright then, open the injured door. Liu Lu clenched his fists and let out a low roar. Click tilde. Inside, there was another sound of the shackles being broken. Boom. The green energy on its body suddenly surged, as if adding fuel to the fire. How could it be possible to improve? Xing was really frightened. It is acceptable to improve once or twice, but this has already been improved 4 times. What kind of skill is this? He was shocked. This skill was unheard of. Luokan felt the state of Liu Lu, and after entering the injured state, the burden on Liu Lu's body was even greater, and he could not maintain this state for long. Liu Lu, quickly resolve the battle. Liu Lu nodded heavily, stepped on the ground, a gust of wind blew up, and it disappeared immediately, smashing the Dragon King Scorpion with one punch. Dragon King Scorpion, use and defend. A transparent protective cover appeared on the outside of the Dragon King Scorpion's body. Liu Lu smashed the protective cover with a punch, and with a bang, it was like piercing through a thin piece of paper. The fist hit the Dragon King Scorpion's face, and the Dragon King Scorpion was drawn and flew out. How is it possible? Xing's eyes widened. She was actually broken through, or was destroyed by understatement. Ellipsis. Chapter 138. He ignored the shock of the gym owner. Liu Lu kicked his feet on the ground, and a small strong wind swirled in place. As for its figure, it disappeared again, and instantly caught up with the Dragon King Scorpion with a roundabout kick. Boom! The Dragon King Scorpion flew back again. Then, it landed, its toes tapped on the ground, its figure disappeared, and it caught up with the Dragon King Scorpion, which flew out backwards, and kicked it upwards, directly kicking it into the air. In the end, Liu Ru jumped up from the ground and came to the sky above the Dragon King Scorpion. It looked at the Dragon King Scorpion with cold eyes and raised its feet high. The green energy was surging, all gathered on its feet, it ruthlessly kicked down hard. A thunderous roar came. Boom! The Dragon King Scorpion was directly shot down to the ground like a meteor. The ground shook violently, and the smoke rose several meters high. But this is not over yet. After landing, the waveguide power on Liu Ru surged, condensed into a wave of missiles in his hand, and smashed into the smoke. Boom! Then it condensed the second, the third, the fourth. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, deafening. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated, and there were dense pits on the site. Almost the entire site was destroyed. The most terrifying thing was one of the big pits. There were dense cracks in the big pit. As a result, as for the Dragon King Scorpion, it lay at the bottom of this big pit and lost consciousness. Choose, the challenger wins. The referee stammered, and the scene in front of him had a great impact on him. Rao was the one who presided over countless games, but he still felt that the scene in front of him was unbelievable. Liu Lu, who was in his original form, had no seal. The master of the gymnasium. In the distance, Xing also recovered from the shock. He put away the Dragon King Scorpion and walked over, looking at Luo Chen and sighing deeply. What exactly is that skill that can improve combat effectiveness? He asked his doubts. 8-door Dunjia, Luo Chen said. 8-door Dunjia. He was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. I've never heard of this skill. Because it's my self-created skill. Luo Chen shamelessly attributed the 8 gates of Dunjia to his self-created skill. Xing's eyes narrowed. Create your own skills. His eyes were dull, and a storm surged in his heart. How old is this young man to be able to create his own skills? What kind of evildoer this is? He looked at Luokan and sighed. You are really strong. He handed over a badge and smiled. This is your trophy. Luokan took it, and the sound of the system also sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a badge and a green lottery ticket. Looking at the lottery ticket in his hand, he smiled. In this way, there are 7 badges, and if he gets another one, he will have 8 badges. Then I'll say goodbye first. He turned around and said to Xing, then turned to leave. Looking at the voice of Luo Chen's departure, Xing sighed with emotion. There are talents from all over the world, and in every era there will always be some geniuses that others can't look up to in their entire lives. He paused for a while. The only use for people of his age is to support his strength and become a stepping stone for him to reach the peak step by step. Ah Xing showed a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. The quartz competition should have almost started. I really look forward to that day coming soon. I hope he will shine in the quartz competition. Ellipsis. Leaving the gym, Luo Chen turned around and came to the center of the elf not far away. He was going to help Liuru recover his physical strength. In the 5 battles just now, he also used 8 armors. Liuru's physical strength was also quite exhausted. After handing Liuru's pokeball to Joey, it will take a certain amount of time to recover his stamina. Sitting on the chair next to him, Luo Chen was a little bored, and suddenly remembered that he didn't know what happened to the 3 elf hunters. The super ancient fast dragon didn't fly back to him, which should mean that the 3 elf hunters had indeed arrived. Really new town. He took out the communicator and dialed Kojira's number. Soon, the faces of the trio appeared on the screen of the communicator. Boss, Kojira said. Well, Kojira, did those 3 fine hunters go to Junshin town? It's here, and I also brought back the 3 super ancient elf balls. Boss, now that Kuailong and the others have returned to our territory, do we need to send these 3 empty elf balls to you? Don't use it for now. Later, Luokan asked about the development of the island and how the intelligence organization was established. After learning that everything was in full swing, he nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for the 3 elf hunters, just give them the command, and speak to me directly if you need anything. After chatting with them for a while, Liu Lu's physical strength also recovered. Luo Chen took the pokeball from Joey's hand, thanked him, and left the poke center. Then he called Lily's phone, and after learning their location, Luokan rushed over. Ellipsis. After more than half an hour, Luokan came to a beach by the sea. There was a huge luxury restaurant on the side of the beach. This luxury restaurant was transparent all around, with no windows and walls. Sitting in the restaurant, you could see the golden beach and the endless sea. The sea breeze blowing in makes people feel an indescribable feeling of comfort. 0. Luokan walked in and went directly to the agreed location. Okay, I'll fight to death in the gym. It's better for the 2 of you to actually enjoy it here. At a dining table by the window, Lily and Sharona were sitting on stools, and the table in front of them was full of delicious food. Luokan laughed and scolded like a joke, pulled out a chair and sat on it. He was not polite. He took the juice in front of Lily and took a sip from the straw. This is the juice that Lily had drank. Seeing Luokan drinking the juice she had drank, Lily's blushed and didn't mind. She directly said with contempt, "Smelly shameless, you just challenged the gym and beat you to death." Sharona also looked at him with contempt. Beat to death. She didn't believe that any gym could be so powerful and could fight against Luo Chen. Why didn't I fight to death? It's very tiring to play in the gym, isn't it? The devil believes you, the 2 women said in unison. Fallen dust. Ellipsis. The 3 of them finished their lunch in the dining room, enjoying the sea breeze blowing in and chatting with each other. Hey, there seems to be some activity outside. Lily pointed her finger to the outside, and there were dense crowds on the beach, as if there was some activity going on, which was very lively. Ellipsis. Handsome guys, I'm sorting out the outline these 2 days. Some plots need to be dealt with and carefully considered, so there are only 2 shifts, and the 3rd shift will be resumed tomorrow, or, tomorrow see if you can get 4. Sichuan. Chapter 139. Guests, this is your first time here. Today is the annual Beach Surf Festival. A restaurant waiter who happened to pass by heard Lily's words and paused to explain for them. Beach Surf Festival. Lily and Sharona had curiosity in their eyes. Let's go take a look. Luokan nodded. Anyway, the gym has been finished, and the meal has been eaten, so there is plenty of time. The three came to a registration point on the beach, and when they saw Luokan, they came over, and a girl greeted them. "Hello, do you want to sign up for our annual beach surf festival? What are the rules?" Later, Luokan also learned the origin of the beach surf festival from the girl's mouth. The sea in front of the beach is called the Light Red Sea, and this beach is also called the Light Red Beach. This Light Red Sea is one of the major features of the Light Red City. At this time of day, there are people who come here every year. The reason why they come here is because this sea area becomes very strange every year today. Every year starting from 3 o'clock in the afternoon today, the calm sea area will always stir up waves. One wave is higher than the other, and every year years have been like this, never been absent. This spectacle is also talked about by everyone. There were countless people who wanted to solve the mystery of this spectacle, but they found nothing. After several years of development, this spectacle has also formed some activities, the most famous of which is the annual beach surfing competition. The rules of the beach surfing festival are that the trainer and the elf ride on the surfboard together and ride the waves from an island not far from the sea. The first 10 people who return to the beach will receive rich rewards. One will receive an official surfing champion badge from Light Red City along with a mystery prize. Are you going to sign up? There's only half an hour left until the registration deadline. Listen to this in the surfing competition. The two women were eager to try. Let's participate in Luokan, it feels very fun. Yes, you can. Luokan also thought that this event was quite fun, so the three of them signed up and registered the participating elves. Then, they bought the designated surfboard for the competition at the registration office, plus the registration fee. The three people spent nearly 10,000 yuan. Luokan had to sigh, he really can make money. Ellipsis. After half an hour, the registration deadline. Someone greeted the contestants to the shore. Densely crowded people gathered on the coast, and the crowd was so crowded that Luo Chen and the three of them were shocked. This person must have been too many. Not long after, 2 large ships came over, everyone boarded, and the ships sailed away from the coast. Soon, they came to the island where the competition started, which was about 1,000 meters away from the light red sandy beach. After everyone made some repairs. "Come on," someone said, and the people at the scene suddenly became nervous. The sea began to wave, and there was a rushing sound from the distant sea. A white wave galloped from a distance, and it was continuous. It looked very spectacular on the endless sea. XXX. Everyone got ready, looked at the sea with solemn expressions, and waited. Game start. Soon, a referee gave an order. Thump thump tilde. The swarms of people, like dumplings, jumped into the sea one by one, stepped on the surfboard with their little elves, and galloped away on the huge waves. However, because it was too crowded, many people could not stand firm, and the surfboard overturned and fell directly from the huge wave. Shish tilde. The referee also released the elf and flew into the sky to monitor the game. Soon, the second wave of huge waves rolled in from afar. On the island of the beginning, there are still about 1/3 of the people left. The second giant wave came near, and nearly 80% of the people rushed into the sea, riding the second giant wave. Immediately, the third giant wave also came, and the rest of the people all rode this giant wave. Only Luo Chen and the three did not move. The three of Luokan are not in a hurry. Anyway, the three of them are for entertainment, and the number one thing is just a cloud for them. Let's go, we have contracted this wave. Luo Chen shouted, and the three of them went into the water one after another, threw the surfboard in their hands into the sea, and stepped on it. The elf Luokan chose was Leoru, Sharona's was the evolutionary Lucario of Leoru, and Lilith was Shanado who Luokan lent her. 3 people and 3 elves were fighting on the surfboard, waiting for the arrival of the huge waves. Sister Zyrna, we can't lose, we must win over Luokan. Lily waved her small fist at Luokan. Okay, Sharona smiled. No matter how Luokan ignored what they said, his eyes were now intoxicated in front of the 2 women. The seawater soaked shit their clothes, and the clothes were tightly attached to their bodies, outlining their perfect curves. came out. The beautiful, wonderful scene is looming, especially the two women are still wearing white shirts. After being soaked in seawater, the white shirts have become translucent, and the color of their small clothes on the mountain peak is clearly displayed in the dust. Eyes. Luo Chen's eyes narrowed, and he blurted out, "White, pale pink." They were stunned for a moment. When they saw the direction Luoken's eyes were looking, they immediately blushed to the bottom of their ears and hugged Shang. "You pervert wolf." Cough cough. Luo Chen reluctantly withdrew his eyes, also a little embarrassed. Looking at the murderous eyes of the two women, he fled away. "Liu Lu, let's go." Liu Lu nodded, the power of the waveguide condensed under his feet, and the entire surfboard flew out like an arrow from the string, riding the huge wave. "Let's go too, Lucario." Lucario also followed the gourd's drawing, and the power of the waveguide surged and rushed out. "You can't lose, Shinado, don't lose to that lunatic wolf." Shinado used his mind power, and his surfboard cut through the sea and quickly caught up. The three came to the head of the giant wave and marched hand in hand. Chapter 140. As the huge waves continued to advance, many people rode the huge waves. These were people who fell from the previous waves. Mosquito coil frog, water gun attack. Suddenly, a water gun shot out towards the falling dust, but Liu Lu's control was very good, he controlled the surfboard to avoid it. Luoken frowned. This water gun was sent from not far away. It was a young man, and his partner was the mosquito coil frog. Luoken also looked around and found that many people were attacking each other. Many people did not dodge each other's attack and fell directly from the waves. "Can you still attack freely?" Looking at this scene, Luoken smiled. He looked at Lily and Sharona on the side. The transparent shirts outlined their flawless bodies. Luoken raised his eyebrows. "Then I can't let you come up. If I let you up, I won't be at a loss. So I'll trouble you guys to go down, we'll take care of this wave. Shinado, drive them all down to me." Shinado's thoughts surged, disturbing the surfboard under their feet, causing them to roll over and fall off the wave, and soon only the three of them were left on the wave. The waves rolled on the sea. They stood on the top of the waves, looking at the boundless sea, and enjoying the sea breeze was very comfortable. As the waves crashed, driving the sea water, the water level on the sea surface became much shallower, and even some coral reefs were exposed in some places with high terrain. "You see what that is?" Suddenly, Lily pointed to the sea. "I saw a huge and incomparably red torrent swiftly passing under the seabed and swam in the opposite direction to fallen dust. This red torrent was endless, and there was almost no end in sight. After the waves pass, the seawater fills up again, and the red stream disappears again, and it can no longer be seen by the naked eye." The three of them were a little shocked. Although they only had a glimpse of the torrent just now, the torrent was fleeting, but Luoken and the others could still see clearly that the red torrent was actually composed of countless carp kings. "Why are there so many carp kings? Why don't you go and see what's going on?" The three of them seemed to have a cat scratching their hearts, showing strong curiosity. They looked at each other and nodded. Luoken directly released the fire-breathing dragon, and the three of them rode up. "Hey, you can't use flying elves." In the sky, a referee immediately flew down to warn Fallen. "We abstained, the fire-breathing dragon, let's go." They didn't even want the surfboard, and the fire-breathing dragon spread its wings and chased in the direction of the torrent of the Carp King just now. There was no trace of the King Carp torrent found on the sea surface. They were all hidden on the seabed. Luoken directly opened the writing wheel, and his line of sight passed through the barrier of the sea to see the situation on the seabed. After patrolling the seabed for a while, Luoken raised his brows, and he saw the red torrent of King Carp once again. The soup was endless. "Yes, this way." He designated a direction. The fire-breathing dragon spread its wings, and they were hanging above the torrent. After about half an hour, Luoken was stunned for a moment, because there was another red torrent in the other direction, which was also composed of carp kings. After a while, Another red torrent appeared in Luokan's sight. Then came the fourth red flood, the fifth, the sixth. At the end, there are a total of 8 red torrents of king carp rushing through the bottom of the sea. The scene is very vast. Looking at these 8 torrents, Luokan was also a little shocked. Why are so many carp kings gathered here? He is very curious now. Follow them far behind. After a while, the carp kings stopped one after another, standing still on the bottom of the sea. If their tails were not swaying gently, Luokan would have thought they were all dead. Just when Luokan wondered what they were doing, all the carp kings surfaced, densely packed and very spectacular, almost filling the entire sea surface. Looking down from the sky, people who didn't know thought that this sea area happened. Red tide. These carp kings shot a small water gun into the sky in unison, and then made a soft sound. An indescribable force emanated from them and spread between the heaven and the earth. Rumbling, suddenly, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Wow wow tilde. Soon, a pea-sized scoop of heavy rain poured down from the sky, and the rain became heavier and heavier. In the end, the entire sky and earth were covered with rain on the white side. Under the effect of the heavy rain, the whole sea boiled, the waves rolled, and the waves were nowhere to be seen. These waves finally all converged together and turned into a huge wave that was more than 100 meters high. This huge wave has the power to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and it has the potential to sweep the sky and the earth. However, looking at the mighty power of nature, the carp kings were not afraid. One of the carp king floods flowed, and they all had scarlet eyes, swinging their fish tails at an extremely fast frequency, and the whole torrent galloped away like an arrow from a string. They rushed towards the giant waves without fear of death. However, in front of this dreadful nature, the carp king looked very small, and the torrent of the carp king directly hit the huge waves. In an instant, countless carp kings in the leading team were slammed down. After they were shot down, the carp king behind him did not stop upstream, but instead accelerated his upstream pace, surfing the waves one by one. In the middle of the 100-meter giant wave, many carp kings ran out of strength and could no longer swing their tails, and fell into the sea like dumplings. As they kept going up, more and more carp kings lost their strength and fell into the sea. In the end, about 90% of the carp kings were eliminated and fell into the sea. Only less than 10% of the carp kings were still strong, gritted their teeth, and desperately went upstream. The first group of carp kings were less than 5 meters away from the waves. But even at this short 5-meter distance, they swim even harder than the 95 meters in front of them. They wave their unconscious tails with difficulty, and stare at the front with scarlet eyes. Waves less than 5 meters away. They are advancing extremely slowly. Little by little, they are swimming towards the waves. 4 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Half a meter. With the remaining half a meter, it was even more difficult for them to swim. Looking at them, the hearts of the 3 Luo Chen also mentioned their throats. Finally, a carp king jumped out, brought crystal water, and reached the top of the wave. Ellipsis. Chapter 141. Finally, a carp king jumped out and reached the top of the wave. Other carp kings also arrived one after another, but there were also many carp kings less than half a meter away from the wave. See. The carp king Chi-Chi, who came to the top of the wave, let out a cheering cry. Above the top of the wave, a semicircular colorful rainbow appeared, like a rainbow arch. Looking at the rainbow, the first carp to climb the top of the wave. The king moved, and it leapt lightly, passing through this arch-like rainbow. At the moment it passed through, white light permeated its body, and its body kept growing in the white light, and finally turned into a blue Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. Roar! The tyrannical carp dragon roared in the sky, with indescribable excitement in his voice. Then the second carp king also passed through the rainbow arch. It also radiated white light and evolved into a tyrannical carp dragon. Then came the third, the fourth. In the end, all the carp kings who reached the top of the waves all jumped over the rainbow arch and evolved into a tyrannical carp dragon. They fell into the sea, roaring incessantly in the sky. The pouring rain slapped on their faces, and then flowed down their eyes. I don't know if it was rain, sea water, or tears. In the sky, the three of Luo Chen stared blankly at this scene. Their hearts were extremely shocked. How spectacular and tragic this is. Luokan also understood what these carp kings gathered here for. They were leaping from the dragon gate. Ellipsis. After the first carp king torrent all descended from the waves, the second carp king torrent quickly followed, and one by one, like the previous wave, they rushed towards the 100-meter giant wave without fear of death. Countless carp kings were thrown down by the huge waves. No matter what the latter, they bury their heads and strive for the upper reaches. Along the way, there are many carp kings who are unable to support their physical strength and fall straight down. When they swim to the half of the huge wave, nearly 60% of the carp kings have been eliminated. XXX. In the end, thousands of troops crossed the single plank bridge, but this time only 10% were less than 100%. Less than 10% of the carp kings crossed the Rainbow Arch Bridge, and then bathed in the white light of evolution in midair. After falling into the water, they changed their appearance and evolved into a tyrannical carp dragon. Soon, the third wave of carp kings also acted, and they rushed over quickly. Then came the fourth wave, the fifth wave, the sixth wave, the seventh wave. In the end, on the top of the wave, the last wave of carp kings stood on the top of the wave, and leapt lightly towards the Rainbow Arch Bridge. White light filled them, and evolved into a tyrannical carp dragon. At this point, the 8 waves of tyrannical carp dragons have all climbed the waves. Although the description of the process is very long, it was all discovered in less than 2 minutes, and in the end, only nearly 10% of the carp kings successfully evolved to the Tyrannosaurus. After all the carp kings climbed the waves, the huge waves also reintegrated into the sea, the rainbow in the sky disappeared, and the dark clouds above their heads disappeared, and the sea was calm. The sun shines through the clouds and shines on the sea, sparkling. On the sea, all the evolved tyrannosaurs gathered together and communicated with incomparably low voices. In the end, they all roared lowly to those carp kings who failed to leap to the dragon gate, as if saying goodbye to them. The carp kings also whispered to them, and they were communicating with each other. Finally, the tyrannical carp dragons made a low and gentle cry. They glanced at the carp king group with reluctance in their eyes, and finally turned around. He turned his head and swam towards the sea in the distance. Only those carp kings who failed to cross the dragon gate were left at the scene. These carp kings regained their physical strength, and then they turned into 8 torrents of carp kings. They called each other, and then they turned into 8 torrents and dived into the sea. Go back in the direction you came from. The carp kings in this torrent have been reduced by 10%, and this 10% has evolved into a tyrannosaur and left. Looking at the places where the 8 torrents disappeared, Luokan was also a little emotional, and he was in awe of them. Who would have thought? Among the elves, recognized by the world, the most useless, and weakest carp king is also full of hearts. Have your own expectations. Lily and Sharona were also very uneasy in their hearts. Luokan can guarantee that these carp kings are not the first to come here to jump the dragon gate. They should swim from all over the world every year today, and then gather together to ride the waves and cross the dragon gate at a height of 100 meters, just to be able to evolve into king carp. There must be no shortage of carp kings who have been here several times. When I think that no matter how many times they fail, they will come here every year, and Luokan can't help but admire them. Not everyone can face their own failures. Perhaps the reason for supporting them not to give up after their failures is that they are unwilling to be despised, and they are eager to prove that they are not the weakest, and most useless elf. Moreover, this light red sea is the reason why the sky will become extremely unsettled is because of these carp kings, Qian Zhao's, because today, nature will open the door of evolution for them, because today they will leap over the dragon gate. Before Luokan, I use the eye of probing to investigate. These tyrannical carp dragons that jumped over the dragon gate will be more powerful than those bred and evolved by trainers, and they will be stronger by a few points. Of Kashang. Diaresis, let's go back tilde. After a long time, the three of them sighed deeply and recovered from their shock. Then they glanced at the place where the 8 torrents disappeared. They also left the sky above the sea and flew to the light red city again. Ellipsis. The Carp King does have a background story. They like to chase the waves very much, like to chase the turbulent tide, and then evolve into the tyrannical carp dragon in the wave. Chapter 142. The fire-breathing dragon sailed away from the light red sea, and its tail flames cut through the sky and flew into the light red city, landing on the roof of the hotel where they were staying. He jumped off the back of the fire-breathing dragon and came to the hotel. The three of them went back to their rooms. Celebi and Little Nebula, who had been bored for a long time, were released from the backpack, and the two elves were chasing each other. Shinado is still very quiet, drinking tea leisurely. And Luokan went to take a shower. When I came out. Compare. Celebi's suspicious sound attracted Luo Chen, and he quickly turned his head to look. In front of Celebi, the nebula on Little Nebula 870 was constantly expanding. It was expanding. It was just night time. Usually, the starlight should be dim at this time. But now it's different. The starlight is like a bright beam of light shining through the window from the sky. Little Nebula bathed her entire body in the dazzling starlight, and her body absorbed the starlight like a whale sucking it. The body was constantly growing, and the scattered nebula on the body began to spread out, covered with small luminous particles, really like stars floating in the air, shining brightly. It was really beautiful. The starlight of the entire starry sky seems to be gathered on the small nebula, and the light spots on the small nebula are flickering and disappearing corresponding to the glowing stars in the sky. This state lasted for about 15 minutes. Soon, the scattered nebula began to condense on the body of the small nebula, followed by a strong white light, and the whole body of the small nebula was bathed in white light. The light is dazzling. This is the light of evolution. Luokan raised his brows. Little Nebula was about to evolve. Its body was constantly cold and deformed in the white light, and the cloud-like nebula on its body condensed with each other, turning into a yellowish-colored GN hard shell, with a blue bead embedded in the shell. Like the inner core is surrounded by starlight, and there is a smiling face in the center of the inner core. The whole looks like a big blue eyeball wrapped in a yellowish and colored shell. If you call it more figuratively, it is a cocoon. When the small nebula evolved, the bright starlight that shone in disappeared, and the sky became hazy again. System: Eye of Probing. Name: Cosmo. Level: Level 45. Attribute: Super Power. Qualification: Divine Beast. Evaluation: They are now accumulating enough power and waiting to emerge from the cocoon to become Solgaleo, the sun god, and Luniala, the moon god. Cosmom was called the cocoon of stars in the distant past. Only the king of the region knew of their existence. Ellipsis. Luokan looked at the elf with a pale yellow and colored shell, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Has the little nebula finally absorbed enough moonlight and starlight to evolve into Cosmom? Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was an urgent knock on the door. Luo Chen walked over and opened the door, and Lily appeared outside the door. Luokan, look. She was also holding a small elf wrapped in a yellowish-colored shell. She was stunned for a moment, and then pointed to her room, where the same elf was also floating in the air. Yours has evolved too. Ellipsis. Luokan greets Lilia to come in. The two cosmos lay quietly on the ground, not moving. Celebi wandered back and forth between them, very curious. From time to time, he tapped their shells with his green tender fingers, and he would make a crisp golden sound like, dang dang. Celebi wanted to ask them to play together as before, but no matter how they called them, they just lay motionless on the ground, not like the lively little nebula before. Why did they become like this after evolution? Lily looked at Cosmo, who was lying motionless on the ground. They have now become nebula cocoons, accumulating their own strength, waiting to break out of the cocoon and evolve into the sun god or moon god. Luokan is also a little bit looking forward to it. I don't know if these two elves evolved into the sun god or the moon god, or one evolved into the sun god, and one evolved into the moon god. The two continued to chat for a while. Lily looked up at the clock. It was getting late. She picked up her cosmos and got up. I'll go back first. Why do you want to go back after coming to my place? You're going to sleep here tonight. Luokan pulled Lily, who had not recovered, and let her lean into his arms, and then a princess hugged her. Put it on your chuang. Lily's cheeks were extremely blushing, like a ripe apple, but with the experience of being with Chuang before, she didn't object, but acquiesced. Okay, go to bed, I have to get up early tomorrow to travel. Luo Chen kissed the latter on the forehead, and then turned off the light. Chapter 143. The next morning, the two of them who had nothing to do got up early, woke Sharona, the three of them finished breakfast, checked out the hotel room, and left the light red city and went to the next city. The three of them talked and laughed along the way, enjoying the beautiful scenery during the journey. At noon, in an unnamed forest, the smoke was rising, and Lily was preparing her lunch. Not far from the camp, Luokan is fighting against Sharona, and they are having special elf training. Celebi and Enorm, one of the three holy mushrooms, are sitting on Luokan's shoulders, cheering and cheering. Leo Lu, bow missile. Lucario, we also use wave missiles. Boom. The two waveguides collided, and the momentum was very loud. Leo Lu, fire fist. Shu tilde. Leoru, whose body was covered in green light, flashed and rushed up quickly. Lucario, soaring fist. Lucario kicked his feet on the ground and turned into a blue light to greet him. The two fists collided in midair, making a thud, like a muffled thunder, and the ground beneath their feet cracked and collapsed. After fighting with one blow, and the winner could not be determined, the two elves quickly separated again. Don't fight, it's time for dinner. Lily's voice came from a distance. All right, Leo Lu. Leo Lu dissipated his 8th-door Dunji estate, and the green light disappeared from it. Looks like this is the end of the day. Luo Chen looked at Sharona and smiled. Sharona put away Kalialu and walked over, looking at Leoru beside Luo Chen, with a little shock and surprise in her eyes. You Leoru is not easy. It's not that you let Lucario suppress his strength, or Riolu would have lost long ago. Sharona shook her head, although she's sure Lucario suppressed his strength to the level of a king, but who has heard of Riolu who can fight against Lucario of the king level? Moreover, this Leo Lu's waveguide is also very powerful. The potential of this Leoru is amazing. Why haven't I seen it before? Luokan didn't answer, but said softly to Leo Lu and Celebi who was sitting on his shoulder. Leo Lu, Celebi, Anam, go and help Lily and see if she needs any help. The three elves nodded and ran over. I brought it down from the Galaxy Cluster spacecraft. It's an experimental body of the Galaxy Cluster. Luo Chen looked at Leo Lu's back and said. Sharona was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. She didn't expect this Leoru to have such a history. Okay, let's not talk about that, let's go have lunch. After releasing all the elves, the three of them enjoyed their lunch in the forest. Suddenly, Luokan's peripheral vision glanced at the grass not far away, and a pair of eyes stared straight at him. When he saw these little elves, Luokan was stunned. Pikachu. Seeing that Luokan found himself, Pikachu was like a bird frightened, and it retracted back into the grass after brushing it. To be precise, looking at the elf food that Luo Chen and their elf ate, this Pikachu swallowed from time to time, and it was extremely cute. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen smiled and waved at it. Come and eat. Brush. Seeing Luokan talking to himself, it retracted into the grass again, very afraid of life. Shish. Luokan felt a little amused when he saw this scene. He shushes at the two women, then tiptoed to the grass where it was hiding. At this time, Pikachu wanted to come out again to see the movement, but it quietly got out of its head. Wow. At the moment when it emerged, Luokan jumped up in fright, and hurriedly ran around. In the end, in a panic, he directly hit a big tree, and then flew back upside down with a thud, hitting the ground a few times. A roll, after standing up, in a daze, spinning in circles in place, not knowing where the world is. Looking at Luokan, he laughed dumbly. This Pikachu is too funny. He directly picked up the confused Pikachu and returned to the tablecloth. XXX. Wow, this Pikachu is so cute. Lily looked at Pikachu. Indeed, this Pikachu is different from other Pikachus. It has a long hair on the top of its head, and its body is a size smaller than the average Pikachu. It is a bit chubby and very cute. Soon this Pikachu came back to his senses. It looked at Luo Chen and the three of them jumped again, and hurriedly squatted on the ground, with its small hands holding its head and trembling, and the flat white room added cuteness to it. Diaresis okay, we won't hurt you. Luokan took out a new rice bowl and poured some super nurturing food in front of it. It seemed to smell the food. It slowly raised its head and glanced at the food in front of it, and then looked at the three of Luokan pretty lively. In the end, it couldn't resist the temptation of food. It spit out a mouthful of saliva, and slowly stretched out a pair of small hands towards the rice bowl, then grabbed a small elf grain and quickly shrank back. Then it looked at Luo Chen and the three of them vigilantly, and saw that the three of them did not change. It put the elf food in its hand in its mouth with a happy smile on its face. After that, it tried several times and saw Luo Chen and them. It really didn't mean to hurt itself. It was a big sigh of relief. After eating a few grains of elf food, it did not continue to eat, but made a sharp Qianzhao's cry towards the forest. Soon. Brush brush brush. There was movement in the bushes, and the densely packed Pikachu appeared in the bushes, standing in the distance watching Luokan and them. Luokan was also taken aback. How could there be so many Pikachu excited? Luokan, these Pikachus seem to have been injured. Suddenly Lily pointed to them. Luo Chen looked at him, his brows instantly wrinkled. These Pikachus were indeed all wounded, very embarrassed, and all of them were lethargic, as if they hadn't eaten for several days. Ellipsis. Haha, do you guys know who this Pikachu is? I guess some Shuaibi have read his book. That scumbag was actually an eunuch, and I was mad at me. He said several times that he didn't want to be an eunuch, but he ended up being an eunuch. He was scolded by me in Q. Chapter 144. Pikachu looked at Luokan with big eyes, pointed to the elf food in the rice bowl on the ground, and then pointed to the Pikachus not far away. You want to give them these elf food? It nodded. No, Tilda. Luo Chen looked at it and said. Hearing this, Pikachu panicked. With a prayer in his eyes, he quickly gestured at Luo Chen, explaining something. Pika pika pika. Before it could finish speaking, Luokan interrupted it, touched its head, put the rice bowl containing the elf food in front of it, smiled and said, "This is yours, as for them, I am enough elf food." Hearing this, Pikachu was stunned, then his eyes widened, and he waved to the Pikachus not far away. Pikachu tilde. The Pikachus in the distance moved a little when they saw its waving, but they still didn't dare to come over, so they just stood in the distance and watched. Seeing them still did not dare to come over, the furry Pikachu at Luokan's feet directly picked up a peanut-sized elf food from the rice bowl and nodded in his mouth, and then said to his companion in the distance, "Pika pika pika." It's like saying, "Come here quickly if you have nothing to do." But they remained unmoved. Bibi tilde. At this moment, Celebi flew out and waved to them. Seeing Celebi, the vigilance in this group of Pikachus disappeared inexplicably. They glanced at each other, and then swarmed over to feast on the rice plate with elf food. In this regard, Luo Chenyu had to sigh. Celebi is simply a bug that favors other elves. Any elves who see it will be very close to it, and they will not feel disgusted. Okay. Your companion is already eating, you should eat it too. Luokan said to Kachu, the dull fur beside him. It nodded, and also buried its head in the elf food in front of it and ate it. They were really starving. They were like reincarnations of starving ghosts, with only food in their eyes. Ellipsis. after they've had enough to eat. Don't move, I'll detoxify your wound and take care of it. Lily and Hyena were helping some wounded Pikachus heal their wounds. They also knew that the three humans didn't mean to hurt themselves, so they didn't launch an attack. They were very obedient and asked Lily and Hyena to heal their wounds. Looking at the wounds on their bodies, Luokan was also a little puzzled. There are at least 70 or 80 Pikachus here. Such a huge population should logically be the overlord in this forest, but how could it become so embarrassed? He squatted down and touched the head of the furry Kachu. Little guy, what's the matter with your injuries? As soon as he heard this, Pikachu's eyes widened, his heart was indignant, and he pointed his finger into the distance. Pika, Pika, Pika. Falling dust is clear, it seems that something happened to them. Can you take me to see what's going on? I'll see if I can help you solve it. It nodded, then said something to the other Pikachus behind him. All of their eyes lit up, and then swarmed to lead the way. Come on, let's go have a look. The three Luo Chen quickly followed. After passing through the dense woods, they soon came to a valley. The valley is surrounded by mountains on three sides and is lush. There is also a cave in the valley. There is a clear spring in the middle of the valley. Kind of fruit. At this time, there are many pangolins playing in the valley. Pika Pika Pika. The Pikachus pointed to the anger on their faces and were talking about something. Luokan touched his chin. It seems that this valley should be the habitat of Pikachus, but it is now occupied by pangolins. Pikachu and the others are electric-type elves, while pangolins are purely ground-type elves. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It also explained why Pikachu and the others would lose, because the electric system's trick hits the ground system, and it doesn't have much effect at all. Dong dong. There was movement from the valley. A small elf with dense scales came out of the cave. It was the evolution of the pangolin, the king of pangolins. Chuan Shan Wang jumped down from the cave, came under the tree fruit, and directly waved his sharp claws. Bang! The adult fruit tree with thick calf fell directly in response. Xuanshan Wang picked a fruit and tasted it in his mouth, and immediately spit it out, a little disgusted. 0. It came to the second fruit tree again, waved its claws again, another fruit tree fell to the ground. It picked the fruit and stuffed it in its own mouth and chewed it twice, then spit it out again and started go to the third fruit tree. In less than a minute, 5 fruit trees fell under its claws. Because this is the habitat of Pikachu, most of the tree fruits are those that fit the taste of the electric-type elf. He cut down 5 trees, but couldn't find any fruit that suits his taste, and Xuanshan Wang was a little angry. It roared directly, and all the pangolins rushed over, waving their sharp claws, and large tracts of fruit trees fell to the ground. Seeing that the fruit tree on which they depended was more than half destroyed, the Pikachus were very angry, and their eyes were full of anger. Pika Pika Tilda. The furry Kachu tugged at the cuffs of Luokan's trousers, pointed to the valley, and prayed all over his face. Luokan picked it up and smiled. Okay, I know, I'll help you drive them away. Luokan held a Pokeball in his hand and threw it forward. Come out, Kuailong, you haven't moved your hands and feet for a long time. Roar. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and a strong coercion filled the valley, and the pangolins in the distance were all taken aback. Sichuan. Chapter 145. Kuailong, who hadn't used his hands and feet for a long time, was a little excited. He spewed 2 white mists from his nostrils, and ducked his feet. The ground was shaking. They stared blankly at the fast dragon, and they could feel the bottomless momentum on the fast dragon, which was amazing. Let's go. Luokan led the Pikachus into the valley. The pangolins looked at them with a solemn expression. To be precise, they looked at the fast dragon next to Luokan. They assumed an attacking posture. The king of pangolins looked at Luokan and let out a low roar, and they all lit up and flickered. Hanmang's claws made a grunting sound from his throat, which was a warning to Luokan to leave quickly. Of course Luokan would not take this warning seriously. If people's dogs don't bark, only the weak will show their weapons, create a strong posture of their own, and increase their confidence, as if people are afraid. Sometimes they choose to shout, and they show their weapons, which just shows that they are afraid in their hearts. Although they couldn't feel the specific level of the fast dragon, when it stood there, it brought a lot of pressure to them. Luokan naturally didn't take their threat to heart. He looked at Xuanchen Wang and said lightly, "Leave here and return this valley to its original owner." Pika Pika Pip Tilde. Behind him, the Pikachus, who were backed by Luokan, were also chattering and saying something to the king of the mountains. Seeing that his defeated generals dared to point fingers at him, Xuanchen Wang was a little angry. He roared at the Pikachus and grinned at them, very vicious. Pikachu Chi-Chi was taken aback, and shrank his head in silence. Then, Xuanchen Wang looked at Luokan again and shook his head at him. "It seems that you are not willing to tilde. Luo Chen snapped his fingers. Roar. The fast dragon next to him roared directly at him, and the momentum of the peak of the king burst out. The sound shook the air and directly formed a hurricane. The roar of the wind turned into a sound wave attack and turned into ripples, flying sand and rocks, and leaves rustling. Bear the brunt, it's the pangolin and the king that wears it. Many pangolins were directly stunned by the sonic attack, and many pangolins were directly blown out by the hurricane. The only thing that can barely resist is wearing the king, but it is not very comfortable. Under the sound wave attack, it also retreats a few meters away, and its ears are buzzing. Kuailong's eyes widened, his aura condensed into a force, and he pressed directly towards the king of the mountains. In an instant, King Xuanchen only felt like he was carrying a giant mountain on his back, unable to support his twin Tui, and fell to his knees with a bang. It raised its head and looked at Kuailong. At this time, the small horns on Kuailong's head were glowing with inky light, and the black mass on the fleshy wings came alive, like black flames on the wings, very terrifying, like a devil. Seeing this, Xuanchen King's eyes were filled with incomparable horror. He also thought that this fast dragon would be stronger than himself, but he didn't expect it to be so much stronger. Not one level. Can you leave? Luo Chen looked at it and said lightly. People are the knife and I am the fish, and it can't tolerate it not agreeing. Now it doesn't even have the courage to face the fast dragon, it quickly nodded. Luokan raised his hand, Kuailong understood, and withdrew his coercion. The pangolin let out a low roar, and fled with the pangolins, left the valley. Pika Tilde. Seeing that their homeland came back, the Pikachus immediately boiled over, and they were all excited, chatting around Luo Chen, expressing their gratitude. The furry Kachu even jumped up on Luokan's shoulders and rubbed his cheeks with it. Pick up. However, when they entered the valley, the Pikachus made another panicked cry. What's wrong? Pika Tilde. A Pikachu points to the valley. Only then did Luo Chen realize that the ground in the valley was covered with discarded tree fruits, many of which were thrown on the ground after a bite. He frowned, looked around, and found that the surrounding fruit trees were bare. There are no more fruit. The expressions of the Pikachus are a little sluggish. This forest is called Pikachu's forest. In the entire forest, only this valley has tree fruits, and there are no tree fruits in other places. These fruits are Pikachu's food for a year, and now the fruits are all destroyed, which means that they will be hungry this year. The Pikachus lowered their ears and sat on the ground very sluggish, and so did the furry Pikachu. Seeing this scene, Luokan smiled. With Celebi here, wouldn't this tree grow at any time? But, suddenly, he raised his brows, and a better idea came to his mind. He clapped his palms and said to the many Pikachus, Diaresis, I know a place. There are a lot of tree fruits, and there are small the elves live in peace, and no other elves will come to fight Qian Zhaohao for your habitat. Are you going? That place is my own territory. XXX. After they were desperate and hungry, Luokan gave them food, and then drove away the pangolins that robbed them of their homes. The Pikachus now have 100% trust in Luokan. The mind of the elves is as simple as that. If you are good to it, it will naturally trust you 100% without reservation. When they heard Luo Chen's words, their eyes were very bright. Pick up. They nodded in agreement one by one. Seeing this, Luo Chen smiled. It seemed that there were many more types of elves in his territory. He called Kojiro directly and asked him if there was anyone of his in the nearby city. After learning about it, he asked Kojiro to send someone over. Chapter 146. Not long after, there was a slight engine roar in the sky, and an aircraft that looked like a flying saucer landed. The hatch opened, and a person jumped out of the aircraft. It was Hunter L, who had just returned to Fallen Dust not long ago. Boss. Seeing Luo Chen, he was very respectful. A few days ago, in order to beat them, Kojiro once took them to Nashi Island. Once on the island, he was deeply shocked. The dense stinger jellyfish and agate jellyfish defend the waters outside the island. When they went to the island, when they saw the super ancient Pokemon, the three of them were shocked, and they also discovered that the most popular super elf cultivation food on the market was actually created by Luo Chen. The more they knew, the more terrified their hearts became. Moreover, Kojiro also stayed the three of them with the gangsters he had previously subdued for a day. After they learned the horror of Luokan from the gangsters, they made up their minds, even if they died. You can't betray Luokan either. Because the energy possessed by this seemingly young boy is really amazing, it's simply shocking. Just you, Hunter M. and Hunter K. The two of them were sent out by Lord Kojiro. The mission was completed. Luokan nodded. Who is on the island now? Lord Meow Meow. It manages the daily affairs of the island. Luo Chen nodded. He was very relieved to have Meow Meow on the island. They were also elves, so it would be very convenient for them to communicate with each other. Go back to the island and ask Meow Meow to arrange them. He clapped his palms and attracted the attention of the Pikachus. Okay, Pikachus, follow him, he will take you to your new home. Hearing this, the Pikachus stopped fighting and lined up quietly one by one. When passing by Luokan, they would kiss Luokan's trousers intimately and let out a cry of thanks. Seeing this scene, Hunter L was a little surprised, and he sighed in his heart that his boss was really amazing, and he actually let these Pikachus follow him voluntarily. Soon, all the Pikachus were loaded into the aircraft. Then, boss, I'll send it to the island first. Well, help me bring these two Pokeballs back to the island too. Hunter L stepped onto the aircraft, and the Pikachus were waving at Luokan at the hatch of the aircraft. Soon the hatch was slow, and just in time, a petite yellow figure jumped from the hatch and landed steadily on Luokan. In front of the hatch in the sky was also closed, and the aircraft slashed through the sky with the sound of howling wind, turning into a streamer and galloping towards the distant sky. On the ground, Luokan looked at the little guy who fell in front of him. It was a Pikachu. The hair on his head swaying in the wind was very eye-catching. It was looking at Luokan with anticipation. Pika. Little guy, you want to follow me? It nodded. Its short legs kicked on the ground. It looked petite but extremely powerful. It came directly to Luokan's shoulders, and rubbed against his cheek. Pika. Luokan smiled and took out a Pokeball. Then let's come together. Pikachu lightly touched the Pokeball, and in an instant it turned into a red light and got into the Pokeball. Looks like we have one more partner. Lily and Sharona laughed. Okay, it's time for us to set off. We still have the last gym to play. After that, we can rest for a while and wait for the quartz tournament to start. The three of them simply packed their things and then set off on the road again. Time disappeared on the way, and 3 days have passed. In front of the three, the land had disappeared, and they came to a pier. Because the destination of their next stop is an island, the Red Lotus Island, and the 8th gym, the Red Lotus Gym of the Fire Element, is on that island. After the three men repaired in the pier, they rode on the fire-breathing dragon and the fierce-biting land shark, and headed towards the Red Lotus Island according to the map. The Red Lotus Gym is a long way from the land. With the flying speed of the fire-breathing dragon and the fierce-bite land shark, it took nearly 2 hours to see the outline of the Red Lotus Island. Come on, let's land. The three landed and came to the Red Lotus Island. Red Lotus Island is very lively, because in addition to the location of Red Lotus Taoist Hall on Red Lotus Island itself is also a holy place for tourism. The 4 seasons are like spring. There is a huge active volcano, so the island is full of hot springs. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see that the whole island is shrouded in dense mist, hazy, like a legendary fairy home. The land is the same as the Blessed Land. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. And the Red Lotus Gym is located on the crater of the volcano. The three did not stay in the city on the island too much. They walked out of the city and headed towards the largest one on the island. The closer to the volcano, the scarcer the vegetation. As they walked on the road, the ground was covered with gray-black dust. Stepping on it could leave a very clear footprint, which was volcanic ash. Soon, they climbed up the volcano. There was a huge bowl on the top of the mountain. It was the crater. The hot magma in the crater was rolling, boiling, very rich and bright, and there were still several meters high from time to time. Mars jumped up. Even standing in the crater, they could feel the scorching heat coming from their faces, and they were already sweating profusely after a while. The Red Lotus Gym is over there. Lily pointed not far away. There is a building standing there. The whole body is made of red bricks. From a distance, it looks like it is on fire. It is the Red Lotus Gym. The three walked over, and there was a middle-aged uncle standing at the door. He was looking up and down the three of them. Luokan just wanted to say that he was here to challenge the gym. The middle-aged uncle had already spoken. He looked at Luo Chen and said, "Are you the trainer who defeated Ah Xing?" Luo Chen was taken aback for a moment. If I remember correctly, Ah Xing is the owner of the light red gym. He nodded. The eyes of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym lit up. Let's go to a fight. Listen, Xing said that you are very powerful. With a little elf, you will give him a 0 seal. He walked into the Red Lotus Gym and urged Luo Chen, hurry up. He followed and entered the gym. They went all the way down, and soon a suspension bridge appeared in front of them. On the opposite side of the bridge was a rock platform built on magma, dozens of meters high, and the magma underneath was still there. Rolling and rolling, very scary. And the playing field is on this platform. The gym owner stepped onto the high platform and couldn't wait. Let's start quickly. Luokan touched his nose. It was the first time he had seen such a belligerent gym owner. He also walked over the suspension bridge and came to the platform. And Sharona and Lily were in the audience. The gym referee on the side came up and waved the flag in his hand. The game starts. Sichuan. Chapter 147. At the moment when the flag was waved down, the owner of the Red Lotus Gym threw an elf ball, and a small elf covered with beige hair and red eyes appeared. It was 4-legged and more than 1 meter tall. Very elegant, mysterious and noble, but the most eye-catching is the 9 tails behind it, smooth and slender. 9 tails. Luokan looked at this little elf and said silently in his heart, System, the Eye of Probing. Name, 9 tails. Level 60, Quasi-King Peak. Attribute, Fire. Qualification, Quasi-Tianwang. Evaluation, there is a mysterious power in the 9 tails, which enables it to live for thousands of years, and allows it to use superpower tricks that are not superpower attributes. Handy for fire department tricks. Ellipsis. Is the first elf the 9 tails of the Quasi-King Peak? Luokan smiled. The Red Lotus Gym was the last of the 8 gyms in Kanto, and it was also the most powerful gym. He was not surprised that the other party would have such a strong elf. The corners of his mouth twitched, but since 22 was Juwei's words, Kurama, come on. Hearing the words, 9 tails nodded and fell from the dust. He jumped down from his arms and tiptoed to the arena with indescribable nobility and grace. Looking at the 9 Llama, the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion was stunned. this one of yours is also 9 tails. Well, the shining 9 tails. He shook his head, a little disappointed. How did you nurture this flashing 9-tailed? It's stunted. Why is it smaller than the 6-tailed one? You should change the one of the 0 seal ah shing oro. Luokan laughed dumbly, the stunted flashing 9 tails. Isn't this an excuse for fooling others in the past? He shook his head. No need, just this one. Underestimate it. Be careful that you lose miserably. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion is a little unbelievable. Such a small animal, no matter how powerful it can be, he is a little bit lacking in interest. Then let's start. Luokan saw that he was not in high interest, and smiled. Kurama, let him see how good you are. Before he finished speaking, the figure of the Kurama disappeared directly, and a small whirlwind was set off on the spot. So fast. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion, who was somewhat absent-minded, was shocked. Shoo tilde. It came to the back of the 9 tails in an instant, and the 9 tails moved in unison, making a roaring sound in the air, and blasted towards the 9 tails. Mysterious Guardian. The 9-tailed reaction was also quick. The red eyes lit up, and a transparent spherical protective shield appeared around its body. Kurama's 9 tails were photographed and immediately bounced back. Spray flames. Immediately afterwards, the 9 tails behind it dispersed, and the incomparably rich flames condensed in its mouth, and it boiled. It slammed towards the Kurama, and a jet flame that was almost condensed into essence spit out, because of the volcano, and the fire element's trick has been increased. The moment the jet flame touched the air, the entire jet flame skyrocketed a few points out of thin air, and the flame completely condensed into substance and magma, no doubt very terrifying. Dodge. Luo Chen didn't dare to let Kurama take it hard. Kurama kicked his limbs on the ground, and was about to leave when the words of the owner of the Red Lotus came over. Want to run? 9 tails, use the power of thought to imprison it. The red eyes of the 9 tails flashed brightly, the 9 tails were waving non-stop, and the psychic power surged directly on the body of the Kurama. The Kurama, who was already jumping in the air, was stopped, and it was strangely stagnant in the air. The incomparably rich magma jet flames hit it with rolling heat waves, and the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion showed a smile. I won the first one. Luokan was a little playful. Not necessarily. The magma-like jet of flames hit Kurama directly, but soon, the smile of the owner of the Red Lotus Gym froze at the corner of his mouth, because the jet of flames went straight through Kurama's body. It was a blast. The same on the air. Boom. The magma-like jet of flames smashed on the wall not far away, turning into rolling liquid magma and flowing down from the wall, merging with the original magma under the arena. Boom. With an explosion, the 9 tails were directly swept away, and it was a red tail that knocked it out. Kurama did not know when he stood behind it. Impossible, the 9 tails had already caught it with his mind power just now. Luokan smiled and didn't explain. Since the second evolution of the 9 tails, it has been able to use energy to create a false clone. This clone has its own awareness of action, but it does not have any offensive power. 9 tails stood up from the ground, her beautiful beige hair was covered with dust, and she was very embarrassed. Kyubi, are you all right? It shook its head. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion looked at Luokan with an excited smile on his face. Sure enough, you are very strong. It seems that you can't be underestimated. A stunted glittering 9-tailed is so strong that you have cultivated it. It seems that you are doing your best. Let's go. 9 tails. It's sunny. XXX. The 9 tails raised their heads to the sky and let out a low cry, and the 9 tails behind them exuded mystical power. Suddenly, the magma under the entire competition field boiled, and the whole space was hot, as if it was on the edge of the sun. White light became the only one. With the support of the sunny day and the magma field, Luo Chen estimated that the skill power of the 9 tails should have reached the level of a heavenly king. He looked at the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion and smiled. Since you have shown your strength, then I can't let the water go. Actually, my 9-tailed is not stunted. Kurama, use your true strength. Hearing that, the red energy on Kurama's body was fluctuating violently, and a shocking momentum burst out, as if it had been suppressed for a long time. Raise it little by little. Ellipsis. Chapter 148. The red energy kept surging in the Kurama, and the momentum that had been suppressed for a long time rose into the sky like a dike burst. Under this momentum, the entire space trembled slightly, elevated, swelled. 5 meters. 15 meters. 20 meters. 25 meters. Ellipsis. Not long after, a 25-meter-high behemoth appeared in front of the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion stared wide-eyed at the behemoth in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He felt the aura emanating from the body of the Kurama, and he vaguely felt a sense of its strength in his heart. An assessment. Sweat dripped from his forehead, his throat spasmed and he spit out a mouthful of saliva, and said with difficulty, "Peak of the King." He also did not expect that this seemingly stunted flashing nine-tailed is actually the existence of the Peak of the King. Looking at its huge size, the nine-tailed is like a baby in front of it. He shook his head. "No. I can't say it now. It is stunted, it is already too developed." The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, and looked at Luokan. "You are as strong as what A Xing said." "No, it should be said that you are stronger than what A Xing said." "What a horrible guy." Without waiting for Luokan to answer, his words changed, and his eyes were full of fighting intent. "But even if it is the Peak of the King, we will not admit defeat." Nine tails, big characters burst. Juwei's body surged with energy, and a flame of the word, big, condensed in front of him. Under the strong sunny day and the increase in the magma field, the rolling heat of the magma was blessed on the big character explosion, and the big character explosion skyrocketed several times out of thin air. The flame began to solidify, and finally turned into a semi-liquid and semi-gaseous substance, with red and white streamer substances flowing on it, and one could feel a burning sensation from the pavement. The huge big character explosion roared towards the Kurama with terrifying power. Wherever the big character explosion passed, the ground became extremely charred and black, which was very terrifying. Looking at the large character explosion that was provoked towards him, Kurama's face was very calm. At the moment when it hit, it raised its front paws, and the red energy was condensed on the paws, which condensed into a solid body, as if with the same armor gloves. It waved its front claws directly, and its claws several meters in size covered the sky and the sun. It directly grabbed the big character, held it in the palm of its hand, and then closed its palms and squeezed hard. A bang! The entire big character explosion was forcefully crushed by the Kurama, and the liquid-like magma flowed down from its claws. The Kurama let go of his hand and was unscathed. He threw his hand, and a few drops of magma attached to his hand fell to the feet of the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion, making a humming sound. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion looked at the big character explosion that had been squeezed abruptly, and his eyes flashed in horror. Although he knew that the nine-tailed flash of the King's Peak was very strong, he did not expect it to be so strong. The power of the skill is already comparable to the level of the king. But I didn't expect that all skills of the same level would be slapped away by it. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion sighed. Nine tails, mental shock. Nine-tailed red eyes lit up, and the spiritual power turned into substance and shot towards the Kurama. Looking at the spiritual shock flying towards him, Kurama opened his mouth and let out a sharp cry, forming a sound wave, which instantly defeated the spiritual shock, and slammed towards the nine tails without diminishing in power. Use the electric light to flash. Nine tails turned into a white light and flashed past. The sound wave hit the stone wall, the stone rustled into the magma, and the magma splashed into the vines. Now it's our turn to attack, Kurama. Chu tilde. The speed of the Kurama is very fast, and it doesn't match its body shape at all. It instantly came to the front of the nine tails, raised its huge claws, and slapped it fiercely at the nine tails. Get out of the way. However, the nine-tailed reaction was also very fast, turning into a white phantom and hiding. The paw slapped on the playing field, and with a thud, the entire playing field shook violently. At this time, the tail behind the nine-tailed Kurama moved, and the sound of breaking the air came, and the tail slammed away towards the nine-tailed. Lightning flashes. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion was prepared for a long time and ordered immediately. Kurama's tail pulled out again, hitting the ground causing countless smoke and dust. Spray flames. Energy ball. Energy storage flame attack. Ellipsis. The figures of one red and one beige were fighting quickly, the speed was dizzying, and a steady stream of skills were sent from the nine tails, but they were all scattered by the nine-tailed claws. Kurama also kept using his tail and claws to attack, but Jue was not a vegetarian. Facing the huge Kurama, Jue was already petite, coupled with its unparalleled speed, Kurama was stunned. Is not hit the opponent once. The two elves were fighting with each other, and the arena kept making huge rumbling vibrations, with great momentum. Seeing this, I am a little happy. It is worthy of being the last gym in Kanto, the strongest gym. The elves are very strong, the gym owner is also very difficult, and the battle experience is very rich, often in the Kurama. At that time, I thought of the corresponding countermeasures, and the insight was amazing. Luokan can guarantee that if it were an ordinary heavenly king elf here, he would have kneeled in the hands of the Kurama many times. But now, one person and one elf, one with astonishing insight and the other with unparalleled speed, escaped several attacks by the Kurama. But the corner of Luokan's mouth outlined a smile, but the opponent's insight was amazing, and if he was good at speed, then he would use a trick that would make them unable to escape no matter what. Kurama, Foxfire. The Kurama let out a soft cry, the red energy on his body was surging frantically, and three dark red flames mixed with black flames condensed all over his body. But the Nine Tails and the master of the Red Lotus Pavilion did not dare to underestimate, because after seeing these three groups of dark when the flames were burning, they all had a feeling of trembling in their hearts. These three flames floated gently towards Jue. These three flames were not big, about the size of a basketball. It swayed toward the Nine Tails, and it didn't seem to have any lethality, but the slow speed made people feel ridiculous. However, the Nine Tails and the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion did not dare to underestimate them at all, because when they saw the three groups of dark black flames, they felt a kind of trembling in their hearts. Be careful, Nine Tails. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion had a solemn expression and warned. Nine Tails nodded, staring at him without blinking. Just as the black flames drifted across the half-court, violently, the speed of the three flames began to skyrocket. Shish tilde tilde. The speed was very fast. Like a bullet that had been fired from the chamber, it turned into three groups of black shadows that flashed away from the eyes, and slammed towards the Nine Tails. This flame is really not simple. The head of the Red Lotus Pavilion, who had been on guard for a long time, flashed light in his eyes. Nine-tailed used the electric light to dodge. Jue's limbs kicked on the ground, turned into a phantom and escaped, and all three flames flew into the air. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion showed a faint smile, but then his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Impossible. There was something incredible in his eyes. The three groups of flames that flew directly into the air actually turned a corner in unison, chasing towards Jue like lightning. No matter how Jue escaped or turned, they just followed closely behind. However, the speed of the Nine Tails is still very fast, and the three flames could not catch up with the Nine Tails for a long time, and they actually separated and turned into three paths to outflank. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion widened his eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of skill is this? And he seems to have self-consciousness. The two fists were invincible against the four hands. Under the outflanking of the three flames, the Nine Tails had nowhere to hide, and the three flames roared towards it. Nine Tails, mysterious guardian. Helpless, Nine Tails could only use defensive skills, and a transparent protective cover shrouded it. Three groups of flames collided. The transparent protective cover seemed to be made of paper. It was penetrated instantly and could not resist it at all. Boom! Three flames slammed into Jue, and the three flames exploded directly. The power of the flames did not cause any damage to Jue. After all, it is also a fire-type elf. The most important thing is that the flames still exist with a strange black power. It is very dark. This force invaded its brain, and the soul seemed to be frozen, and the pain was penetrating to the bone, as if someone was stabbing your brain with countless needles. Ninetales could not bear the severe pain and fainted, lying straight on the ground, eyes rolling in circles. In the first game, the gym challenger won. The gym judge announced the result. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion put away the Ninetales and looked at Luo Chen. He was not discouraged, but was very excited, with high fighting spirit, with a strong will to fight in his eyes, and said a little excitedly, "Since 5 years ago, I competed for the 4 Heavenly Kings. After the defeat, I haven't felt such an exciting battle in a long time." Luochen raised his brows. No wonder the Red Lotus Gym is so strong, and it will be the last gym in the Kanto region. It turns out that he once competed for the position of the 4 Heavenly Kings. He took a deep breath, and couldn't hold back his already burning fighting spirit. "You have to be careful about this little elf that appears next. It's one of the 6 main battle elves I used to have." The master of the Red Lotus Pavilion clapped his palm. Gurgling. The magma under the arena began to boil violently. Ellipsis. This chapter is a big 2-in-1 chapter, and it's been a long time to write. Chapter 149. The magma under the arena boiled, bubbling in Bululu, and it was very hot. Boom. Suddenly, the magma exploded, and a red figure jumped up from the magma and landed firmly on the field of play. The magma was still on its body, and the magma kept falling to the ground, making a rustling sound of corrosion. This elf is red all over, with sharp claws, orange flames burning on the top of its head and tail, and a flame-like symbol on its belly. At first glance, it looks like the whole body is burning with flames. The attention is still its duck-like bill. This elf is a duck-billed fire dragon, and its evolution is the duck-billed fire beast of the old woman in the Pokemon Academy. But this duck-billed fire dragon is bigger than the duck-billed fire beast from the Pokemon Academy, and the pressure from its body is much stronger than the latter, so it's not at the same level at all. Moreover, what surprised Luochen the most was that this duck-billed fire dragon jumped out of the magma. It is actually very simple to distinguish the strength of the duck-billed fire dragon. Although the duck-billed fire dragon claims to have a body temperature of 1200 degrees Celsius, this is only in an ideal state. The general duck-billed fire dragon has a body temperature between 550 degrees Celsius and 800 degrees Celsius. Its level strength, the stronger it is, the higher the body temperature. Generally speaking, the temperature of magma is generally between 500 degrees Celsius and 1300 degrees Celsius, but because this is an active volcano, the magma here may have reached the sky-high 1300 degrees Celsius. And this duck-billed fire dragon can swim freely in the magma, which means that its body temperature is between 1200, which is the highest temperature the duck-billed fire dragon can reach. This is a duck-billed fire dragon, very strong. System: Eye of Probing. Name: Duck-billed fire dragon. Level: Level 68, Tianwang Intermediate. Attribute: Fire. Qualification: King of Heaven. Evaluation: the body temperature reaches 1150, and the combat experience is very rich. The hotter the place, the more excited it is. Ellipsis. Sure enough, the body temperature is already close to 1200 degrees Celsius. Do gym challengers need to replace the Pokemon? The referee turned his head to look at Luo Chen. XXX. Need Kurama come back? Kurama nodded. The red energy on his body contracted, and his body became smaller, and soon it became the size of a stunted puppy, and it returned to Luochen's feet. Luochen threw a Pokeball, a crisp bird chirped, and a red chick appeared on the field with a tuft of blue hair on top of his head. Turkey. As a lover of the fire attribute, the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion naturally knows the little elf in front of him. However, with the sky-defying nine-tailed glitter, this time he didn't dare to despise the young man in front of him. The elf that can be taken out by it must be very difficult. With your ability, you should be able to easily get a lava amplifier, right? Why not let the duck-billed fire dragon evolve into a platypus beast? Luokan looked at the duck-billed fire dragon next to him, and asked his doubts. With his ability, even if he asked the Alliance would gladly give him a lava amplifier. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion looked at the platypus fire beast on the field with a smile in his eyes, because it doesn't want to evolve. Luo Chen nodded secretly in his heart. This kind of talent can be called a trainer. He regards the elf as his family and partner. He doesn't want some of today's trainers, in order to strengthen the elf's strength, and even force the elf to evolve. This kind of person as Fallen Dust has always been ashamed of existence. The two sides have been replaced. The referee waved the flag in his hand again. The game begins. Ellipsis. Duck-billed fire dragon, spark attack. The duck-billed fire dragon made a tentative attack using sparks. However, Rao is the most initial fire type skill of all fire type. With the strength of the cigarette holder fire dragon and the blessing of the magma field and the remaining sunny days, the power is also frightening. Looking at the spark coming towards him, the fire chick didn't choose to avoid it. The blue flame condensed on its small paw. It swiped at the spark flying towards him. The flame disintegrated, and the whole spark collapsed. Sure enough, this turkey chick is not easy either. Looking at this scene, the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion is not surprised. The elf who can be taken out by the young man in front of him will definitely not be weak. Duck-billed fire dragon, flame fist. The duck-billed fire dragon clenched its hand into a fist. The flame attached to its hand, and it rose fiercely. Its feet kicked on the ground. Its body was like an arrow from the string, and its fist was as strong as the wind, smashing it towards the turkey chick. Sharp claws. The blue flame on the fire chick's claws rose sharply. It met it, and its claws hit the duck-billed fire dragon's fist. Boom. The claws collided with the fists and made a loud noise. This scene was very strange. The fire chick's claws looked very petite in front of the duck-billed fire dragon, but such petite claws actually blocked the duck-billed fire dragon inconceivably. Attack. Continuously use flaming fist. The duck-billed fire dragon had raging flames in both hands. It kept waving its fists and smashed it towards the fire chick, and its fists turned into shadows. The fire chick is not cowardly either, and its claws are also blazing with blue flames. Bang 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 bang. The two figures are quickly clasping hands, and the collision of a fist and a claw will be accompanied by a rumbling sound. But after all, the duck-billed fire dragon accompanied the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion to fight for a long time, and has very rich fighting experience. During another collision between the fist and the claws, the duck-billed fire dragon suddenly turned its fist into a palm, and the palm directly grabbed the turkey chick's slender claws. Throw it out. Duck-billed Huolonglan caught fire and threw the young chicken towards the hot magma. With a puff. The fire chick that had not yet reacted was thrown directly into the magma and sank without a trace. Allow me to admit defeat. Although the fire chick is also a fire-type elf, it will never last long in the magma. Hurry up and admit defeat. I will call the duck-billed fire dragon to rescue it. The corner of Luokan's mouth lifted upwards. Yes, but this turkey of mine is not simple, it won't do anything in the magma. Your duck-billed fire dragon is very strong. It seems that we have to show our real strength. He shouted directly at the empty magma. Fire chick, Phoenix mode. Cry. Suddenly, an incomparably crisp bird chirping came from under the magma, and the sound exploded directly in the minds of everyone present. The magma was rolling in an instant, as if someone was stirring the wind and clouds under the magma. Then, under the horrified eyes of everyone, the magma underneath seemed to be surging towards both sides, finally forming a path without magma. A bird covered in blue flames flew up from under the magma. Its golden eyes were captivating and people couldn't help but be afraid. Wherever it passed, the magma in front of it didn't dare to stop it. Surging towards both sides, a path without magma was differentiated. Wherever the gaze passes, the fire surrenders, and it flies to the field of play. The light blue flame on his body looks very dreamy and gorgeous, and his golden sun-like eyes glanced at the duck-billed fire dragon without the slightest emotion, as if he was looking down at a banished immortal in the world. Feeling its gaze, the duck-billed fire beast was stagnant in its heart, and the raging flames on its body were suppressed to the extreme, almost extinguished, as if it had encountered the monarch in the fire. Not only that, the scene was originally a magma field, but at the moment when the blue flamingo appeared, the magma began to stop boiling, became silent, and restrained its own light, like a piece of stagnant water, with no fluctuations at all. Don't dare to make a half point. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion looked at the fire chick that turned into a phoenix and felt the changes in the magma at the scene. He was taken aback and stared at Luokan with wide eyes. Fire, fire, flame bird. Chapter 150. There were waves in his heart. What he loves most is the fire-type elf. The flame bird is the lifelong dream of all fire-type elf trainers, but he did not expect that there would be a flame bird in Luokan. This is not a flame bird, Luo Chen said. Isn't it a flame bird? The head of the Red Lotus Pavilion looked at the fire chick. It was indeed not a flame bird. The flame of the flame bird should be orange, but the one in front of him was brilliant blue, but except for the color difference, other the place is too like a flaming bird. Then what kind of elf is this? The phoenix that can surpass the flame bird in the future. The phoenix that surpasses the flame bird. His eyes narrowed, and the master of the Red Lotus Pavilion looked at the phoenix flying in midair, with every flap of its wings able to bring up a brilliant blue streamer. He took a deep breath. The shock to him today was too much. He calmed down and his eyes became firm. Then let's start the game. Duck-billed fire dragon, full firepower. Hearing this, the duck-billed fire dragon let out a low roar. Its body temperature was rapidly rising, and the complexion on its body became extremely red, like a red-hot iron, emitting red light. In the end, the whole body was shrouded in dazzling light, and it was impossible to see its specific appearance. From a distance, it looked like a big stove, and an extraordinary burning sensation came over the surface, and the temperature of the entire space kept heating up. The air became twisted. Moreover, Luokan felt that the rocks under his feet became extremely hot, and he could feel the scalding heat even when he was wearing his shoes. The imposing manner of the duck-billed fire dragon is constantly surging and exploding, and the phoenix is not at all false. Boom! Under the too shocking momentum, the silent magma boiled, and the entire volcano seemed to be about to erupt. Finally, when both of them have reached their peak, the battle begins. Flaming Fist. The flame jumped up to the right hand of the duck-billed fire dragon. The color changed from orange to pale gold. It kicked on the ground and punched the phoenix with a punch. Wing attack. The phoenix flapped its wings to meet it. Boom. The blue flame wings collided with the flame fist, and the two sides were at a stalemate and separated again. Spray flames. Destroy the light of death. Flame splash. Flame vortex. Ellipsis. Fire-type skills are flying all over the sky, and they explode in midair like fireworks. Air slash. The phoenix grabbed a gap, slashed its wings in the air, and a white slash appeared in the air. Boom. The duck-billed fire dragon was slashed and flew out and rolled to the ground. Duck-billed fire dragon, are you all right? It got up from the ground and was very embarrassed. The duck-billed fire dragon roared at him, indicating that nothing happened. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion looked at it. At this time, it was gasping for breath. After such a fierce battle, the duck-billed fire dragon had not much physical strength left, and the undead bird not far away was still alive and strong. Very plentiful. If it goes on like this, the duck-billed fire dragon has no chance of winning, so it can only be resolved quickly. He had an idea in his mind. He looked up at the phoenix not far away, and said directly, use all big characters to blast. The duck-billed fire dragon roared up to the sky. It opened its mouth wide to form a force of suction, and all the heat in the air was evacuated. With the injection of heat, the flames on the top of its head and its tail burned fiercely, and then a dazzling light radiated from its mouth, and a huge and incomparably large character exploded in front of it and kept growing. Soon, an incomparably huge flame, Big, stood on the arena, with great power. After condensing the big character explosion, the flame on the duck-billed fire dragon also dropped to the lowest level, and his expression was a little sluggish. This move has taken time. The fire and strength of its whole body. It roared lowly, and the big characters burst like a net, traversing towards the phoenix. There was finally a slight fluctuation in the eyes of the big character explosion phoenix that hit him, that is, the eyes of seeing food. At the moment when the big characters burst into the body, its golden eyes condensed, and the golden flames were burning in its eyes, and a subtle wave radiated directly from its body. Boom! The huge-eyed big characters exploded directly, turning into flames all over the sky, and the scene was very spectacular. Immediately after, the phoenix opened its beak and inhaled the flames that filled the sky into its body, and its body swelled a little again. The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion widened his eyes. He couldn't think of anything. This big character explosion not only did not cause any damage to the opponent, but instead became the nourishment of the opponent. Ignoring the shock of the other party, Luo Chen's words came over. Okay, it's time to end, divine bird. The phoenix soared into the air, making a crisp chirping. The blue flame on its body burned fiercely. It dived straight down, bringing a series of sonic booms, making people's eardrums rattle. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and it went straight to the ground. Hit the duck-billed fire dragon. After the duck-billed fire dragon used the big character explosion with all his strength, his physical strength was exhausted, and he couldn't avoid it at all, so he could only watch helplessly. In the end, the phoenix using the divine bird collided with the duck-billed fire dragon. Boom tilde boom. The entire arena was trembling violently, with great momentum, and the magma under the arena was also shaken, splashing more than 1 meter high. There was a big pit in the arena, and the duck-billed fire dragon was lying in the pit and lost consciousness. In the second game, the gym challenger wins. The referee announced the result. The owner of the Red Lotus Hall put away the duck-billed fire dragon, suppressed the shock in his heart, looked at Luo Chen and said, "What a terrifying guy, you have already won 2 of the 3 games, and I will be the one to play in the last game." The trump card. He took out a Pokeball, which was his initial Pokemon, with reminiscence in its eyes, looked at the Pokeball in his hand and said softly, "Old man, it's your turn to play." He threw the Pokeball out. Roar! A roaring sound came, and an orange-yellow elf with wings and flames on its tail appeared. It was one of the 3 imperial families in Kanto, the final evolution of the little fire dragon, the fire-breathing dragon. Do gym challengers need to replace the Pokemon? Need. Come back, Huo-kai. Luokan took the fire chick back. Feeling the powerful breath of the fire-breathing dragon, he said silently, "The eye of the system's investigation." Name, Fire-breathing dragon. Level 70, Peak of Kings. XXX. Attributes, Fire, Flying. Qualification, King of Heaven. Ellipsis. Luokan looked up at the owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion. With your current ability, it should be very easy to seize the throne of the 4 heavenly kings, why not? The owner of the Red Lotus Pavilion smiled. Isn't life supposed to move forward bravely? Since I failed 5 years ago, then I failed, and there is no point in going back to challenge. Okay, let's get started. Luokan nodded. He wanted to use his own fire-breathing dragon, but the level gap between his fire-breathing dragon and the opponent's was a bit big, so he was not the opponent's opponent. He thought about it for a while, and said to Shinado in the audience, "Xanadu, come on." Sa tilde. Shinado nodded lightly and used teleportation to come to the arena. Game start. The referee waved the flag in his hand.